Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Hide God-level power. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Issei looked down at the party unfolding below the Hyudu residence. The celebration marked the sealing and defeat of the Beast of Apocalypse, Trihexa, and nearly everyone was present. Faction leaders, members of the Occult Research Club, the Student Council, and others. He stood apart, holding a glass of Diet Coke, and felt the weight of his disappointment. Issei expressed his frustration with a disappointed sigh and wondered why he even bothered. The celebration had been centered around his younger brother, Dai Hyudu, who had been acclaimed as the hero for the victory. Many publicly praised Dai and treated him as the champion who had fought the battles and defeated the threat. The reality was different. Issei had been the one fighting those battles, yet Dai took the credit. Despite Issei's protests, few believed him and some dismissed him as a liar. False rumors spread about him that further damaged his reputation, and wherever he went he found suspicion and scorn. Only a very few stood by him. One was Draig, the spirit of the boosted gear and Issei's closest friend. Their relationship had begun as a pragmatic bond but had deepened into genuine trust. Draig had shared secrets with Issei that he trusted more than his own family. Another was Nyx, the primordial goddess of night. To outsiders their bond might have looked like a romance, but to those who knew them it was a profound trust. Nyx had more faith in Issei than anyone else because of his determination to saving Vylde from her captivity. Nyx had never experienced being rescued before, and that made her both grateful and, at times, painfully jealous. Nyx had been detained, and the last time she had seen Issei she had met his expression of deep sadness with a steady look before she teleported away. Issei began visiting her in secret, slipping in unnoticed because so few paid attention to his comings and goings. During one visit he sensed her jealousy and, when he arrived, she embraced him despite the seals that restrained her. He returned the hug, and they talked quietly. Through those conversations Issei learned she was often alone. Not even her brother Erebus came to see her. He never fully understood why she had taken Vylde, but he suspected it was because she wanted someone to talk to. When it was time to leave, Nyx did not want him to go, but she accepted it. Issei promised to visit again and to try to free her someday, and that promise brought her a rare smile. Over time they shared more of their lives, and Nyx grew to care for Issei deeply. She would one day confess her feelings to him in earnest. Issei sank into a depression, tormented by his inability to find a way to free Nyx without exposing her to the factions or endangering her. He refused to give up. The boosted gear manifested, and Draig, the dragon spirit, spoke to him. Issei admitted to Draig that he felt helpless, that he had no solution. Draig urged him not to give up and suggested using the Book of Conceptual Records, Issei's other sacred gear. The Book of Conceptual Records was a legendary tome, a brown-covered book with intricate gold embroidery and a symbol on its spine. When Issei summoned the book, it accepted him as its owner as if it had chosen him. Inside, the book contained up-to-date records of every sacred gear, even those Issei had never heard of. It also offered the ability to create or replicate sacred gears. Issei experimented with it and used the book to reproduce the effects of divine dividing, causing a pair of wings to appear on his back that functioned like the original. He discovered he could alter the replicated gears, remove their limitations, and use them to their full potential. He could even create copies that would not alert the original users or be detected by the Heaven system. The implications were staggering. Issei theorized that the book's power might exceed known Longinus tier artifacts and approach godlike potential. Issei told Draig that he still felt empty and without answers. Draig reminded him of all the times he had persevered against Trihexa and against countless foes and cheered him on, urging him to keep fighting. Draig recalled that, besides Nyx and himself, Great Red and Ophis also trusted Issei. They could perceive the truth about Dai Hyudu. Ophis had even tried to help others see that truth, but her efforts were ignored and she eventually withdrew. Issei racked his brain. He had always found a way to defeat his foes, but everyone else only saw Dai as their savior. It occurred to him that he needed to wait for the right opportunity. He resolved not to help the factions anymore. They had never been grateful and had repeatedly insulted and humiliated him. From now on they were on their own unless he had something to gain. No more selflessness. Issei said he had an idea, and Drake responded with concern, reminding him that the factions lived under his roof. Issei confirmed his decision. He would no longer help them and would let Dai handle his own problems unless there was something in it for him. Drake watched his host with surprise. The boy who had once helped the factions without question seemed gone, replaced by someone hardened by betrayal. Drake admitted he could not blame Issei, given how the factions had treated him. Drake asked what Issei's goal would be now that he refused to aid the supernatural faction. Issei answered that he sought peace above all else, but he had grown weary of being blamed and misrepresented by his brother, which had turned the world against him. He no longer felt that certain people were worth protecting. Drake cautioned that they could not judge others harshly when they themselves were imperfect. Issei replied that as long as humanity existed, hatred would persist and love would crumble under betrayal. His experiences had soured him into anger rather than sorrow. Drake pressed whether Issei was willing to change the world even if it required harsh sacrifices. Issei admitted that he no longer aimed merely to do good. He now wanted to do something great. Issei opened a book that contained information on every sacred gear. He realized he could replicate many of them for his own use. He had considered breaking Nyx out long ago, but he did not want to expose her to greater danger. One of his new goals was to force the factions to release her without putting her life at risk. Drake expressed his support, aligning himself with Issei's resolve, and Issei thanked him quietly before heading to his room to plan. 1 year later, in the underworld early one morning, 3 heroes stood out among those who had sealed the beast. Dai Hyudu, the youngest of the Hyudu children, bore a resemblance to his older brother Issei but had fairer skin and shorter hair. He wielded twin gauntlets known as the Crescent Moon Gauntlets, which housed the soul of the powerful dragon Krumkroch. Aika Hyudu, the younger sister of Issei, was a brown-haired girl with long wavy hair and a striking appearance. She wielded the Chaos Talon, a blue arm weapon that covered her left hand. Valerie Lucifer presented as a slim young woman of modest height with long white hair tied in a short upward ponytail and large blue eyes. She carried herself with a composed, distinctive presence. All 3 were regarded as heroes, but one of them stood out. For months earlier, an imposing entity had attacked them. He was a tall, bald figure marked by blue sigils, with a metal jaw and skin-tight red armor draped with a black half-cape. He had come to pass judgment on one of the seraphs of heaven, Gabriel, for the sins he claimed she had committed. None of the angels could stop his action. He used an ability that left Gabriel deeply shaken and withdrawn, and many could not understand whom he had been judging. In the aftermath, Gabriel became traumatized and would sometimes cry out in a way that suggested inner distress rather than a simple fear of the man. People searched for the attacker, but he vanished and was not seen again until 2 months ago, when he reappeared and struck members of Team DXD. Several were injured and some required hospitalization. Many had assumed Dai could stop him, but he failed to do so. The attacker had also twisted Ingvild singing into a weapon against dragons and anyone with dragon-based sacred gears. Melodies that once healed or bolstered now harmed those they were meant to help. The entity appeared to take satisfaction from seeing Dai and others suffer. Ingvild realized that her singing was hurting her friends and stopped using it. Her sacred gear was now deemed dangerous by herself and many others, and the loss of that part of her identity was a severe blow to her morale, because she loved to sing. Underworld Conference Room, 6 a.m. Many leaders had gathered in the conference room, representing their factions. From the devil's side were the 4 Satans, Surzex Lucifer, Seraphal Leviathan, Ajuka Beelzebub and Falbium Asmodeus, accompanied by Graphia Lucifuge, Surzex's queen. From the angels' side were Archangel Michael, Seraph Gabriel and Seraph Raphael, accompanied by their escorts Griselda Corda and Irina Shidu. From the fallen angels were Governor General Shimizai and cadres Azizel, Baraquil and Numyu. The Yukai were represented by Queen Yasaka and her daughter Kunu. The vampires were Elmenhide Karnstein and Valerie Teeps. From the Norse pantheon were the All-Father Odin, his wife Freyja, their sons Thor and Vidar, and the Valkyrie Gondel, who was Rosweis's grandmother. From the Greek gods were Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Artemis and Hermes. From the Hindu side were Shiva and his wife Parvati, the god Indra, and Shiva's escort Mahabali, who tolerated being in the same room as Indra for a few hours. Finally, Team DXD attended, leader Dulio Gesualdo, Michael Joker, sub-leader Sun Wukong First Generation, Rias's Peerage, Sona's Peerage, Sigvaria's Peerage, Serog's Peerage, Dai's Peerage, Tobio Accused/Dog Team, Yulong, and Valerie, Vale Lucifer's team. Surzex asked if everyone was present, and most of those assembled nodded. Surzex then opened the meeting with a grim reminder about the bald man's attacks over the past 2 months. Azazel responded with annoyance, pointing out how easily the man had overwhelmed the DXD team. Zeus slammed his fist on the table in anger and stated that a second strike would mean risking someone important. Michael intervened and urged calm, noting that shouting would not help clarify the situation. Michael's words cooled the room. Zeus apologized and his pantheon helped steady him. Vala reported that she had attempted to divide the attacker's power, but it had not worked, and her frustration drew the group's attention. Dai complained that their team had been treated like children. Sun Wukong observed that despite their defeat, the attacker had shown no obvious desire to fight them seriously, which made his actions more unsettling. Athena warned the gathered leaders that the being had been able to possess an angel, use telekinesis to throw the DXD team around, and even imitate Seraphal Leviathan's music, and therefore should not be underestimated. Ingvild expressed guilt for allowing the attacker to mimic her songs, but Vale and Albion reassured her that it was not her fault. Tobio, however, remained tense after preparing a recording he had obtained of another confrontation. Tobio revealed that many might not believe it, but the only person who had been able to stand against the man in that encounter was Issei. Valis scoffed at the suggestion, but Tobio insisted they watch the recording. The video showed Issei facing the man. The man asked if Issei was the one interfering, and Issei produced a book that manifested 2 pairs of wings on his back. The man derided the divine dividing gear as belonging to a certain girl and questioned why Issei thought it would work for him. Issei calmly replied that it might work and that he had managed to unlock it. He then asked the man for a name. The man gave the name Malik and declared that the day would be Issei's end. Issei then activated his balance breaker, which resembled Valis. Malik attempted to use telekinesis, but Issei was prepared with a dagger at his side that negated the effect. Malik reacted angrily at the revelation that Issei possessed a blade that countered his telekinesis. Issei employed Divide, weakening Malik's power. The two engaged in a swift, anime-style clash of blades. Issei demonstrated surprising skill with the sword, blocking and evading many attacks before landing a cut that loosened Malik's grip. He finished the exchange with a controlled kick that disarmed Malik and brought him to his knees. Issei pressed his blade against Malik's neck and asked if he had any last words. Malik replied cryptically with 2 words and then began to glow, forcing Issei to retreat. When the light faded, Malik and his weapon had vanished. Issei flew away on his wings, and the recording ended. The room was stunned by the footage. Vale, Albion and Dai reacted with particular anger. Dai believed Issei did not deserve the power, while Albion and Vale were furious that he had managed to replicate divine dividing to fend off Malik. Vale's anger flared openly, and Azazel urged her and Albion to calm down, reminding them that nothing could be changed about what had already happened. Vala took a moment and then restrained herself. She took a deep breath and gritted her teeth, forcing her anger under control. She was not pleased with what had happened. Odin rubbed his chin and, with a calm but worried tone, observed that the brat had been hiding his true strength. He suspected the boy was more than he appeared. Michael, clearly annoyed, pointed out that there had been no change in the system and that the boy had copied one of the Longinus and its abilities, as well as the strange book that allowed him to copy the gear. Michael worried aloud about not knowing what that book truly was. Several people found the recording off, especially those with sharp eyes and minds like Elmenhide Karnstein, Ajuka Belzebub, Sona Sitri, Serfal Leviathan and Azazel. Tobio and Athena were also unsettled by the fight, sensing that both combatants had been acting and were very skilled at deception. Everyone noticed the book when they saw it for the first time. Ajuka wondered whether the whole thing had been an act, noting that neither fighter had really changed position throughout the duel. Serzex declared that he would send Grafia to fetch Issei and expected the boy to arrive in a few minutes. Dai seethed inwardly at the thought that his brother had hidden his real strength and vowed to make him regret it. The others could only wait. Haidu residence, 7 p.m. Issei sat on the roof of the residence and stared at the mortise blade. He reflected on how it still needed work. It was a sacred gear said to be capable of killing gods, and he reminded himself that gods were known for strong vitality. He also remembered the camera that had recorded the fight and thought about how the factions would react when they discovered the truth. Issei anticipated many people wanting answers and thought coldly of them, with clear disgust. A magic circle appeared and Grafia Lucifuge arrived. She glared coldly at Issei and informed him that the faction leaders had requested his presence at a meeting. Issei scoffed and mocked her, asking what she would do if he refused. Grafia answered that she had no choice but to bring him by force, and Issei sighed as he produced the book in his hand. Issei warned Grafia that he could create a sacred gear to siphon her powers and leave her powerless, and that he could design another gear with effects similar to what had been done to the Seraph. 2 claws manifested, and he prepared to fight. Grafia, though expressionless, showed beads of sweat and recalled the hallucinations Malik had inflicted on Gabriel. She felt a flicker of fear about what Issei might do. Issei considered that this might be a way to free Nyx, but he was cautious. He trusted none of the faction leaders, who might try to seize the book of conceptual records from him. He decided to add security measures to the book and looked at Grafia with a mocking grin, then agreed to the meeting. He dispelled the book and the gears and accompanied Grafia to the meeting room. Underworld Conference Room, 7:30 p.m. Footsteps approached the conference room. Dai concealed his annoyance with a false smile, while some gods regarded him with curiosity. Issei stood with little interest, eyes on the floor, eager to return home and continue work on the mortise blade. Serzex thanked Grafia for bringing Issei in and then turned his attention to the uninterested youth. Aika scolded her brother to show respect to the leaders, but Issei ignored her. Azazel sternly requested information about Malik, but Issei refused to answer, meeting the former governor-general's gaze without flinching. Sona emphasized the importance of the matter, but Issei used the moment to make a demand. Issei made it clear that he would not provide information for free and that if they wanted answers about Malik they would have to offer something valuable in return. Zeus reacted angrily, asserting that Issei had no right to demand information. Issei laughed off the king's anger, stating that information was not cheap and that he expected compensation. Asia accused him of refusing to help his brother, glaring at him, and Issei smiled at the accusation. Issei declared that he would not help anyone until he received something worthwhile in return, and then dramatically demanded his Diet Coke that he had ordered 15 minutes earlier. The bluntness of his remark shocked many of the attendees. The leaders were embarrassed by the pillar's brother and his attitude. A maid soon arrived with a can, and Issei brightened at the sight of it. He opened the can, took a small sip to test the taste, and then proposed that they continue the negotiation or that everyone could leave if they wished. Serzex asked what Issei wanted in return. Issei answered that he demanded the release of the primordial goddess Nyx. Zeus refused coldly, clearly displeased by Issei's tone and demands. The leaders reacted with disbelief and concern, asking if he was crazy as the tension in the room rose. Dai scolded his older brother, warning that she would control Ingvild and attack them. Issei replied with a glare, making it clear he did not care what happened to Ingvild and insisting that the price was for the information. Dai, furious, suggested copying Issei's memories to learn about Malik. Issei answered that he could equip a gear to make himself immune to memory siphoning. Dai taunted him, but Issei remained unaffected and mocked that Dai's allies would not stop him. Dai moved to proceed, only to be stopped when Krumkrotch manifested inside the gear and warned his host not to attempt it, calling it a trap. Many in the room were surprised by Krom's intervention. An unfamiliar voice interrupted, and those who knew it reacted in shock. Azazel identified the voice as belonging to the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei confirmed that he was indeed the Red Dragon Emperor and clarified that this was the original boosted gear, not a copy created by the book. Rias expressed surprise that Issei had only shown his twice critical form, and Issei explained that he had seen no reason to reveal more and that they had never asked. His sacred gear had manifested during his fight against Rainier, then reverted soon after. Dai had taken credit for defeating the fallen angel, which had caused Asia to view Dai as her savior, and Rias had supported that claim, leading Asia to mistrust Issei. Drake affirmed that Issei's partner had chosen wisely in keeping quiet. Valley Lucifer put the pieces together. If Issei was the Red Dragon Emperor and had not used his full sacred gear against Malik, then Issei was far more powerful than he had let on. Valley, alarmed, pointed out that if the Book of Conceptual Records was added to the equation, they would be in serious trouble. The thought chilled the assembly. Issei stood grinning, and Vala's desire to fight her eternal rival evaporated. Issei declared that with the book and the boosted gear he would be unstoppable and demonstrated a technique by summoning intense flames and then attempting to neutralize them with cold. The cold had no effect on the fire. Michael reacted with fear, calling the boosted gear limitless. Everyone present felt the depth of Issei's power and worried about what he might do next. Despite the display, Issei spoke with an air of innocence about his true wish for peace, explaining that he could never achieve it because of a single person. He glanced at Dai repeatedly, then argued that he only wanted a tranquil life but could not have it because others expected him to serve them simply because he wielded the boosted gear. He reminded them that nothing was free. Zeus, gritting his teeth, warned that they did not understand what was at stake and that innocent lives could be lost if Issei acted selfishly. Several leaders agreed with Zeus. Issei replied that they needed only to accept his offer and the information would be theirs. He also accused some of the factions of betrayal in pursuit of more information, noting that Azazel and Valley could not deny the point. Aika urged him to stop his arrogant attitude and help them. Issei scoffed and challenged her, and Aika reacted nervously. He then declared he had heard enough and that he would withhold the information. Their problems were no longer his. He used a ring he had made to open a portal and began to leave. Before departing, Issei told them to let him know if they changed their minds and reminded them how to contact him. He warned that they could either accept his deal or risk the consequences of his overwhelming power. He then teleported away, leaving many, especially Dai and Zeus, angry and helpless in the face of the message he had left behind. Previously, Issei had watched a party where Dai Hayadu, his younger brother, was the center of attention. He decided he would no longer help them and that the factions were on their own. His priority was to free Nyx, and he was willing to use the factions to further that goal. He resolved to wait for the right opportunity, relying on the power of the Book of Conceptual Records. A year passed. The three heroes traveled to a conference of the factions, and memories returned of how Gabriel had been mentally tormented by a bald man who struck again and, in the process, robbed Ingvild of her ability to sing. The faction leaders debated what to do and discovered that Issei might be the only one able to confront the attacker. When Tobio showed them a recording, everyone was stunned. The video showed Issei copying Divine Dividing and using it against Malik, forcing the attacker to retreat. Valerie and Albion were furious that Issei had replicated their gear, though they eventually calmed down. Surzex asked Graphia to bring Issei to the conference, and she agreed. At the time Issei was finishing the Mortis Blade, the god-slaying sacred gear he had designed. Graphia located him and insisted he come. Issei resisted at first, but he realized the summons might give him leverage to pursue his goal. Reluctantly he went. Dai hated his presence. The others asked questions, but Issei refused to answer and made it clear he would not help the factions. After they exhausted their questions, they asked what he wanted. Issei requested Nyx's freedom. Zeus refused angrily, and the others tried to convince Issei that Nyx was a threat, but he stood firm. When pushed, Issei revealed the Book of Conceptual Records and the boosted gear without its limiter, which unnerved many of the leaders. He left with a warning that they could call him if they changed their minds, a remark that did not sit well with the faction heads. Once Issei departed, the faction leaders were left in a difficult position. They needed information from him and could not find him. Dai wanted to track Issei down and force answers, but Issei had vanished. 2 days passed and no one could find him. Things grew worse. Malik struck again, launching a larger, more destructive assault against the factions and leaving heavy casualties in his wake. He continued to strike without an obvious way for the factions to stop him. Issei returned home to finish the mortis blade and was not in the mood to deal with family matters. As he worked on the final touches, the door exploded inward. He reacted in surprise at the sudden intrusion. Akino entered without warning, smiling, but Issei was not pleased to see her. He closed the book he had been consulting and it disappeared. Issei complained that there was something called knocking and prepared to reprimand her, but he recognized Akino and softened his stance. Akino smiled at him, but beneath the smile she was furious that someone had insulted someone she cared about. She warned with a strained cheerfulness that things would become worse for Issei, and lightning flickered between her palms to emphasize her point. Issei grew tense and glared back, not in the mood for a joke. He warned her not to blame him for what might happen next, his expression hardening into a determined glare. Akino read the tension in his face and, after a brief confrontation, left the room. A short, neutral pause followed as everyone collected themselves. Later, Akino sat on the couch, looking lost and shaken by what had occurred. She tried to attract Dai's attention, and Dai initially said he had work to do, but when he saw her state he hurried to her side in worry. Akino did not respond right away, and Dai feared that Malik had been involved once more. Among the girls, Akino was the most emotionally reliant on Dai, but Dai was unsure how to help and had to send the others away so he could attend to urgent tasks. The others agreed that Malik's attacks had become markedly more aggressive over the past 2 days. The fact that he had managed to infiltrate their domain underscored how dangerous he had become and left them all unsettled. A quiet resolve settled over them as they prepared for what might come next. Issei walked across the fields. While the smoldering ruins around Malik marked the aftermath of the confrontation with Grigori. He stood side by side with Nyx, both of them watching a screen that had appeared before them. A book surfaced, and Issei materialized in his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haidu watched with a sinister smirk while Rias remained by his side. Asia and the other girls battled Malik with flashing magic, their attacks choreographed like an intense anime sequence. Aika looked up as she stepped through a puddle. The ORC, the Student Council, Valley Team, and Team/Dog were shown together, their resolve reflected in the glare of a pair of angry eyes. Issei stared at the book and remembered his past well, seeing visions of the factions falling apart. Ingvild held a small figurine of Dai and crushed it, tears falling from her cheeks and anger clouding her face. A white-haired female angel and a silver-haired woman watched their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes and looked at Dai with determination. Issei dropped to his knees as his past haunted him. A family photo appeared with a tear across it, symbolizing the separation from his family. He faced his brother with sword in hand, and their blades met in a tense clash. Ingvild examined her condition with growing sadness. She had been slipping into deep sleep repeatedly over the past few days and had assumed her illness had been cured by the medicine Dai had given her. In reality, it had been Issei who had made the medicine, and Ingvild wondered how that could be possible. The return of her illness worried her. She had approached Dai many times and had been ignored, which deepened her sadness. The sickness had also reduced her magic power significantly, leaving her weaker than before. She questioned why Dai was ignoring her and longed for his support more than ever, but every time she sought him out he made excuses about training or meetings. Troubled, she left the room and decided to walk to clear her mind. From below she heard raised voices from upstairs and, curious despite her better judgment, she went up to investigate. On the roof she found Issei talking with a cloaked man. The cloaked man calmly remarked that the mortis blade needed work and that once it was finished, even the gods would not be a problem for him. Ingvild was shocked and horrified to hear this. The cloaked man added that it was a shame the factions were in disarray and unable to deal with the current threat. Issei mocked the factions, calling their supposed hero a poser and a liar and dismissing their leaders as prideful idiots. Ingvild felt anger flare as they insulted Dai and the rest of the factions. Issei spoke with a cold, emotionless tone that Ingvild had never heard from him before, saying that the factions were not his concern and that they could do as they pleased. The cloaked man asked what sacred gears Issei planned to recreate next. Issei considered and explained that he planned to recreate the true Longinus after finishing the Mortis blade, reasoning that Cao Cao would be unable to access the spear's full potential due to divine limits and noting that Cao Cao's other balance breaker, Polar Knight Chakravartin, was formidable but not unbeatable. The cloaked man acknowledged that Issei had managed to defeat Cao Cao before finding the book and added that Issei's brother had always taken credit for his actions. The cloaked man expressed a hint of sadness, and Issei revealed that he had once loved Ingvild and had given her the medicine as a temporary prototype fix. He admitted it had pained him that she chose his brother instead, that she had called him a liar and turned to his brother for salvation. Ingvild listened, surprised to hear Issei's confession and to learn that he had been the one to help her long ago. She reflected that she had believed Dai because he had been the one to save her, and that many others had supported Dai, which had reinforced her belief in him as her savior while labeling Issei as dishonest. Issei ended with a sad tone, reflecting that his heart and soul ached from seeing those two together and that he needed to accept the truth that she was not meant for him. The man pressed him, asking why he had given her the medicine if he had known she was rude. Issei murmured that anyone would have helped her and that he had only done the right thing back then. The man told Issei that he was a good person who sometimes had to move on, reminding him that he had saved her from Nyx and that she might not have been the same if he had not arrived in time. The man added that, like the others, she was blinded by lies. Ingvild remained silent for a moment, refusing to believe what she had heard. She eventually stepped out from the shadows. Issei and the man turned toward her. Ingvild looked both sad and angry and raised her hand as if to slap Issei. Issei grabbed her wrist before it reached his face. She struggled to pull free. The man prepared to defend Issei, then used a hand signal to tell him to stop. Issei demanded that Ingvild have a good reason for trying to slap him, and called her Leviathan with fury. Ingvild accused Issei of not being the one to save her and claimed he was jealous because she was with his brother, Dai. Issei answered in a cold tone, questioning why she was there if she did not believe him and telling her not to waste his time. He released her hand and warned that the next time she tried to hurt him he would fight back, issuing a stern last warning. As he left toward the door, he mocked that he would rather date a Diet Coke bottle than her. Issei walked inside, leaving Ingvild shocked. The man said that she was wrong. Ingvild insisted that he was lying and that he was jealous that she was with his brother. The man responded that everyone was wrong and that he would show her the truth. He took out a recording orb, a sacred gear Issei had created that could store vast amounts of video, and declared that she should witness the truth. The orb began to glow and played a recording that would shock Ingvild. The recording showed Dai seated on a couch with a smile, having apparently gained Ingvild's affection, while Crom seethed in fury. Crom accused Dai of being a terrible person for what he had done to his brother, saying that Dai already controlled the ORC and some members of the student council and continued to deny his brother any chance at love or happiness. Crom, trapped within the gear, watched and spoke with cold spite, insisting that Dai used him for selfish benefits and had no pride. Dai answered arrogantly that his plan was going well and declared that in the future those women would be his. Crom warned that the bearer of Drake would one day expose Dai as a poser and liar, accusing him of stealing a dragon's love and warning that actions had consequences. Dai remained overconfident as the connection ended. When the recording finished, Ingvild sank to her knees, tears in her eyes, stunned by the revelation. The man told her he was not finished and that she should have seen that someone had nearly died for her. He said this next event had happened earlier than the scene she had just watched. He produced another recording gear and played an additional video. The second recording showed Issei collapsed on the ground, badly battered and unconscious after a fierce battle. Drake called urgently for his partner to stay alive. Nearby, Ingvild lay unconscious as well, and Nyx had been damaged and forced out of the fight. Her outfit had been ruined in the struggle. Dai arrived on the scene with a confident, sinister smile and moved to take credit for the rescue, asserting that he would be the hero. Drake wanted to reveal the truth, but he had promised his partner to remain hidden from the wider supernatural world and, despite his anger, kept that promise, even though it hurt his best friend. Issei gritted his teeth in fury. He wanted to break free from the gear and destroy Dai, but there was nothing he could do. He was trapped. After he woke and was being healed, he saw Dai standing with Ingvild. Seeing them together broke his heart. He was too weak to speak or to reveal the truth to Ingvild. Rias and the others were there as well, insisting that Dai had saved her, and Ingvild eventually accepted their explanation. The recording ended. Scene change. Ingvild knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Her sacred gear responded to her sorrow as she realized Issei had nearly died for her and that Dai had been deceiving them. She rose slowly, clutching the gem against her chest, and apologized to Issei between sobs, begging forgiveness. She flinched when she thought of slapping the image of Issei's condition. A man had been watching with cold detachment, and a gust of wind revealed him to be Malik. Malik then spoke, coldly asking where the girl who had protected the supposed savior was. He had used magic to disguise his voice, and he could conceal his aura, which had kept Ingvild from recognizing him. Scene change. A short time later, a light-hearted moment showed Chibi Dai trying to steal Chibi Issei's stash of Diet Cola, only to be sent tumbling by a very angry Chibi Issei. The next morning, at the Hayato residence around 9:30 a.m., Issei went downstairs trying to push yesterday from his mind. He took his food and a can of Diet Cola. Aika looked at him and asked if they could talk, but Issei did not respond. He opened his can and started eating instead. The stares made him uncomfortable, and he addressed the room with a cold tone, asking what they wanted. Vala demanded information about Malik, but Issei met her glare and refused, saying again that it was not his problem. Seeing nothing would change, he carried his plate and drink upstairs to his room. Their parents were shocked by his attitude. Goru told him he had never realized Issei could be so selfish. Issei answered with a mocking smile and told his father that he did not care to be involved, only to honor the terms of their agreement before leaving his family stunned. He suspected Dai or Aika had already told them about the meeting. Scene change. Ingvild sat in her room with dried tear stains on her cheeks. The truth had utterly broken her. She could not face Kuo Academy in her current state. Her fighting spirit was gone, her eyes were lifeless, and dark circles showed from lack of sleep. Her hair was a mess. She reproached herself, thinking she had treated someone who cared for her like garbage and did not deserve to be with him. A knock came at the door. Ingvild shouted that she did not want to talk to anyone. A man's voice replied that perhaps he would come back later. Recognizing the voice, she rushed to open the door and saw Issei nearby. She called after him, asking him to wait, and he approached. Issei asked what had happened. Ingvild asked why he was there and whether he hated her. Issei handed her a bottle of medicine. Ingvild protested that she did not deserve his help. Issei let out a laugh that shifted from a quiet chuckle to something harder. He told her that she was right, she did not deserve his help. Ingvild asked why he had come, and Issei's tone turned bitter. He accused her of treating him as second best, of calling him names, and of taking his feelings lightly. He walked closer, grabbed her roughly and pulled her toward him, causing her to wince from the sudden force. Issei reminded her of the pain he had endured trying to save her and demanded to know if he had been nothing more than an option to her. Ingvild cried that she did not think that, but Issei's anger mounted as he accused her of seeing him as a replacement because of Dai. He raised his voice about how he had been treated and how she had pushed him aside. He said he did not care for her in the way she might hope. He wanted her to live so she would see the consequences of her choices. He insisted he would not let her fall into easy mercy. He vowed to make her confront the monster she had helped create and promised to strip away the things that had meaning for her so she would understand what her actions had wrought. A short, neutral pause bridged the space as both of them absorbed the weight of what had been said. Issei screamed that he would destroy and burn down the people and the world they once cared for, and that they would be forced to watch in despair as everything was taken by his hands. Drake grew worried and sent calming energy to him. Ingvild looked terrified. Issei released her and she collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Issei took a deep breath to steady himself, placed the medicine on the ground, and walked away without looking at her. He told her that he had once trusted her, but that she had broken that trust. Ingvild broke down into more tears and Issei did not check on her. Drake expressed concern. Issei said he was fine and admitted that Ingvild had brought back painful memories. His eyes were wet with unshed tears. Drake suggested a can of Diet Coke to help him calm down. Issei clenched his teeth and thought that he would make Dai's life difficult when he got the chance. A short time later, in a light-hearted time skip moment, Chibi Issei erupted a fountain of Diet Coke while Chibi Goru and Chibi Miki watched in horror. At the Hayadu residence in the afternoon, Issei was lounging with his phone, playing Brawl Stars and nearly defeating a troublesome Hank who had been a thorn on the map. He realized he was being watched by members of the ORC, excluding Ingvild and Valerie's team, and felt uncomfortable. Issei told them that there was such a thing as privacy. Aika, annoyed by her brother's attitude, snatched the phone from him. Issei protested that he had been close to winning and complained about how hard it was to deal with that brawler. Aika demanded that he stop being a brat and help them. She insisted that they needed his help. Issei replied that if they freed Nyx, he would give them the information they wanted. Kuroka mocked how he could be Dai's brother. Issei began an offhand remark about love, but Aika cut him off and demanded information about Malik, saying innocent people were dying and that his help could save lives. Issei shrugged and refused to get involved, teasing Aika in a way that provoked anger among those present. Rias pointed at Issei and blamed him for Akino's condition. Issei told her not to blame him for their problems and insisted that he was a spectator while they were the fighters. He then took back his phone and saw that the match had been won thanks to El Primo's last-second play. Valerie, fed up with his attitude, grabbed him by the shirt and threatened to beat the truth out of him. Issei chuckled and taunted that, even without the original divine dividing, he had performed something stronger and hit at their pride. His eyes flashed red and tension spiked. Valerie grew afraid and Arthur moved to separate them, but Issei grabbed Valerie by the head and unleashed a surge of voltage at her. Valerie cried out as an enchanted jolt of lightning coursed through her. Her grip faltered and smoke rose from her clothing where the energy had struck. Issei sent her sliding against a nearby wall. Valerie slid down the wall, groaning and clearly shaken but without graphic injury. Arthur noticed a glove with an electric insignia on her hand. Issei examined the black glove as its white glow faded and rendered it inactive. He realized that the Lightning Slayer gloves did indeed work. He put his phone away and pulled out a second glove, slipping it onto his free hand. Albion warned that the glove's lightning carried Dragon Slayer properties and could be dangerous, and he focused on keeping Valerie stable. Issei smiled and hinted that the gloves were capable of more, which put everyone on alert. Valerie managed a growl and Issei told her that he had held back the first time but would not remain silent anymore. He advanced with his gloves beginning to glow, and Valerie instinctively recoiled. Before Issei could move further, Kiba stepped forward with his sword and positioned it between them, warning that Issei would regret any move. Issei noted, with a malicious grin, that Kiba appeared willing to risk himself for Valerie. Issei brought out his book and summoned a skull atop his right glove. Valerie watched the skull glow red and shouted for everyone to get away from him. A red beam struck Kiba and unleashed a barrage of nightmarish visions of his comrades falling, looping over and over. Kiba clutched his head and collapsed, crying out as the illusions tormented him. Rias feared the same fate that had befallen Akino and watched in horror as Kiba pleaded through tears for it to stop. Issei smiled and told Kiba that seeing him in such a state made him happy and that his screams sounded like music to him. As Issei prepared to intensify the visions, Rias stepped between them, her voice trembling as she said she would not let him hurt anyone. Issei seized her chin, and she began to hyperventilate from the sudden pressure and fear. He made it clear that he would not help until he got something in return and warned that he would not hesitate to kill to prove his point. He then released Rias. Asia and Kaneko trembled, watching what Issei had done, and no one dared stop him as he left the room. Lu Fei shivered and demanded to know what kind of person he was. Arthur replied gravely that he was a monster not to be crossed, and Lu Fei agreed. Dai watched in complete fear, while Crom wore a mocking smile at the state of his host. Aika silently resolved never to mess with Issei again. Rias thought that he was worse than a monster, tears in her eyes, utterly afraid of him. The next morning at the Hayabu residence, leaders gathered at 9:30 a.m. to discuss the events from the previous day. Zizel, Surzex and his wife Grafia, Odin, and Michael recalled what Issei had done with heavy concern. Azazel worried that the Red Dragon would not hesitate to torture or kill if crossed, remembering the blisters on his adoptive daughter. Surzex clenched his teeth in fury at the injuries suffered by his sister and her peerage. Odin stroked his beard and noted that if Issei could copy and use other sacred gears, he was someone to fear. Michael shivered at the thought that Issei might mimic the truth idea of the true Longinus. They all remembered how Valerie and Kiba had suffered. Valerie was still recovering from the blisters Issei had caused. As the meeting continued, Ingvild entered with a tray of drinks and set it down. Dai moved to greet her to show their relationship was stable, but Ingvild walked past him, surprised. Odin made a joking remark about a lover's quarrel, then shifted to a serious tone and said they needed to find a way to negotiate with Issei. Ingvild stood beside Surzex with the tray, and Dai felt nervous under her steady gaze. Azazel looked toward the sofa where Valerie sat, shaken like Rias and her peerage, and wondered what was happening in the house. Rias spoke up, insisting that Issei could not be allowed to roam free and that he should be locked up because he had shown he would torture and kill without hesitation. Odin responded that their hands were tied. Despite what Issei had done, they needed his help if they were to have any chance against Malik. Surzex interjected firmly that Issei's aid was necessary for the factions and that they had no choice. Rias looked on in horror at the lack of support from her brother. Azazel proposed convincing Zeus to release Nyx, saying it was the only way to secure Issei's support. Michael warned that Zeus was not fond of Issei following their last encounter and would be reluctant to release Nyx given what she was capable of. Surzex spoke with dread about Malik's unrelenting attacks and how the devils, the fallen, and the Greek forces were suffering heavy casualties. The leaders agreed that if they did not find a way to convince Zeus, they risked being wiped out. With the meeting concluded, the leaders teleported back to their homes. As Ingvild began to head back inside with the tray, Dai briefly held her shoulder. Ingvild tried to keep her temper in check and asked what he wanted. Dai asked if she was all right and said she had been distant lately, presenting his concern as genuine. Ingvild replied that she had a lot of work and needed to speak with someone, and she stepped away to leave the room. Dai wondered what was wrong. He could not understand why Ingvild had been so distant for 2 days. She refused to talk to him or even come near him. The other girls were equally confused and planned to speak with Ingvild later. On the rooftop of the Hayabu residence at 11 in the morning, Issei observed the meeting through one of his recording cameras, his voice hard with anger as he spoke to himself. He believed he was cursed with these powers and that his whole life had been lived in someone else's shadow. He smiled sinisterly and told himself that he would be judge, jury, and executioner. He had no detailed plan for the factions, but he convinced himself that they stood no chance against him. He remembered how he had once shown Seraph Gabriel fabricated visions of events from his past with the aid of Malik, intending to take some of her happiness by revealing a fraction of a distorted truth. He had tried to help, but he thought that no matter how pure someone seemed, a dark side always existed. He recalled being talked about behind his back and being insulted as a pervert and useless. He blamed Dai for some of those incidents and decided that, in his view, the true worthless one was his brother. He also recalled the time Aquino had moved to punish him for speaking ill of Anata. In response, he had used a sacred gear to subject her to relentless, unsettling illusions of loss, leaving her emotionally detached and numb. He had expected her to break completely, but that had not happened. He had considered doing the same to others Rias, Kuroka, Aika, and Yasaka but concluded it would not achieve the change he wanted. He could demonstrate his superiority and reveal how worthless he believed they were, but he doubted they would truly learn. Accepting that they had never loved or cared for him as he had hoped, he shifted tactics. He decided to exploit their vulnerabilities instead, their attachments and loved ones. He knew they depended on his brother, and he believed that revealing certain truths at the right moment would crush morale and leave many emotionally hollow like Aquino. Rather than target them one by one, he preferred a plan that would affect many at once. Yasaka and Serafal, he noted, had additional vulnerabilities in the form of their family members, Kunu and Sona. If he struck at those connections, he imagined the dread that would cross their faces and how their will to fight would falter. He anticipated their despair. Issei told himself to enjoy their relationships while they still could. He was certain his true face would be revealed to everyone soon. He recalled a line he admired about how a single bad day could change a person's life. Normally he would act immediately, but he waited for the factions to become desperate. When desperation set in and the people began to lose faith in their leaders, his revelation would cause morale to crumble. All he needed to do was push one domino. There was another priority to secure once the factions were at their lowest: rescuing Nyx. He remembered that she had made him laugh and brought a smile he never found in the Hyudu residence or among the factions. He vowed to find the right combination of sacred gear abilities and promised himself he would rescue her. Issei studied his targets, resolved to permanently wound his rival. He wore a sinister grin and acknowledged that after this there would be no turning back as he watched the sky and prepared to begin his assault on Lavinia Rennie. A short pause bridged the coming confrontation. Previously, Issei had disappeared from everyone's sight for 2 days while the factions searched for him. Malik's attacks continued to escalate during that time. Aquino had confronted Issei, intending to teach him a lesson, but Issei refused to back down and struck back in a way she would never forget. Aquino left with a lost look on her face, heading downward, and Dai tried to help but could not reach her. Ingvild felt something wrong with her health and realized her sickness had returned, so she went out to investigate. She overheard Issei speaking with someone and, at first in disbelief, came to understand a terrible truth about her lover Dai when the man revealed it to her. The man was later identified as Malik. Ingvild fell into despair. The following day, others tried to convince Issei to change course, but their efforts failed. Issei walked away. Ingvild, shaken and refusing to speak to anyone after what Malik had shown her, attempted to stop Issei when he appeared. Issei's intentions, however, were not to comfort her. He wanted her to suffer. In his view, if she died it would be mercy, but if she lived, she would have to pay for her actions. He left the medicine and walked away, leaving Ingvild crying. Drake reprimanded Issei to control his temper, and Issei agreed to listen. That afternoon, Issei was confronted by members of the ORC and the Valley team, who demanded his help. They disrupted his match and pleaded with him, but Issei stubbornly refused to assist them, even when they tried to take back a phone. Valerie's anger boiled over and she attacked him. In a swift, anime-style exchange, Issei neutralized Valerie with a Dragon Slayer technique. She was rendered unconscious without graphic injury. Kiba attempted to intervene but was overwhelmed by a sudden hallucination. Rias moved to stop Issei, but his display of overwhelming power left her unable to act. Issei walked away, leaving a clear warning that he was not to be trifled with. The factions grew grave as they realized Issei would not hesitate to apply ruthless force. Their only realistic option to counter him was to release Nyx, but convincing Zeus to allow that was a concern they had to address. With limited choices, they resolved to make the attempt. Issei set his sights on a first target close to Valley Lucifer, Lavinia Rennie. He modified his appearance with illusion make sacred gear able to transform him into Malik and mask his true aura, leaving no trace of his former self. He did this because Lavinia was a master magician who could, in a minute, identify the Red Dragon Emperor. Exposing himself as Issei would jeopardize everything he had done. He equipped a red blade sacred gear capable of severing magical defenses. Drake voiced worry about Issei's plan, asking whether he was sure he wanted to take down Lavinia Rennie. Issei answered coldly that the act would hurt Valley the most and leave a lasting scar. When Drake pressed further about the motive, Issei explained that Lavinia's skill with investigation magic made her a threat. She could track Malik and reveal his identity when he attacked again. As a prodigy on par with Augusta, Lavinia could compromise Issei's secrecy, and he could not risk the factions learning who Malik was not yet. Drake was surprised by the calculation. Issei's plan struck 2 goals at once. Drake still voiced concern about Issei operating without the boosted gear, and Issei reassured him that he would manage. Issei believed Lavinia was heading toward Kyoto to meet her friend, and he prepared accordingly. He attached a voice modulator that allowed him to mimic Malik, reducing the chance that Lavinia's senses would betray him. Lavinia walked toward the Himejima residence to meet Suzuka Himejima. She wore a white sleeveless shirt with subtle frills, red fitted pants, her hair down with a headband, and matching red heels. As she walked, the surrounding dimension shifted. The change resembled the Longinus dimension lost but with a peculiar overlay. She was still in Kyoto, surrounded by people who appeared to ignore her or pass above and below as if she moved through a parallel reality. Strange anomalies made her aware that something was wrong. She looked around and saw the bald man with metal plating on his face. She immediately recognized him and narrowed her eyes, a neutral expression settling into place as she prepared for what was to come. Lavinia spoke in a cold tone, assuming the man before her must be Malik, and Issei laughed, letting her assumption show that his disguise had worked perfectly. Issei then addressed her as Miss Rennie and announced with a sly grin that he intended to remove her because she posed a problem to his plans. Lavinia met the words with venom, accusing him of causing the downfall of many innocent people. Issei shrugged and spoke haughtily that their forces had collapsed easily and that seeing the leaders humbled had been satisfying. He remembered how Malik had told him the leaders had looked defeated and fearful. Lavinia's anger flared at his callousness, and she began to radiate mana. Lavinia demanded whether he had any empathy for the families affected by the conflict, her voice shaking with rage. Issei narrowed his eyes and replied that it was not his problem, calling those who defended their factions foolish and insisting that blind loyalty could be a liability. Lavinia growled that he was a monster. Issei responded with a smile and mock modesty, insisting he was far from a monster and declaring that the only way out of the confrontation was for one of them to defeat the other. He taunted what everyone already suspected about the likely outcome. Lavinia warned him not to underestimate her and vowed she would not fall without a fight, adding that if possible she would bring him before the leaders. Ice began to form around her as she tried to intimidate him. Issei chuckled and accepted the challenge, ready to face the formidable Ice Princess. A tense confrontation was about to begin. Issei walked across the fields while Malik stood surrounded by the burning remains of Grigori. Issei and Nick stood side by side looking at the screen. A book appeared as Issei donned his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haidu wore a sinister smirk with Rias at his side. Asia and the other girls fought against Malik with magic. Aika looked up as she walked through a puddle. The ORC, the Student Council, Vala's team, and Team Slashdog were shown, and a pair of angry eyes glared at them all. Issei looked at the book and memories crowded him, visions of factions falling apart. Ingvild stared at a figurine of Dai, crushed it, and let tears fall with anger on her face. A white-haired female angel and a silver-haired woman watched their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes and fixed her gaze on Dai with determination. Issei knelt, haunted by his past, as a family photo appeared with a slash across it, a reminder of his separation from his family. He met his brother's eye and they clashed swords. Lavinia understood that the man before her was not to be taken lightly. It was not only her own prowess that left her uncertain. She remembered how Malik had humiliated Zeus and dared the king of Olympus to respond. She looked at her arms, unsure whether she would survive, but she had no intention of going down without a fight. Lavinia muttered the name of her technique and a 3-meter ice doll formed behind her. She met Malik's eyes and tried to read his next move. Issei responded with an arrogant tone inside his head, and Lavinia felt anger flare, but she held it in. Lavinia dared Malik to come and fight. Issei moved forward with his ignited red blade while she murmured a curse under her breath. Lavinia froze Malik inside her ice prison, leaving him motionless. She declared that he would be questioned and that his fate would be decided by the factions as she approached. Unbeknownst to Lavinia, Issei had been waiting for her to close the distance. He thought the plan was proceeding exactly as he intended. As she reached out to transport the frozen block to another dimension, Issei seized the opportunity. When the frozen block was being moved, he broke the ice and grabbed Lavinia, forcing her back. Issei taunted Lavinia, who struggled to speak and asked how he had done it. He reminded her that a magician did not reveal his tricks, then launched her across the battlefield. Lavinia recovered and unleashed a storm of elemental spells, summoning fire, lightning, ice, darkness, and light in multiple magic circles. She unleashed the barrage at Issei. Before the spells could strike, Issei raised his hand and halted them all. Lavinia cried out in disbelief at how he could stop everything. Malik, still present, observed with a calm reminder that magicians did not reveal their secrets. Issei used telekinesis to redirect the spells back toward Lavinia. She had great difficulty holding them off even with multiple barriers. When the dust settled, Lavinia was breathing heavily and weakened, several of her protections broken. She worried that her mana was nearly depleted and realized she had one remaining option. She looked to the ice doll that awaited her instructions. The ground beneath her froze as Issei maintained his balance on the newly formed ice and mocked her. She glared and activated her balance break, transforming the dimension into a furious blizzard filled with countless giant ice pillars and a world of ice at full strength. Issei was startled and worried that she had used a balance break. He needed to eliminate her quickly without revealing his true powers. He considered burning away the ice with his sacred gear or Draeg's flames but knew that would expose his identity. Before he could decide, the ice beneath him began to rise. 2 additional ice blocks rushed toward him in an attempt to crush him. Issei blocked the ice pillars with telekinesis and shattered them. A voice echoed through the frozen dimension, and Lavinia mocked him playfully about having ice on his feet. Inside her icy world, Lavinia felt like a pseudo-goddess, controlling the environment. Issei moved cautiously, analyzing her sacred gear and the way she manipulated the ice. He concluded that she was hidden somewhere within the domain, recovering her mana while the sacred gear maintained the blizzard. He studied the pattern and knew what he had to do. Issei took a deep breath as more ice pillars and spikes charged at him. He closed his eyes and generated a telekinetic barrier, concentrating his power at a single point. The ice pummeled the barrier while Lavinia shouted for Malik to leave his prison and face her. Malik only smiled. He had finished gathering the telekinetic energy he needed and was exhausted but determined to end the fight quickly. Issei opened his eyes and invoked Kul, producing a small, star-like orb of white light which he absorbed into himself. He began to levitate and invoked Repulse in a low tone. He curled into a ball and released a wave of telekinetic energy that surged through the dimension, dispersing the ice and restoring the ground to ordinary concrete. The blast reduced the construct that had housed absolute demise to a damaged shell. Lavinia watched in horror and tried to regenerate her ice, but Issei intervened to prevent it. Issei rushed to Lavinia and struck her with his red blade, and she recoiled before collapsing to her knees. She looked up into Malik's yellow, emotionless eyes and felt a cold fear as if staring at death itself. Issei mocked her bravado, but Lavinia felt helpless. Her wounds were severe and her magic depleted. She thought she might not recover and a single tear fell from her eye. Issei showed complete apathy and used his telekinesis to drain the last of her remaining life force. With her magic gone, she could not resist. Issei stepped away and spoke in a low tone that he hoped the news would reach Valerie. He restored the dimensions and left. Someone else arrived to check on Lavinia. Scene change. Kyoto, a few minutes earlier. Sekiruuyetei Majima, a close friend of Lavinia's, had grown worried when Lavinia failed to appear. After asking around, she learned Lavinia was expected at home and hurried toward that location. Described as striking and resembling her cousin Akino, Suzuku crossed the streets and noticed a barrier that ordinary people had not seen. She slipped past onlookers and rushed to the scene. When she arrived, she covered her mouth in horror at the sight of Lavinia unconscious with a wound to her chest. Suzuka screamed Lavinia's name in heartbreak, then cried as she tried desperately to rouse her and find help, but she could not. Scene change. Issei watched the scene through his drones and saw Suzuku calling for aid. He admitted coldly that he had underestimated Lavinia's use of her sacred gear. Her ability to hide herself had been an unexpected variable. He recalled his drones and teleported back to his room to avoid suspicion. Scene change. A few days later, Hyudu residence, 11:30 a.m. News of Lavinia's condition spread and the factions grew tense, especially the Grigori, who increased their defenses against further moves by Malik. Lavinia remained comatose from magical exhaustion and the drain on her life force. The doctors estimated she might have only a few years left, perhaps 5. The prognosis struck Team Slashdog hard, particularly Tobio and Suzaku, who had cared for her. Suzaku blamed herself for not protecting her friend, while Valerie Lucifer, who had regarded Lavinia as an older sister and mentor, was devastated and grief-stricken. Issei Hayadu appeared unaffected by the news. He muttered about Grom and complained that Grom always hid behind walls and took his brawler down. As he stood to leave the room, a magic blast blew the door outward. Vale then attacked, throwing a barrage of punches that Issei dodged. Issei demanded to know her intent, but Vale continued to press the assault. Issei told her to stop attacking. Vale accused him of withholding information about Malik and insisted that if he had shared what he knew, Lavinia would not be in this state. Issei said that it was not his responsibility and that he would not get involved. Valerie then accused him of possessing a book capable of recreating any sacred gear. Valerie shouted that Issei should use his power to save innocent lives, tears falling as she continued to strike him. Issei had had enough. He grabbed both of Valerie's hands, flung her into the air, and struck her with his lightning slayer gloves, each hit battering her midsection. She staggered with every blow, and while she was still in the air, Issei followed with a roundhouse kick that sent her across the residence and left her unconscious. Issei looked around the room. Most people, except Goru and Miki, wore expressions ready for a fight. Some of them showed fear. He explained that people change for 2 reasons: by a change of heart or mind, or because a single bad experience can push them in a new direction. Ingvild listened to every word. She remembered Issei's warning that he would one day burn everything she held dear, and that thought haunted her. She had little left. Her parents had died long ago, and her father Lucius had been killed by the old Satan faction. Afterward she had lived in Grigori, been kidnapped, and suffered through whatever came next. She hated herself and wished she could undo her biggest mistake, but she could not. Dai had been her king and her support, and when she discovered he had deceived her, she felt more betrayed by him than by anyone. At the same time she had lost the only person who loved her. Now even shadow help was gone. She vowed quietly that, no matter what, she would find a way to be accepted by Issei one day. Azazel spoke in a serious tone, accusing Issei of standing by with crossed arms while others suffered when he could do so much good by helping. Before Azazel could finish, Issei lunged and drove his blade against him. Azazel staggered under the blow, surprised by the sudden attack, and when he looked up he saw fury in Issei's eyes. Issei demanded whether Azazel took him for a weapon to be used and discarded, insisting he was not some sacred gear to be thrown away. He accused Azazel of falling because of his own failings. When Issei withdrew the blade it became clear it was the mortis blade. Azazel tried to speak but Issei would not listen. Issei reminded Azazel that he had repeatedly offered a simple bargain: hand over Nyx and he would provide the information. He refused to help unless he received something in return. He said that he would not cooperate simply because others expected it of him, even though he was the Red Dragon Emperor. Azazel clutched his injury and glared, considering throwing a light spear but hesitating at the risk of provoking another sudden strike. Dai coldly accused Issei of not wanting to help despite his power. Ingvild glared at Dai and he only smirked. Issei stated that he did not desire to help and began to leave. Miki and Goru protested loudly and their parents reacted with outrage, insisting they had not raised a monster and imploring Issei to use his power to help others. Issei laughed abruptly, shocking and angering his parents, then calmed. He admitted that, yes, if they wanted to call him a monster, then he would show them what a monster could do. He moved toward Azazel and Valerie, seizing them by the throat and lifting them roughly, making it clear he could crush them in an instant. Azazel struggled to free himself and attempted to form a light spear, but Issei tightened his grip until Azazel forced himself to hold back. Issei announced that he could kill them both right then and there. Aika and Rias demanded that he let them go, pleading for mercy and threatening to call assistance. Rias tried to reach her brother but found herself unable. Issei had activated a sacred gear that disrupted communications, which he called short circuit. He taunted them, saying their attempts to call for help would fail and that their brother was unavailable. Rias trembled with fear, nearly on the verge of collapse. The rest of her peerage dared not move. The thought that Issei could strike and leave no trace terrified them. Aika gritted her teeth. Dai was equally furious but visibly afraid of what Issei might do next. Issei warned that if provoked he might join Malik himself and that, if he wished, he could dismantle Malik with ease. He painted a dark scenario in which the one person who had been the faction's last hope could become their worst enemy. Issei's threats made many in the room recoil. Some of the weaker-willed fainted at the sight. He then released Azazel and Valerie and left the room, uninterested in prolonging the confrontation. Azazel and Valerie slumped to the floor as those present tried to recover from the shock of what had just happened. Issei walked away from the group. Many rushed to help Valerie and were relieved to find her breathing. Azazel, catching his breath, spoke in a serious tone that they needed to inform her brother that Issei would not hesitate to become their enemy if they attacked him, but first they had to get Val somewhere safe for treatment. Everyone nodded and began to work. Aika and Dai assisted their parents, and Dai vowed that one day he would reclaim power and make Issei pay for what he had done. Later, on the rooftop of the Hayudu residence at 2 a.m., Issei sipped a bottle of Diet Coke and watched in anger. He felt a cold satisfaction at the fear he had seen, and he planned his next move. Although Malik was strong enough to take on a single faction, Issei knew that multiple factions attacking together could overwhelm him, and security would be tighter after the attack on Lavinia. It would be harder to strike directly. Issei decided to change tactics. He needed more information on each faction's security systems. He also needed intel on the Greek and Hindu factions, two of the biggest threats, and he had almost no information on the Hindu faction beyond names. He reflected that, while not on the scale of Great Red or Ophis, Shiva, Brahma, and Vishnu were formidable forces whose strength exceeded Surzek's, and other gods like Indra were likewise powerful. As for the Greek faction, Zeus and Poseidon were strong enough not to be underestimated, even if Hades outclassed them. The Norse faction with Thor, Odin, and Vidar also posed a serious challenge. Aside from Surzek's, Ajuka, and several others, these were the people he needed to be careful of. Issei called out to his best friend Drake. Drake, the boosted gear, answered with a complaining tone about being woken and how he had been looking forward to some rest, speaking while comically sounding annoyed. Issei gave him a moment to grumble and then asked how they would gather information with their tougher fights ahead. Drake suggested infiltrating the factions or having others act as their eyes and ears, then said he wanted to go back to sleep. Issei considered the proposal and praised the idea of using others to gather intelligence. Drake dozed off, snoring, and Issei sighed at his friend's attitude while thinking of possible targets. Issei smiled maliciously as he remembered 3 people who could be perfect infiltrators. Suddenly his phone began to ring loudly. He answered and heard a woman's voice. Persephone reprimanded him with feigned sadness for not contacting her and her husband in a long time. Issei apologized and explained he had been busy. Persephone expressed happiness that he had taken time off and asked when he would visit. Issei said he could come right away, and Persephone promised to prepare a feast. She asked how long he would stay. Issei replied that he would stay a week and remarked that his family did not mind his absence. Persephone assured him that she and her husband did care, and Issei agreed he would visit when he could. Persephone cheerfully said goodbye, and Issei felt at ease as he hung up. Drake, feeling cheerful, said it was nice to hear from Persephone. Issei agreed and said they should prepare to. Drake complimented the return of Issei's smile as he deactivated the boosted gear and headed to his room to pack. He was about to leave when Asia, standing outside his door, called to him with a hint of fear and asked where he was going. Issei turned and, annoyed, told her that his movements were none of her concern and that she could leave if she wished. Asia tried to warn him about their mother, but Issei had already departed to the realm of the dead. Asia was left stunned. She could only tell everyone that Issei had left. She knew he would not be back for a while. No one knew where he was going except Issei and Drake. Issei watched as he was teleported to the realm of the dead and looked forward to visiting Persephone and Hades once again. It also explains how Issei met her and developed a good relationship with her. Issei's dimension control was based on the dimension Lost Longinus, which he had copied, and its inspiration came from the mirror world of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Previously, Issei had gone to confront Lavinia at Suzaku's place. He had disguised himself as Malik and ambushed her. Lavinia recognized him and reacted with anger, intending to fight. She first used a freezing spell, but Malik waited until she came closer and then seized the advantage. He immobilized her briefly and sent her flying, prompting her to unleash a barrage of magical attacks. Malik intercepted and reflected the attacks back, leaving her stunned and furious. With no other option to stop him, Lavinia activated her balance breaker and transformed the surrounding dimension into an icy world under her control. Malik was briefly caught off guard, but he recovered and countered with a powerful new technique that shattered the ice and neutralized her advantage. Lavinia fell to her knees. Before she could recover, Issei delivered a decisive strike that ended her balance breaker. He followed with a devastating life-draining technique that overwhelmed her. The attack left her critically weakened and in a coma, with healers estimating she might have only a few years left without a miracle. Suzaku arrived soon after and found Lavinia in that condition, horrified at the scene. Issei watched with self-directed anger and regret at having underestimated her, then walked away. A few days later the news spread. The team learned that Lavinia was in a coma with a grim prognosis, and the blow was devastating to Slashdog. Valerie Lucifer lashed out at Issei in spite and attacked him for failing to help. Issei defended himself, quickly incapacitating Valerie and leaving her unconscious. He then taunted the others and refused to offer assistance, remaining cold despite Dai's admonishment. When Azazel demanded help, Issei chose to make an example. He forced Azazel and Valerie to their knees and applied a brutal hold that demonstrated he would not hesitate to use lethal force if he thought it necessary. Several onlookers passed out from fear, and Dai vowed that one day he would take Issei's power. Issei began planning his next move. He received a call from Persephone asking when he would visit. She hoped he would come soon. Issei agreed to go that day. When Asia tried to stop him as he packed, he ignored her and left. At the Hayato residence that night, Goru reacted with surprise at Asia's account of Issei leaving with 2 duffel bags. Asia explained calmly that he had gone somewhere without saying where and seemed to believe they did not deserve to know. Goru accepted this with understanding. Rias, still shaken, voiced how glad she was that he was gone and insisted that he should stay far away after what she had witnessed when he had defeated Azazel and Valerie so easily. Most of her peerage agreed. Aquino recalled the unsettling hallucinations Issei had induced when she had confronted him in his room after he had insulted her by calling her darling, and despite her composed exterior she shivered at the thought. Members of Dai's peerage Asia, Ravel, Rosweiss, and Zenobia were also fearful of what Issei had become. Vala's team was absent because she was being cared for in the underworld due to her injuries. Even Dai felt fear. Rias's assessment had merit, but Aika, while afraid, was also angry at Issei's actions. Mickey urged everyone to have dinner, saying there was nothing else they could do, and the group complied in stony silence. The house had not felt the same since Aquino's change in nature. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. Dai once again tried to speak with Ingvild, but she ignored him. He muttered in confusion about why she would ignore him. The other girls were equally puzzled. He worried that if Ingvild learned the truth, everything he had built could collapse. Krom believed that Dai's empire of lies would only last so long before it crumbled, and he considered confronting Issei if an opportunity ever presented itself. Dai, meanwhile, felt a chill and the sense that something significant would happen to him in the near future. Issei walked across the fields. Malik stood amid the smoldering remains of Grigori. Issei and Nyx stood side by side, watching images on a screen. A book appeared, and Issei donned his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haidu wore a sinister smirk with Rias at his side. Asia and the other girls fought Malik with bursts of magical energy, the confrontation rendered in dramatic, anime-style motion. Aika looked upward as she walked through a puddle. The ORC, the student council, valet team, and team/dog were shown in quick cuts as a pair of angry eyes glared at them. Issei studied the book and remembered his past clearly, envisioning factions falling apart. Inviald stared at a figurine of Dai, crushed it in her hand, and wiped away tears while anger hardened her expression. A white-haired angel and a silver-haired woman observed their factions with cold disdain. Inviald closed her eyes and fixed a determined look on Dai. Issei dropped to his knees, haunted by his history. A family photo appeared with a torn mark across it. Issei had been separated from his family. He met his brother's eyes, and the two of them clashed swords in a tense confrontation. At 9:30 p.m. on the river Styx within Hades's domain, Issei stood on the small boat as Sharon guided it along the dark water. Issei offered a gold coin he had carried for the passage, but Sharon shook his head and explained that the coin was unnecessary because Lady Persephone had personally requested Issei's visit. Issei insisted he pay as a traveler, and Sharon accepted the coin reluctantly, smiling and wishing him a safe journey as Issei approached the underworld throne room. The manor that served as Hades's residence had become brighter and greener since Persephone's return. Issei noted the warmth and the abundance of flowers that now filled the halls. A comforting aroma suggested home-cooked meals as he entered and found Persephone in the kitchen. She was a beautiful woman in her 20s with long dark brown hair and stormy blue eyes. She wore an elegant black and red dress adorned with roses and a crown of roses. For the moment she had an apron on. Issei called out to Persephone, and she turned, beaming at the sight of him. Persephone stepped forward and embraced him warmly, offering comfort and reassurance. Issei felt that warmth deeply after a long time and allowed himself to relax in the embrace. When they separated, Persephone placed her hand on his shoulder and asked how he had been. Issei admitted that his life had improved over the past 2 days. Persephone smiled, pleased to hear it, and remembered how she had been there for him during a difficult time. A memory came back to them both. Persephone had soothed Issei then, rubbing his back and trying to calm him. Issei had been distraught and angry that someone he cared for had sided with Dai and doubted his account of saving her from Nyx. Hades had stood nearby, somber and speechless, telling Issei that without proof there was little he could do and that perhaps it was time to let go. Issei had protested that his heart still loved her and that it hurt to see her with Dai. Hades had suggested Issei rest, and Persephone had wanted to stay with him, but Hades had gently stopped her and expressed his own sorrow and disbelief at the situation. Persephone had vowed quietly to make sure the offending brother would answer for his actions if he ever brought trouble into their realm. Issei had gone to the room they provided and slept, and later Persephone had found him crying in his sleep and embraced him through the night so he would not feel alone. Back in the present, Issei noticed Persephone had drifted into thought, and she apologized for being lost in memory. Then she realized with a smile that someone dear to her did not yet know of Issei's visit. A short moment passed as she prepared to share the news. Issei asked if Hades knew he was there. Persephone shook her head and explained that she had kept it a surprise. Zeus had been overworking Hades with paperwork, and she had hoped to give him a break. Issei said he understood and that he would love to meet Hades. Persephone smiled and said they should go and eat later, then guided Issei toward Hades's study. In the study, Hades sat at his desk in human form. He appeared as a tall, handsome man with a tailored eye patch over his right eye and long silver hair styled with deliberate spikes. A leaf-like pattern ran across his forehead, and he wore a spiked choker and an earring with several smaller piercings. His clothing was formal and ornate, with a high collar and badges on his coat. He wore long white trousers and patterned shoes. Piles of paperwork surrounded him, the result of Zeus unloading his administrative burdens as punishment for Hades's past actions. Hades cursed at Zeus and the mountain of forms, slamming his palm onto the desk. He wished he could call on his reapers for help, but they were occupied with the rest of the underworld. Exhausted, he dropped his head onto the desk, feeling trapped by the endless tasks. A thought crossed Hades's face, and a small, controlled flare of magic lit in his hand. He burned the pile of papers that belonged to Zeus, leaving nothing behind. He had already protected his own stack with a barrier. With a smug expression, he wondered what would come next for Zeus. Persephone knocked on the door, announcing that someone had come to visit. Hades hurried to extinguish the remaining embers, annoyed that the flames were stubborn. He told Persephone he was fine and opened the door, surprised to see who it was. Persephone greeted their visitor cheerfully. Hades smiled warmly and embraced Issei in a hearty hug. Issei was unfazed by the god's strength. After they let go, Issei asked where Melano and Macaria were. Hades explained that they had enrolled in a human university to learn human culture and customs. He said they had considered sending them to Kuo Academy so they could keep Issei company, but they decided Stafford University in England would be safer, especially to avoid unwanted attention from Issei's brother. Issei expressed relief, and Persephone remembered how close they had been to making a different choice. They were glad the daughters were now abroad and protected from interference by arranging suitable safeguards. Hades added that his daughters were well versed in Greek magic and not easily troubled. When Issei voiced his concern that Dai might charm them, Hades swore on the river Styx that he would not allow anyone he did not trust near his daughters. Persephone suggested they stop talking and eat before the food grew cold. The three of them moved to the dining table. At dinner, Issei recounted a recent confrontation at a faction meeting, and Hades laughed at the boldness he described. Persephone also smiled faintly. Hades praised Issei for the courage it took to speak plainly to Zeus, and Issei explained that the factions had expected him to help despite having humiliated him. Persephone commented on entitlement and the corrupting effect of power, mentioning several powerful figures who had changed. Hades sighed and admitted that power had corrupted him as well, especially after Persephone's death. Persephone reached for Hades's hand and assured him that she would not leave him again. She knew how much her loss had affected him. After Persephone's death at the hands of a Longinus user, Hades had sought vengeance and lost himself to a consuming darkness. He punished the one responsible and retreated from his former life, taking on the fearsome skeletal form known to many and growing to hate devils, angels, and fallen angels alike. His hostility extended even toward Longinus users. Hades had not spared Issei that coldness. He had looked down on the young man from their first meeting during the raiding game between Rias and Serorg, back when Dai was still a low-class devil in Rias's peerage. Issei had been only a spectator at that time and had not fought or met Rias's cousin. He visited Hades later, the man who had supplied the Cow's brigade with Samel's poison. Hades greeted him with fury and demanded his presence. In the underworld, tension spiked and a confrontation almost erupted, but Issei asked for peace. He did not want to fight. He had long wondered why Hades looked down on Longinus wielders and the races of the three factions. After persistent questioning, Hades finally confessed the truth about Persephone, telling everything. Issei felt the weight of Hades's grief. By then he had found the book of conceptual creations and decided to help. Hades called it impossible, certain his wife's soul was gone, but Issei had managed to clone a version of the Holy Grail. Knowing that Rizavim had unsealed a biblical god and that powerful sacred gears had been used to seal away a terrible beast, Issei resolved to replicate the necessary tools and craft a seal strong enough to permanently restrain Trihexa should it ever be released. Removing the limiter settings on the sacred gears revealed that he only needed 3. No matter how he tried, he could not recreate the true Longinus. It remained the one sacred gear he could not reproduce, because his focus had been on building the seal. The 3 he used were the Holy Grail, Sephiroth Graal, the Holy Cross, Incinerate Anthem, and the Holy Nail, Alpheka Tyrant. The third had not yet been found by the factions. With the modified Holy Grail, Issei located where Persephone's soul had gone. All those souls that had been destroyed had ended up in an alternate plane Issei called Purgatory, a bleak, empty realm where trapped souls wandered with no hope of returning. That explained why the original Holy Grail wielded by Valerie Teeps had failed to resurrect those lost souls. This altered Holy Grail, freed from its old limitations, could penetrate such dimensions and retrieve trapped souls. Issei entered with the single goal of finding Persephone. He passed by Rainier and her group without stopping. He found Persephone curled on the ground, head bowed and crying, trapped in that silent place for centuries. At first reluctant when she saw Issei, she eventually accepted his promise to bring her back to Hades. Issei described purgatory as the harshest form of afterlife, a place from which no one could normally return. In contrast, with the original Holy Grail, escape was possible. That was how the Chaos Brigade had revived beings like Grendel, Layden, and other slain dragons. Time was critical, because Issei felt his own spirit being pulled toward the void in the real world. Whoever had created that prison had made it difficult to leave, but Issei managed to return before any permanent harm occurred. After retrieving Persephone's soul, Issei sealed it within the Grail. Hades was overwhelmed with joy at being reunited with his wife, though they still lacked a body. Hades had somehow preserved a memory of her form as a vessel, a safeguard against the injustice of her death, and Issei transferred the soul into it. Persephone took time to awaken and reorient herself inside a body that had not moved for centuries. When she learned of Hades's actions, she reacted with righteous fury and put him in his place with a scolding he would not forget. Hades cried out and begged for forgiveness. Persephone demanded change, and Hades reformed of his own accord. Issei witnessed a new, gentler side of Hades and felt relieved for them both. Persephone and Hades expressed deep gratitude to Issei. Persephone was reunited with her daughters, and the family grew whole and happy again. They invited Issei to visit, and he accepted, coming often whenever he could. Over time the god and goddess grew fond of him, and Issei grew close to them as well. They became central figures in his life. He trusted them with secrets he had not shared with his biological family or his friends. During one quiet moment, Persephone reached for his hand while Hades looked on with a soft smile. Issei had risked his soul to rescue hers, and he resolved not to lose her again. The three shared a warm, affectionate moment together. Issei ate in silence until the clatter of crockery broke the mood. He smiled and told them to carry on and not to mind him. Persephone flushed with amusement and Hades averted his gaze, both clearly amused and a little embarrassed. Issei asked about Nyx with concern. Persephone teased him about being lovelorn, and Hades joked that he knew Issei had been visiting the primordial goddess often. Persephone reassured him that Nyx could be visited the next day and said that Nyx had been asking where he had been. Hades added that he had told his guards Issei could come whenever he wished. Issei admitted he had been busy, rubbing the back of his neck, and both gods responded with a mix of teasing and worry. Persephone urged him not to take unnecessary risks at night, and Issei agreed, promising to be careful and adding with a weary sigh that he would comply, if only to ease their concerns. Persephone and Hades agreed happily as everyone began to discuss their future plans. To an outside observer, it looked like a normal family dinner, aside from two attendees preparing for college. Time skip showed Chibi Issei teaching Chibi Hades how to flirt with Chibi Persephone. Hyadu residence, 11 p.m. The factions were beginning to suspect that Dai might not be the hero they had assumed, though many still believed him to be their savior. Crumb manifested from the gauntlets and told Dai that he would suffer the consequences of his actions. Dai responded in frustration, asking how his rival had grown so powerful. Crumb mocked him, insisting that the other had trained himself while Dai took credit for work he had not done, and emphasized that the true hero had sealed the Beast of Apocalypse Trihexa when Dai and Valerie had failed. Dai gritted his teeth and punched a nearby wall, furious. Crumb laughed and taunted Dai for even thinking he could eliminate the other after being humiliated and refused help. With that, the connection was cut, leaving Dai alone and shaking with anger. Ingvild watched from the doorway, tilting her head in disappointment. She told herself that she had loved him and then called him scum before walking away to her room to sleep. Scene change. Ingvild's nightmare, 12 a.m. Ingvild found herself in a dark void, wearing her Kuo Academy uniform, and wondered where she was. Grafia appeared and smiled. Grafia told her that she was going to marry Dai. Ingvild's clothing suddenly shifted into a purple gown and she reacted with horror, insisting this could not be happening. Grafia's smile remained as she suggested this was what Ingvild had always wanted, then she faded away, leaving. Ingvild in despair. The vision changed to Dai in formal attire. Ingvild felt panic inside while her face held a smile. Dai acted as if he were joyful about the day. Ingvild silently begged for help, thinking a prayer, but no one came. She saw Issei's parents, his sister, and friends applauding, and she felt helpless as the scene continued. A brief image of the ceremony played out, leaving Ingvild frozen. The scene shifted again. Ingvild now wore the gown she had first met Dai in, but she noticed another version of herself smiling, and she saw an engagement ring and a dragon mark on her hand, signs that she was bound to die. She wept at the thought of being trapped with a liar but found herself chained and unable to move. Issei then appeared and tried to speak to the imprisoned Ingvild. The free version of Ingvild slapped him away and insisted that he address her properly and stop bothering her because she was already married. Issei reacted with fury and insulted her family and her choices. The nightmare Ingvild scoffed and turned away. The real Ingvild called out for Issei, telling him he was her hero and not Dai, but her voice went unheard. The nightmare version watched Issei walk away with an evil smirk and then mocked Ingvild, saying this was the result of turning away from the true hero and that she would have to live with a man who never loved her. The nightmare version taunted what might have happened if Ingvild had listened to Issei. Then the vision dissolved and reality returned. Scene change: Ingvild's room, 2:30 a.m. Ingvild woke from the dream with a shout, sweating and shaken as she realized it had been only a nightmare but had felt painfully real. She lamented that if she had understood the truth earlier, things might have been different, and recalled Issei's earlier words that he did not care for her and wanted her to live to see the consequences of her actions. An unseen voice taunted that she could not be allowed to fall asleep, because that would be mercy, and the speaker insisted that would not happen. Ingvild tried to push the memory away and went to get some water. Finding her bottle empty, she prepared to leave while thinking about Issei's firm refusal to help the factions. Ingvild did not blame him. If anything, his refusal made sense. Issei belonged to no faction. He was not a devil, not part of the Vatican, not a reincarnated angel, and not aligned with human teams like Slashdog. There was no reason for him to help the three factions. They had judged and looked down on him, labeling him either a pervert or a weakling. To them he was only a tool to be used and discarded. A voice observed that she had at last seen the truth, and Ingvild was startled. The voice identified itself as Ophis. Ingvild turned and saw a young woman with long dark hair and distinctive pointed ears partially hidden by it, and dark gray eyes with slit pupils. Ophis told Ingvild that her eyes had been opened and asked what truth she had seen. Ingvild answered that she had seen the cruel truth about who had saved her, and Ophis replied that Dai Hyadu was not the only one whose reputation had been ruined. Ingvild widened her eyes and asked who could have done such a thing. Ophis promised to explain another time and offered to reveal the real truth of Malik and why he was attacking the factions. She said she would not work with the factions anymore because they had lost her trust long ago. She asked Ingvild to meet her at the fountain in 5 days and explained that Great Red would help show the truth. When Ingvild asked why Ophis was helping her, Ophis said that Issei had been her first friend and had taught her how to understand feelings. Many had underestimated him because of lies spread by the factions, his appearance, or his power, yet he continued to help people. Ophis asked Ingvild to keep their conversation secret, and Ingvild bowed her head in shame and agreement. Ingvild said she should get her water and sleep. Ophis nodded and left, but she left one of her serpentine guardians beneath her shadow that would subdue Ingvild if she ever revealed what had happened that night. Ophis shook her head and finished her chocolate, then looked at it and silently wished for Issei to return, missing his company. Ophis went to the refrigerator for another chocolate. She had thought about trying a Diet Coke but refrained out of respect for Issei's favorites. Unseen by them, Valerie observed the conversation. She had teleported to the Hyadu residence and was wrapped in bandages that covered bruises and other marks from a recent confrontation with Issei. Albion warned Valerie that this was a mistake and suggested she reconsider, but Valerie was determined to learn Malik's weakness and true identity because he had hurt people she cared about. Albion cut the connection after Valerie's resolve. 2 days later, in Hades's domain at 7:30 a.m., Issei woke in a room reserved for him by Hades and Persephone. He felt warmth and gratitude for the care shown to him, though he regretted that he could not stay long without arguing the faction's suspicions. He knew he had to keep his plans secret until the right time. Drake greeted Issei and asked what the plan for the day was. Issei said they should turn their first target into an informant and that he had 3 candidates in mind. The first target would be Elizabeth Lyonesse, who held the position of Heart 3 under Seraph Gabriel. When Drake questioned how Issei intended to bring Elizabeth to their side, Issei manifested the Iron Crown of Lombardy, a circlet of gold and jewels with a central silver band. He explained that it was known as Alpheka Tyrant, considered by some to be a 4th holy relic fashioned from iron associated with the nails of the true cross. Drake was surprised to hear of a 4th relic. Issei explained that the book had revealed more than the 3 familiar relics: the Holy Spear, the Holy Grail, and the Holy Cross that the biblical God had used. There were additional relics connected to Christ, including the Crown of Thorns, which granted the wearer glimpses of the future and was said to be the crown Christ himself had worn. Issei explained that another relic was the Shroud of Turin, a cloth that could change into whatever gender its user desired, and that it was the same cloth said to have wrapped Christ after his crucifixion. Drake, surprised by the depth of his host's knowledge, asked whether anything related to Christ could become a Longinus. Issei confirmed that it could potentially manifest as a Longinus, one example being the Holy. Drake then asked whether the factions already knew about this. Issei shook his head and explained that, so far, they only knew about the holy relics and assumed there were 3 Longinus based on those relics. He warned that there could be many more manifestations and that they still needed to continue exploring. Issei went on to describe the relic's power. It could rewrite a target's memories and personality, erasing the old and allowing the user to insert new ones. The relic employed nails composed of holy energy to attack and could be used to exert complete control over a target, even compelling them to join forces under the controller's will. Drake asked how they planned to infiltrate Heaven's defenses. Issei replied that he carried the halo Griselda and Vasco had given him during his visit to Heaven to see the interdimensional room Michael had created for his brother and Irina. The memory of that visit brought back a painful recollection. Irina had rejected him coldly, telling him she could no longer be close because of his behavior. She had said that someone else was a better friend and urged him to change, a remark that had echoed through his mind and stayed with him. Issei clenched his fist at the memory. Rumors and lies had spread about him. Even Rias, once a close ally, had been influenced and passed them along. He had been unable to go anywhere without being talked about or humiliated. Anger rose within him, but he reminded himself to channel it at the right moment. Drake expressed concern, and Issei apologized and steadied himself. His phone rang with a secured message from Malik. Issei had enchanted it to prevent unauthorized taps. Malik informed him that the attack would begin today and told Issei to enjoy his time with Persephone and Hades while Malik carried out the operation. Issei smiled at the message and replied that he had something to give Malik and asked him to wait a few hours, promising it would be worth the wait. Malik responded that he could not wait to see what Issei had prepared. Downstairs, Persephone called for him to come down for breakfast. Issei told her he was coming, not wanting to upset one of the few people who cared for him. As he prepared to leave, he allowed a determined, quiet smile to cross his face and thought that those who had wronged him would soon face what was coming. He thought of the Grigori. Scene break. Previously, Goru and the others discovered that Issei had left for a while and decided to leave him be. Dai felt a chill as they watched him go. Issei reached the underworld and, after bidding Sharon farewell, entered to greet Persephone. Persephone returned the greeting with a warm hug, and Issei relaxed in the goddess's embrace. After a while they parted. Persephone held him lovingly and asked how his time had been, and seeing him much happier brightened her mood. She remembered how troubled he had been on his last visit, despairing over what Ingvild had done, and how both Hades and Persephone had consoled him. Hades had then asked to be left alone for a while, and Issei had agreed and gone up. Persephone had later slept beside him so he would not be alone. Persephone came back to the present when Issei called her, and she revealed that Hades did not know Issei was there. They decided to surprise him. Hades was finishing paperwork that had become overwhelming and burned most of it when Persephone called him outside. He stepped out and was greeted by Issei, and the sight of the young man made him happy. They all shared dinner outside while Issei recounted his experiences with the factions, and laughter kept the evening bright. As they remembered the past, Hades feared losing his wife again, and Persephone reassured him that nothing like that would happen. Issei thought back to what had happened to Persephone and how deeply her loss had affected Hades, and how difficult it had been to bring her soul back. Hades and Persephone drifted into a private, gentle recollection of their memories. Issei realized they were not alone watching them, but neither Hades nor Persephone minded. Persephone asked Issei about Nyx, which made him blush, and the evening ended as a happy family dinner. Meanwhile, Dai suffered as the factions began to suspect he might not be the hero they believed. Crom mocked him and deepened his anger. Ingvild experienced a nightmare in which she was engaged to Crom, married to him, and forced to watch herself attack Issei while a cruel version of herself taunted her. She woke shaken and went downstairs, where Ophis greeted her and offered to tell her about Malik. Ingvild agreed. Unbeknownst to them, Valerie watched from the shadows and vowed to uncover the truth. 2 days later, Issei woke in a warm room and prepared to target Elizabeth Lioness using Alpheka Tyrant, a sacred gear that could control minds. As he rose to go downstairs, he grinned at a message from Malik saying that Grigori would fall tonight. Azazel's office in Grigori, 10 a.m. Azazel reviewed footage of the fight between Malik and Lavinia and widened his eyes at the display of telekinetic power, considering it almost like the legendary abilities from a science fiction story. He tried to recall whether a robed, masked figure with a white cloak had been present, but he pushed that thought aside. His priority was finding any weakness in Malik. Azazel slammed his desk in frustration and declared that things were getting too complicated. He could not find anything that would expose Malik. The only time Malik had seemed pinned was when Lavinia used her balance breaker, yet even then Malik broke free and defeated Lavinia before she could regenerate her ice. Azazel resolved that there was no turning back and prepared a magic circle. He remembered how Issei had once brought him to his knees without trying. Not many people could do that. He had seen a merciless look in Issei's eyes and knew Issei would not hesitate to get his hands dirty if needed. Azazel called for assistance, and a voice on the other end agreed to help. He worried because Malik had not attacked for 2 days. The uneasy peace made Azazel fear what would come next. On another side of Grigori, the remaining members of Team /Dog wore expressions of frustration and resentment. Their hatred for Malik had only grown. Tobio Ikuz, a young man with short black hair and pale gray eyes, was the most openly distraught. Natsu Minagawa, a woman with brown hair tied at the back and wearing an agent uniform, lamented that they could not simply sit and do nothing. Tobio feared that moment Malik would strike from the shadows. Shigyon Nanadru, a woman with European features, dark blonde double ponytails, and heterochromatic eyes, suggested that they ask Zeus to release Nyx, believing it to be their only option. She recalled Issei's earlier request for Nyx's release and how the Greek god had denied it. Cookie Samejima, a handsome man with spiked, dyed brown hair, proposed luring Issei out to force a confrontation between the two, but Tobio shook his head in disagreement. Tobio warned that Issei would not hesitate to use brutal measures to make his point, reminding them of how Issei had subjected Kiba to psychological pressure, clashed violently with Vale twice, and nearly defeated both Vale and Azazel. Cookie reacted with horror at the memory of how Valerie had been treated. Esiviju, a girl with brown hair and light brown eyes who wore a school uniform, asked Shigyon with concern how Suzaku was doing. Tobio clenched his fist in helplessness at what had happened. Shigyon replied that Suzaku was frustrated and blaming herself, which only made Tobio grow angrier as he remembered the state his second cousin had been in. They continued to discuss how to convince Issei to help them. None of them lingered on their past relationship with him, but they all understood that if Issei were to assist, he would expect something in return. Issei walked across the fields. Malik stood amid the burning remains of Grigori. Issei and Nyx stood side by side, watching a screen. A book appeared as Issei arrived wearing his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Hayadu wore a sinister smirk, and Rias stood beside him. Asia and the other girls fought Malik with magic. Aika looked up and stepped through a puddle. The ORC, Student Council, Valley Team, and Team /Dog were shown as a pair of angry eyes glared at them. Issei stared at the book, memories of the past surfacing as he envisioned the factions fracturing. Ingvild looked at a figurine of Dai, crushed it with tears and anger on her face. A white-haired angel and a silver-haired woman watched their factions with disdain. Inviald closed her eyes and fixed a determined look on Dai. Issei knelt, haunted by his past. A family photo appeared with a slash across it. He had been separated from his family. He looked his brother in the eye and the two of them clashed swords. Near Grigori, at 11 in the morning, Malik waited for Issei and wondered what he would do. Issei teleported in using his ring. Malik noted that Issei had taken a while and that he had expected Issei might ask him not to attack. Issei apologized with a sly smile and explained that Persephone and Hades had wanted to spend some more time. Malik laughed and said he was not angry, then asked what Issei intended to give him. Issei introduced an item called the Annihilation Maker, and Malik reacted with surprise. Issei rubbed his head and shifted from a playful tone to a serious one, explaining that he planned to provide an army, a certain robot army, as crimson magic glowed around his hands and a magic circle formed beneath them, generating several beings. Malik widened his eyes in amazement and declared that Grigori did not stand a chance. Issei added that he was not finished. Once the army had formed, Issei granted Malik control of 2 generals. Malik accepted graciously and said this would make things much easier. Malik asked what Issei intended to do next. Issei said he would pursue his first target to corrupt and hoped Malik would not mind. Malik said he did not mind and asked who the target was. Issei revealed his target as Elizabeth Lioness and explained that they would change tactics by gathering information before planning their next attack. Malik nodded and told him to have fun. Issei teleported to the Vatican to enter heaven and set his plan in motion. In heaven at 3:30 in the afternoon, Issei observed that dealing with Gabriel and the other brave saints had been straightforward. When he touched the seraph, he felt as if her spirit had been drained. Gabriel was immobilized, her expression resembled Akino's but frozen, and she slumped to the ground with only her eyes open. Her will to fight had been extinguished, and she could not recognize Issei. Issei moved forward, ostensibly to take items from heaven, but this was a calculated lure to draw his true target, Elizabeth Lioness. Elizabeth reacted with fury, accusing Issei and declaring he would pay for what he had done. She recognized him as Issei Hayu, Dai's older brother, and wore a fierce, determined expression. Her pale skin and long silver hair framed light blue eyes that could shift color when she used her power. She was dressed in a white gown with purple cloth at her neck and golden ornaments at her waist and legs. Issei responded coldly that he was merely judging her leader for crimes, and warned that wrath was a sin and she might fall. Elizabeth gritted her teeth, furious that he had struck down Gabriel while she was vulnerable. She called him a monster and demanded whether he had a heart. Issei replied with a dark joke about having no heart, then grew serious and prepared for battle, summoning his boosted gear. Elizabeth worried about securing Gabriel and surviving the confrontation. Issei increased his power, and 2 wings manifested from his back as part of his divine dividing form. He announced his intent to escalate the fight. Drake's voice declared the fusion balance break and the vanishing Welsh dragon balance breaker. Issei acted a barrier to contain his aura and to prevent Elizabeth from escaping. The balance breaker merged elements of both gears. His arms echoed the Welsh dragon's form while parts of his armor bore vanishing dragon aspects, decorated with both green and blue gems. Elizabeth insisted that the armor would not stop her from saving Gabriel and summoned 2 light spears. Issei raised his hand and Drake chanted the word divide repeatedly until her spears dissolved, but Elizabeth refused to yield. She cast one of her strongest spells, invoking a radiant assault meant to subdue Issei and unleash drill-shaped projectiles. Drake judged the attack ineffective and continued to chant, pressing the offensive. Elizabeth cast the spell divide, but the drill-shaped projectiles dissolved into nothingness. She gritted her teeth as her strongest attack failed. Issei closed the distance in a flash and executed a controlled takedown, pinning her briefly to the ground. Issei mocked that she had had enough. Elizabeth retaliated with a light explosion, surrounding Issei with beams. The light. Drake announced half-dimension, and the light beams began to shrink, reduced in scale along with the objects around them. Elizabeth recoiled in horror as Issei fired a dragon shot and moved away from the resulting blast. When the dust settled, Issei saw Elizabeth struggling to sit up, disheveled and clearly hurt, with a few feathers scattered and her garments singed at the edges. He observed with genuine surprise that a mid-rank seraph had put up such a fight and acknowledged her potential. Elizabeth, weak and exhausted, begged him to end her. Issei laughed softly and dismissed the idea of killing her, stating that she would be more useful alive. He suggested that she join his cause, but Elizabeth refused with stubborn defiance despite her condition. Issei then deactivated his balance breaker and produced Alpheka Tyrant. He introduced it as a holy relic, a previously undiscovered Longinus known as the Holy Nail, and explained that it could rewrite memories and reshape a person's personality. Elizabeth pleaded in fear for him to keep it away. Issei assured her that it would only cause limited pain. 2 nails of light were produced and driven into her arm by the relic, and her last conscious moments were filled with desperate pleas before she lost consciousness. Inside Elizabeth's mindscape, she curled into a ball as her memories and personality were rewritten under the influence of the relic. There was nothing she could do but watch helplessly as fragments of her past were rearranged. Issei approached within the mindscape, and Elizabeth, tearful and broken, accused him of planning to use her to destroy those she loved. Issei confirmed his intention without attempting to lie and asked if she wanted to know why he had chosen this path. He offered to let her see his memories and told her to judge for herself. Issei projected his memories into Elizabeth's mind. She crumpled to her knees as she witnessed his past. Through his memories she learned that Dai Hyadu had presented a false face, always taking credit, always favored, and secretly filled with resentment and entitlement. Issei's voice in the memory conveyed a mix of sadness and anger as he recounted a lifetime of being used and overlooked. Elizabeth suggested appealing to Lady Gabriel and the other faction leaders, believing they could be reasoned with. Issei replied that he had already tried milder measures, including orchestrated hallucinations meant to make others see their errors, but the attempt had failed because the factions refused to believe that seraphs like her could do evil. He expressed disappointment in the factions and argued that they were a lost cause, still clinging to Dai as a hero. Issei asked Elizabeth for her help, presenting his case plainly. She felt torn. His words were honest and his memories painted a dimming picture of the people she had trusted. She found herself moved by his conviction and began to see him as a potential savior, even as she remained aware that her thoughts and memories were being altered by the relic. A conflicted silence settled as the changes continued. Elizabeth accepted to serve the real savior of the world, but she warned that if she did, she would be gone and their conversation would be for nothing. Issei explained that the Holy Nails controlled personality and that he intended to merge her old self with a new one he was creating so she could willingly serve without hesitation. He said he would convert her into a dark angel so she could remain in heaven and assist in his quest, and he asked whether she agreed. Elizabeth agreed without hesitation. Issei nodded, teleported away, and moved on with a promise to see the new Elizabeth on the other side. 6th Heaven 4:30 p.m. When Elizabeth woke, she saw Issei watching her and he asked how she felt. Elizabeth said she felt reborn and thanked him for showing her the truth, addressing him respectfully as Lord Issei. Issei responded with a serious tone and ordered her to get up, reminding her that they had work to do. Elizabeth volunteered to help, and Issei instructed her to gather information on the holy relics and the heaven system while he checked on Malik and the Grigori assault. He then produced a glove similar to his Lightning Slayer gloves and used his tools to create a special gem. He enchanted the crystal with a material called Dark Light, a metal infused with magic designed to enhance strength and mask the user from detection within heaven. Issei explained that the Dark Light gem would grant a burst of power, allow her to hide herself within heaven so nobody would sense anything wrong unless she chose to reveal herself, and would prevent her from falling regardless of the sins she committed. Elizabeth accepted the stone without hesitation and absorbed it into herself. A faint dark purple glow spread through her as Issei watched, pleased that the transformation worked as planned. Her wings flashed purple for a moment before returning to white, and 2 additional pairs of wings emerged, increasing her power. Issei noted that she could hide her wings if she wished, then took his leave and reminded her of her duties. After he teleported away, Elizabeth regarded Gabriel with disgust and reflected on why she had served so blindly before. The truth had been revealed to her. Grigori, 5 p.m. The Fallen were in chaos as Malik and his forces struck hard. They were overwhelmed and forced into retreat, many driven back or neutralized by the assault. The attackers included legions of B-1 battle droids, humanoid machines about 1.93 meters tall with yellow plating. Individually they were no stronger than a low-class Fallen, but their numbers made them a deadly wave. They were supported by OOM command battle droids with altered plating and greater tactical control, each commanding droid-coordinated hundreds of B-1 units and B-2 super battle droids. A droid officer ordered the troops to show no mercy to the Fallen, and the battle droids acknowledged and opened fire, overwhelming several groups. One Fallen called out that the attackers were too strong and tried to retreat. Their light spears had little effect, suggesting the droids were constructed from materials that resisted light-based attacks. Many Fallen were forced to flee or were rendered unable to continue fighting as the assault pressed on. Some cried out for aid, only to see a huge silvery droid loom above them and unleash energy blasts that sent survivors scattering. Hope arrived in the form of Penemu, a Fallen cadre with purple hair, a strong gaze, and an imposing presence. She stepped forward angrily and declared that the droids would pay for their actions. A new voice then announced that it would be the one to fight. Penemu turned to find a mechanical figure approaching a heavily armored cyborg with a white metal mask, yellow eyes, for cybernetic arms and legs, and a full metal endoskeleton covering the body. The commanding Fallen recognized him as General Grievous. The commander expressed surprise at Grievous' arrival. Grievous ordered the others to back off and insisted that he would handle the Fallen himself while the rest continued the attack. He shed his cloak and revealed 4 energy blades, 2 green and 2 red, 1 in each of his 4 hands. Penemu clenched her teeth, vowing that Grievous would pay for what he had done and that Malik would be next. Grievous responded with a cold chuckle. Grievous taunted the cadre as he spun his blades at extreme speed, the energy tearing at the ground beneath him. Penemu rose into the air and launched light spears, but the general shifted into his skittering form and dodged them with unnerving agility. Battle droids opened fire to restrict the cadre's movement. Penemu cursed under her breath as several blaster bolts struck her. Grievous took the opening and darted forward. The cadre rained down huge barrages of light spears, but Grievous wove through them, skittering across the corridor until he closed the distance. He struck with all 4 light blades in rapid succession. The blows left Penemu grievously wounded and weakened, her armor and flesh marked by scorched lines. She staggered, screamed in pain, glared at the general, and accused him of cheating. Grievous laughed and declared that in war there were no rules. He loomed over her as she collapsed into unconsciousness, and, focused only on the mission to break the Fallen faction, he moved on without checking her condition. The commanding officer asked what they should do now, noting that one of the cadres had been put down. Grievous ordered them to keep pushing and to level the place. The command droid acknowledged with repeated affirmative signals and informed the other command units. Their legions began a full-scale assault. On the other front, Malik engaged the cadres Baraquil and Azazel, both furious at the assault on their faction. Shemizai, Tamiel, Sahariel, and Amaros, accompanied by Team/Dog, struggled against overwhelming numbers and the new rolling droids known as droidekas. The droidekas' energy shields held firm, and under their barrage Amaros and Sahariel were taken out of the fight. Shemizai gritted his teeth and unleashed multiple barrages of light spears, doing his best to stem the tide, but the attackers were simply too numerous. Baraquil unleashed a stream of holy lightning at Malik. Malik absorbed it with little effort and converted it into a violent electrical counterattack, a product of his telekinetic mastery. Azazel had hoped magic might affect Malik, but instead Malik's retaliation overwhelmed Baraquil. The energy left Baraquil crumpled and gasping as the assault drained his strength. Azazel reacted with visible fear for his comrade. Malik taunted Baraquil, gloating that he was receiving a taste of his own medicine, then used his power to push Azazel aside with telekinesis. Azazel begged Malik to stay away from Baraquil. Malik then reached out with a chilling, unnatural force and began drawing the fallen cadre's remaining vitality. Whereas some beings had predictable reserves, fallen angels carried ancient, unpredictable energies, and Malik's method of drawing that force was merciless. Barakweel struggled and Team Slashdog surged forward to intervene, but more droids closed around them and cut them off. Tobio and Shizuku seethed at the interference, desperate to reach Malik. Barakweel was soon drained of almost all of his vitality and lay barely responsive, his form a hollow echo of what it had been. He stared at Malik with fear as his strength ebbed. Azazel worked desperately to destroy the closest battle droids, voice weak as he called out to his fallen comrade and managed to knock apart a few attackers. Malik stepped away after finishing and told them he would deal with the others. He then turned his attention to Azazel, who readied multiple light spears and cursed inwardly for not having the downfall dragon spear at hand. Tobio charged from the left, grief and fury lending him force. He summoned a scythe through Jean, the avatar of Canis Lycon, and threw himself into the attack. Malik used telekinesis to block most of the swing, but Jean latched onto Malik's arm and forced a momentary opening. Jin's grip tore at Malik's control, allowing Tobio to press the assault with a shadowed scythe in hand. Despite the loss of one limb of control, Malik's skill as a duelist let him parry many blows, but deprived of a firm hold, he became vulnerable. Tobio disarmed him and forced him to his knees. Azazel, having cleared the nearby droids, closed in, intent on avenging Barakweel. Unknown to them, Malik feigned defeat. Azazel demanded any last words in a cold tone. At that moment Malik shouted in order to pull the payload from the sky. Several bombs hung directly above them. Azazel and Tobio reacted with shock and tried desperately to stop him, but it was too late. Malik flared with a bright blue light, and in an instant he, his droid army, and his weapon vanished from the battlefield. The bombs had caused massive explosions across Grigori, killing several and wounding many more. One of the dead was a heavy blow to the factions. Shigyun spoke with sadness, tears falling from her eyes as she called Cookie's name, then passed out from her injuries. She sensed that Cookie no longer had a pulse after a blast landed nearby. His body was miraculously intact, but he was not breathing. Azazel and Tobio were knocked unconscious and critically hurt. Most of the Slashdog members were also severely wounded, only a few remained awake. Medical teams arrived to evacuate the injured, and the whole faction staggered to its knees from the bombs and the assault. Shemhazai shouted for the doctors to help, snapping them into action so that the wounded could be taken and the critically injured given priority. Barakweel, who had already been weakened by a draining affliction, had been overwhelmed by the blasts and could not be saved. The medics declared him dead. The doctors sighed in defeat. Barakweel and Cookie Sanjima had both passed away. It was a gray day for the fallen angels. Grigori had been shattered, and Malik's forces seemed unstoppable. Shemhazai said angrily that they had no choice. It would take years, perhaps generations, to restore Grigori. Negotiation was no longer an option, and he had no choice but to accept Issei's offer. Unknown location, 8 p.m. Malik, Grievous, and the droid army teleported to an isolated site. A voice from the shadows noted approval that the signal had arrived in time. Malik remarked that the bombs had done their work and that Grigori would be hard-pressed to recover, and he thanked General Kalani for his part. A tactical droid of dark and light silver with yellow markings and faint red optics had been summoned. Kalani explained that even without the bombs their chance of winning had been high, but his plans had pushed it to near certainty. Grievous, designed for ruthlessness and aggression, was intended to act as a secondary commander under Malik for offensive operations. Grievous reported that their attack had been successful, with Penemu presenting little resistance. Malik said they needed only to inform Issei, and both generals acknowledged the plan. A few kilometers from Grigori, 8:15 p.m. Issei observed the ruined remains of the faction coldly and decided on his next targets. He intended to recruit goddess Artemis and Gondal, the Valkyrie of Asgard. He considered Artemis invaluable for covert operations and hunting, and he valued Gondal for both magic and hand-to-hand skill. Gondal's alliance could prove useful in the coming war, and Issei thought of the advantage of turning an ally of theirs. He recalled seeing Gondal and being surprised by her youthful appearance, which conflicted with expectations. The thought of her opposing her own family would cause turmoil for Roswies, one of the girls associated with Dai. He watched the doctors evacuate the injured and then received a message from Malik before teleporting back to the rendezvous. 6th Heaven, 9 p.m. Elizabeth carried out Issei's orders after he had disabled the alarms and neutralized most of Gabriel's brave saints who might interfere with the infiltration. She was searching for information about the church's holy relics and found the task more difficult than expected. She expressed frustration and the need for more information to support Issei's plans. Gabriel, observing her, told her that what she was doing did not feel like the Elizabeth she knew. Elizabeth admitted that she had been misled about Dai being a hero and felt foolish for believing it. She acknowledged the weakness of the angels when faced with the power Issei had displayed, and she offered a gentle, reassuring touch to the seraph's cheek as she tried to comfort her friend. The seraph watched, unable to act, frustration and tears evident in her expression. The alarms in heaven had been disabled without anyone noticing. Elizabeth hoped that Malik and the others would succeed in their mission and insisted that she could not remain useless to Issei. As she continued her review, her eyes deepened to purple, a sign that the new power was integrating with her. After collecting the necessary information, she looked once more at Gabriel and stated that Issei would lead them to a new world. She departed with the documents, leaving Gabriel alone. Her wings flickered, shifting from white to black as she walked away. She watched Elizabeth disappear from view, though Elizabeth remained within the 6th heaven. Gabriel was filled with remorse and blamed herself, convinced none of this would have happened if she had used her ability on Issei. As Gabriel recalled her encounter with Malik, she uncovered a shocking truth about him. The consequences of that revelation were only beginning to unfold. Previously, Team /Dog led by Tobio tried to find a weakness in Azazel but came up empty. The group argued over their next move. Issei refused to help, leaving the others no choice but to hand Nyx over to him. They admitted in private that they had never considered Issei's feelings before and began to plan carefully. Issei reunited with Malik and received the promised army he needed. He inspected the forces with a cold satisfaction and accepted their support. He then moved on to confront Elizabeth. He infiltrated the 6th heaven, quickly overcoming the brave saints and forcing his way toward Gabriel while taunting her about perceived weakness. Elizabeth launched an ambush to stop him, but Issei overwhelmed her. Kneeling and subdued, Elizabeth was corrupted by the holy nail. Once Issei entered her mind, the memory and personality overwrite completed and she became his reluctant ally. Issei instructed her to search for the remaining holy relics and explained their potential. Elizabeth agreed and accepted a gem that allowed her to assume the form of the first Dark Angel. She watched Issei leave, then turned to Gabriel with disgust and began her assigned task. A brief neutral moment filled the gap. On Grigori, Malik's forces struck hard. Droid units and commandos overran the defenders, pushing through the city in sweeping assaults. Penemu rushed in to protect her people, but a skilled general named Grievous defeated her decisively. The fallen cadre routed the defenders, and Malik's army pressed the advantage, driving the remaining resistance back. In a confrontation with Baraquil, Malik forced the angel to his knees, drained his life energy, and left him for dead. Tobio faced Malik next. It looked as if the young man had managed to subdue him, but Malik had only been feinting. Sudden explosions tore through the crowd, causing massive casualties, including the death of Cookie Samejima, and many others were injured before medics could evacuate them. Malik and his allies then teleported back to a hidden base, where General Kalani greeted them and assessed their chances of victory as very high. Issei watched the aftermath with a cold smile and prepared the next phase of his plan, to go after Gondal and Artemis. Meanwhile, Elizabeth gathered intelligence from the 6th heaven while Gabriel watched in despair, feeling the sting of missed insight and choices that had led to catastrophe. In a flashback, the whole of the 6th heaven had been burning, and many lower-ranked angels had been slain. Gabriel knelt before an imposing figure whose red blade and yellow eyes filled her with dread. Her holy light could not break through his defenses, Every attempt was easily blocked. The figure did not intend to kill her, however. He used telekinetic power to force traumatic memories into her mind, memories meant to inflict deep psychological pain. Gabriel clutched her head and begged for the torment to stop, but the man showed no sympathy. She eventually lost consciousness from the ordeal. When she awoke, she found herself bound and stripped of much of her power, with the same man watching her. He introduced himself as Malik in a mocking, ironic tone and made clear that it was not a pleasure for him. She tried to read his heart but felt only an emptiness that matched the expression on his face. Chains constrained her magic and left her helpless. Malik spoke of the world's injustices as he saw them, accusing those in Gabriel's organization of hypocrisy and pointing to investigations and scandals tied to the highest ranks. He cited the Holy Sword Project and other abuses carried out under the organization's name, insisting that these atrocities had been committed in the name of the divine. He mocked Gabriel's innocence, calling her naive and arguing that she failed to see the horrors he and his allies had witnessed. Gabriel fell silent, forced to face the uncomfortable truth that some of the accusations were true. Even though those responsible had been punished by the organization, the damage and the long legacy of those actions could not be undone. Malik accused Gabriel in a cold tone that there was a crime she had failed to see right in front of her eyes. Gabriel denied the accusation, insisting that they had never ignored crimes or harmed innocents. Malik raised his voice and accused her of lying, ordering her to stop minimizing the suffering she had caused and pretending to be righteous. He argued that even God had made mistakes and that no one was perfect, and he declared that it was time to end her deception. Gabriel pleaded to speak things out like civilized people, but Malik cut her off, declaring that people like her had fooled others for too long and that he would force her to see her mistakes. Malik struck, and Gabriel cried out as she was subdued. After the initial outburst of pain subsided, she stood in stunned disbelief, tears gathering in her eyes. A new emotion took hold as well, a fierce hatred directed at someone she had once loved. Gabriel begged for the truth to be otherwise, unable to accept what she seemed to be seeing. Malik, furious, calmed himself enough to say that he would let the person speak to her. Someone stepped from the shadows and revealed himself. Gabriel's expression shifted to horror. She recognized him as the one responsible for a past betrayal. Issei appeared, speaking to her with a mixture of pity and mocking amusement. He stepped close and taunted her about discovering his brother's true identity, leaning in as he sneered that it must hurt to realize that the person she had loved was not who she thought. He told her that the memories Malik had shown her were real and that her own ability had been created so she would not be deceived by lies. His tone shifted between mockery and a cold seriousness that made the betrayal sting all the more. Gabriel protested that it could not be true, clinging to the belief that Dai had been her first love, but the weight of the memories broke her down into tears when she could no longer deny them. Issei declared that he would make sure the factions fell, and Gabriel struggled to stand, resolve hardening despite her grief. She vowed that she would stop him from wrecking the lives of innocents. Issei responded in an icy tone, telling her that she had turned her back on him and that he would destroy everything she had created. Gabriel, bound and struggling against her chains, insisted she had to stop him to preserve peace. Issei released her and used his telekinetic power to restrain her, holding her fast as tension crackled through the air. He unleashed a psychic technique he had developed from his own memories of past mistreatment, a method designed to invade and torment the mind. Gabriel begged him to let them talk, to let her help him, insisting there was still good left in him and that he could be a hero again. Issei answered that the hero she once knew was gone, consumed by the cruelty of those he had protected. He said he did not intend to kill her, but that death would be mercy compared to what he planned, to make her suffer for trusting and loving the wrong person. He sent the psychic technique into her mind, a mental affliction that would silence her whenever she tried to speak about the incident with him. He offered a mocking, feigned pity and then left with his companions, leaving Gabriel shaken and crying from the betrayal she associated with Dai Hayu. When the vision ended, Gabriel muttered that she was sorry and that this might not have happened if she had used her ability on Issei long ago. Unseen by Gabriel, Elizabeth was finishing the collection of information needed for Issei's sacred gear recreation, plans that would help in recreating other holy relics. Elizabeth turned to Gabriel with a cold look and blamed naive people like her for the situation, smiling while hiding her disgust. Her eyes shifted back to a clear baby blue, signaling that her transformation into a dark angel was complete. She told herself that the world would be better after this and left heaven to inform Issei. Issei walked across the fields. Malik stood amid the smoldering ruins of Grigori. Issei and Nyx stood side by side, watching the screen. A book appeared as Issei donned his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haidu watched with a sinister smirk while Rias stood beside him. Asia and the other girls fought Malik using magic. Aika looked upward as she stepped through a puddle. The ORC, Student Council, Valet Team, and Team/Dog were shown, all under the glare of a pair of angry eyes. Issei stared at the book and remembered his past vividly, envisioning the factions falling apart. Ingvild crushed a figurine of Dai with tears on her face and anger in her expression. A white-haired female angel and a silver-haired woman watched their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes and looked at Dai with resolve. Issei dropped to his knees, haunted by memories, and a family photo appeared with a tear across it. Issei found himself separated from his family and later locked eyes with his brother as their swords clashed. 4 days later, at Haidu residence around midday, Valerie Lucifer sat with tears in her eyes. She remembered what had happened. She had already lost Lavinia, and now Cookie was gone as well, although the doctors and friends had withheld that news while she recovered from her wounds. Her injuries had become severe after she woke and moved, and the doctors had warned that movement would hinder her recovery. She had been placed in an anesthesia-induced coma to aid healing, and the Dragon Slayer magic left in Issei's strikes had complicated her condition. The anesthesia kept her from feeling pain until the magic was removed, and after surgery she was able to walk again. Valerie pleaded with Kuroka, unable to accept the losses, tears falling as she begged to know that Cookie was all right. Kuroka apologized, saddened, and did not use her usual verbal tick. Valerie's hair hit her face as she bolted from the room. Kuroka called after her in alarm and ran to catch up, but Valerie was too fast and left Kuroka standing helplessly in the house. Baraquil had also perished shortly after Malik attacked him. Lavinia remained alive but in a coma, and others such as Sahariel and Amaros had been placed in medically induced comas to recover. The situation for Grigori was bleak. The attack had wiped out more than half of the fallen angels. Among the injured, a significant portion had not survived, and many of the survivors had only a slim chance of recovery. The Cadre Penemu had suffered especially severe injuries from Grievous and faced a difficult prognosis. Fallen angels had long been dwindling in number. Beyond the recent losses, many top-level fallen angels had defected or been recruited by other groups, and the Evil Dragon War had taken casualties across all factions. Unlike devils, who had the evil peace system, and angels, who had the brave saints, fallen angels lacked an organized restorative system. Their former leader Azazel had once spoken as if he did not intend the race to continue, and in a bitter twist his wish had contributed to their decline. Ingvild came downstairs after hearing the latest reports. She had been saddened by the news 3 days before and now wondered why everyone had gathered. She asked if something had happened, concern in her voice, relieved that Dai was not present and wondering where Issei was, though she did not expect him to tell her. Rias explained that Valerie had returned and had not taken the news well. Rias had been among the first to learn of the situation and had informed the others. Many people covered their mouths in horror at the fall of Grigori and the casualties it had suffered. Aquino, however, did not react outwardly. The loss of her father and the recent traumas left her withdrawn and motionless, trapped in her own overwhelmed state. Malik's hallucinations and Baraquil's death had left her in a fragile condition. Several others had also been placed in medically induced comas, and there was cautious hope for Valerie's recovery. Ingvild had not expected events to unfold this way and felt deep sorrow that it had come to this. The worst part was that Malik had not acted alone. An entire army had accompanied him. The other factions had concluded that Malik belonged to and led this group, dubbing it the Droid faction. Arthur raged that they had been confident Malik would not attack for months, but it turned out Malik had planned the assault that destroyed one of the biblical factions. Lu Fei attempted to console him as he felt powerless, unable to protect his leader or stop Malik. Asia asked what they should do next, and Rias urged that they go help the others, noting that Asia's sacred gear would be needed. Kuroka said she would stay with Valerie, believing Valerie did not want visitors. Arthur agreed that Lu Fei should remain as well, leaving Lu Fei bewildered by their choice. Malik watched the assembled group, thoughtful rather than pleased. He was not satisfied by their despair. He observed them, considering the consequences of what had happened. Malik felt pleased to see them suffer, but his thoughts were elsewhere. He considered that if his hunch was correct, there had to be other hybrids between humans and demons. He reasoned that descendants of Asmodeus and Beelzebub might exist and wondered whether those two might possess Longinus. He fell silent as he pondered. Ingvild apologized and explained that she had appointments and could not join. She remembered that she would meet Ophis and Great Red that day. Many looked sad but agreed. Malik appeared amused by the situation and teleported away to meet up with the rest. Scene change. Unknown location, 12:30 p.m. Issei reviewed the information Elizabeth had brought from heaven and felt amazed. Most of the relics were impressive, and 3 in particular caught his attention: the Shroud of Turin, the Sidarium of Oviedo, and the Crown of Thorns. He had little information about them before, but the new data was promising. Issei praised Elizabeth for her work and ruffled her hair. She smiled in response and said she was glad the information had helped. Issei replied that it had helped more than enough and that, with this information, he could recreate the true Longinus. He admitted he had struggled before but now could recreate it and possibly other Longinus-class sacred gears that the factions had not discovered, and he thanked Elizabeth for her efforts. Elizabeth nodded quietly. Grievous asked what they should do next. Issei stored the information in a crystal orb that functioned like a recording device and ordered his team to stand by while he focused on the gears. Grievous and Kalani acknowledged the command. Elizabeth asked what she should do, and Issei instructed her to stay with the angels and ensure there were no interruptions when he dealt with heaven. He warned that the task might be unpleasant, but she should make sure nothing interfered with his plans. Elizabeth declined the notion that the mission would disgust her and promised to fulfill it, then teleported to the angels to pose as one of them. Issei then turned his attention to 2 figures in the shadows and instructed them to remain with their factions and act normally. The 2 responded that they would comply and teleported away. Issei set to work recreating the true Longinus and constructing Longinus-class sacred gears based on the heavenly information. Scene change. The park, 1 p.m. Ingvild arrived at the park and scanned the area for Ophis. Unbeknownst to her, Valerie was tracking her. Ingvild wore an impatient expression. She wanted to know where Ophis was and who Malik truly was. She sought vengeance for Cookie and Lavinia. Albion tried to reason with Valerie, warning that what she would see could change her, but Valerie remained adamant. She insisted she wanted to learn Malik's true identity and that he would pay for what he had done to Lavinia and Cookie. Albion cut the connection, surrendering to the likelihood that Valerie would act on her own. Valerie was determined to take revenge, no matter the cost. While Ingvild searched, the park's surroundings shifted and opened into the dimensional gap. She and Ophis stepped into that altered space, with Valerie following in pursuit in search of Malik's reality. Ophis announced that they had arrived and pointed to Great Red. A massive western dragon appeared, 100 meters long, with a horn on his snout and 2 sets of wings. This was Great Red, once a rival of Ophis and a friend of Issei. Great Red asked if Ingvild was the one Ophis had spoken of. Ingvild greeted him timidly and with awe. Great Red regarded her briefly and then directed a neutral glance at Ophis. Ophis warned Ingvild not to stare, explaining that Great Red disliked being watched, and Ingvild apologized. Great Red observed that a promise had been broken between him and Ophis, which left them puzzled. Ophis checked her companion, which had not been activated, and smiled reassuringly at Ingvild. Great Red added that someone had followed them and gone undetected, and he demanded that Valerie reveal herself. Ophis's usually emotionless voice hardened with anger as she called for Valerie. Valerie entered in her balance breaker state, and Great Red made it clear that he was displeased by her presence and that his promise had been violated because of her actions. Valerie declared that she wanted to uncover Malik's identity and would even investigate his past to do so. Before she could finish, two powerful auras flared, one from Ingvild and the other from Great Red. Great Red mocked Valerie, reminding her that Malik had defeated her twice and that it would be foolish to underestimate him. Ophis told Valerie that if anyone was useless, it was her, not him, and that he refused to help because she would never learn from her mistakes. Valerie replied coldly that everyone already considered him useless, including the factions. Great Red then manifested several images and declared that Valerie should feast her eyes on them. The images all showed the same thing: Issei saving her from having her sacred gear taken by Rizavim almost a year ago. Drake informed Issei through the images that they had only 20 minutes to make their plan work, and that if they failed to determine the sequence in time, Valerie would be ruined. Drake's tone was neutral but tight with annoyance. He could not understand why he found himself helping her despite her attitude, yet he would not hesitate when it mattered. Valerie, disbelieving and angry, insisted that the images were lies. Albion answered in a calm tone that none of the memories were lies. Every memory was real. Albion explained that Issei had saved her from Euclid and Rizavim when they tried to steal her gear, and that Albion had been unable to move or speak because he had been sealed. Valerie's eyes widened in shock. Great Red announced that the most important part had yet to be revealed. A pillar of light erupted beneath the two girls and enveloped them before they could react. Ophis asked why Great Red had not waited for the others to recover. Great Red replied that it was better for them to see the truth of the Crouchbearer's personality for themselves. The revelation would shatter the White Dragon and demonstrate how outclassed their enemies and the factions truly were. The pillar represented a dimension Great Red had personally created to show visions of how Dai perceived them. Scene change. Valerie and Ingvild were pulled into what felt like a pocket dimension. As the descendant of Lucifer and the descendant of Leviathan looked around, they noticed Issei walking across the street. Ingvild expressed surprise at seeing him and then realized two people were following him. Issei seemed to pass right through them without acknowledging their presence, as if he did not see them at all. Issei spoke in a bored tone that nothing new had happened and that life simply went on. Ingvild recognized the two followers as Matsuda and Motohama, the notorious former pair known for spreading rumors. Valerie asked Ingvild if she knew them. Ingvild confirmed that they were Dai's friends and often talked with him. Valerie nodded. Issei continued to walk, and the boys tapped his shoulder to get his attention. Matsuda mocked him with the slur about rumors, joined by Motohama. Ingvild had expected them to be better people and was shocked by their behavior. Motohama remarked that Issei seemed struck dumb with disbelief, but Issei stood unmoving, as if sensing the right moment to act. Ingvild told Valerie that Issei's reputation at school was notorious and that she believed Matsuda and Motohama had spread the rumors, causing most students to hate and look down on him. Valerie asked who would have asked them to do it, but Ingvild fell silent, unsure Valerie would accept the truth. A man's voice came from the shadows telling Issei to leave the house, and Valerie's eyes widened when she recognized him. Dai approached Issei with a mocking smile. Dai grabbed Issei and struck him, driving him to the ground and leaving him coughing, then taunted him about nobody listening or believing him and about goodness being a naive fantasy. Valerie watched in horror as the man she had thought was good showed a rotten side. Issei rose again, startling Dai. Dai lashed out with another punch, but Issei blocked it. Dai demanded that Issei let go of him, struggling against Issei's hold. Issei said he was tired of pretending to be weak and hinted that it was time to show why he was the older brother. With a focused motion, Issei twisted Dai's arm, forcing him to yelp. Matsuda and Motohama were shocked to see someone they had assumed weak overwhelming their boss. Dai threatened retaliation and warned Issei to let go or suffer the consequences. Issei maintained a hard expression, continuing to restrict Dai's movement. The struggle between the brothers continued, leaving Valerie and Ingvild stunned by what they were witnessing. A sharp crack filled the air. Dai screamed in pain as he clutched his broken arm, tears in his eyes. Issei had broken his arm. Issei glared at Dai, then at Matsuda and Motohama, and spoke with bitter contempt that Dai had been living a life that was never his. He should have put him in his place long ago. Issei blamed their parents for spoiling Dai and for believing his lies from the start. Dai held his arm and gritted his teeth. Issei then reached for the two boys, forced them by the neck, and warned them that if they ever crossed him they would suffer a fate worse than Dai's. The boys struggled and nodded in fear before Issei threw them aside. They passed out from the impact. Valerie did not expect Dai to be so weak. She had known he was weaker than Issei, but the flashbacks made it clear Issei had done the fighting while Dai took the credit, and Dai's lies corrupted everyone who listened to him in any world. Krom's mockery, telling Dai he would never outshine his brother, returned in a cold memory. One memory in particular made Valerie sick and broke her heart. The image was distorted and unwelcome, and she turned away. A short neutral sentence bridged the gap in the vision. Valerie watched the visions through tears and demanded to Albion whether he had known about this, but Albion gave no answer. Ingvild saw the same scene with sorrow, remembering how close Issei had come to death for her sake. The vision shifted and revealed a white-haired man with Issei and a brown-haired woman. Valerie wiped her tears and studied the scene, eventually recognizing the woman. She asked aloud, surprised, whether that woman could be Persephone. Ingvild asked whether Persephone had not been destroyed by a Longinus user. Valerie confirmed that Persephone's soul had reportedly been destroyed by a Longinus user, which had caused Hades to view them as threats. Ingvild wondered how Persephone could be alive. Valerie said she did not know, but that they would soon find out, and she suggested the white-haired man might be Hades in human form, a sight she had never seen before. In the vision, Hades opened a seal with a smile, and Issei entered the place within. Nyx brightened at his arrival and rushed to embrace him. Issei returned the embrace warmly, and both Persephone and Hades looked on with fondness. After they separated, Nyx asked with a gentle pout why Issei did not visit more often. Issei admitted he had commitments but promised that he would free Nyx from her prison and that he would stop anyone who stood in the way. Nyx blushed at the promise and asked Issei not to risk himself. She did not want him to be endangered. Issei insisted he would find a way to rescue her without letting rival factions interfere, and he spoke coldly that anyone in his path would be eliminated. Valerie and Ingvild felt a chill as they realized that the person they had once seen as a true hero would not hesitate to become their enemy. The vision changed again to show Issei, Hades, and Persephone discussing strategy. Hades expressed concern about how Issei could face so many opponents at once. Issei summoned a magic circle. Hades recognized it as derived from Annihilation Maker, one of the sacred gears he had copied. The vision showed the body of someone who would become the face of their new enemy. Valerie and Ingvild reacted in disbelief when they recognized the unconscious figure as Malik, the one who had once helped them in the past with the goal of freeing Nyx. Issei produced a blade and deliberately pricked his own hand, letting a few drops fall onto Malik. Malik's form absorbed the drops, and then the clone stirred and rose to stand beside Issei. Persephone rushed to Issei's side to check his hand. Issei reassured her that it was a minor wound and that he needed someone to act as the face of their new foe. The clone's awakening confirmed what Valerie and Ingvild feared. The enemy would bear a familiar face, the same person who had once aided them in their efforts to free Nyx. But little did they know that Issei's current goals were far from what anyone expected. Malik asked if he must be Issei's progenitor, and Issei nodded. Issei declared that they would demonstrate the might of the Red Dragon Emperor to the factions. Malik agreed and said they would correct the errors caused by those factions' decisions. Issei spoke coldly that the most detestable beings would suffer the most. Malik added with venom in his voice that they took what they wanted by force and used humanity as pawns in their wars, sending people into needless peril. Issei smiled and said that the supernatural world was a depressing sight now, and that with those beings gone the world would be better. He did not hesitate to remove any obstacle in his way. Malik smiled and observed that the supernatural feared only the loss of their way of life. Issei said that he was Malik, and Malik replied that he was Issei. Both declared that together they would use their power to bring despair upon those who had shaped them. Issei then spoke of the rage he carried and his intent to make those responsible answer for their actions. He hugged his duplicate briefly before they split apart. A brief silence settled over the chamber. Ingvild and Valerie watched in horror. Issei led the faction that threatened them, and they did not know what to do next. They had no idea how far Issei had already gone. A hush fell as everyone braced for the next vision to unfold. Previously, Gabriel remembered and regretted what had happened to Issei. Issei had been the first victim to encounter Malik, who had overrun her faction and anyone who stood in his way. Malik rendered Issei unconscious and took her to a hidden location, where he compelled her to witness a harsh reality. When she refused, he forced the vision on her and then revealed the true person who wanted to speak to her. Issei tried to reason and resist but was helpless. She was left crying until the angels eventually found her. Gabriel later apologized to Issei, but it was too late. Elizabeth, now fused with Issei, acknowledged that her own naivety had contributed to the outcome and quietly left. 4 days passed. News of Grigori's fall reached Valley, leaving her utterly broken and prompting her to run away. The others gathered and debated their next steps. Rias proposed that they go tend to the wounded, and Asia agreed to help. They left to heal the injured, while Ingvild refused to come. Malik considered seeking descendants of Asmodeus and Beelzebub and wondered whether he could locate them. Meanwhile, Issei expressed satisfaction with Elizabeth's actions and praised her, which made the Dark Angel pleased. Grievous asked what should be done, and Issei ordered him and another to remain on standby. He instructed Elizabeth to maintain a low profile while moving toward the Angel faction, ensuring no one suspected her involvement. Elizabeth agreed. He issued the same standby orders to the 2 women, and they concurred. Issei then focused on recreating the true spear and other holy type Longinus and went inside to plan his next moves. Ingvild reached the park and was followed by Valerie. Ophis soon appeared and led both of them to a dimensional gap, where Great Red greeted them. When Great Red sensed another presence, Ophis confronted Valerie, who refused to acknowledge Issei. Great Red then revealed the first part of a vision, and the scene shifted into a harrowing display of the past. More of the past unfolded. Dai had lied and deceived everyone along with his accomplices Matsuda and Motohama. His relationship with Nyx was exposed, and at last his true role as leader of a new, relentless faction that annihilated other factions without mercy was revealed. The revelations left both girls stunned. Ingvild's face showed disbelief and terror as she asked what to do next, grappling with the shock that Malik was a clone of Issei and that Issei himself led the faction that had destroyed Grigori. Valerie responded nervously that they could only watch, and she feared that they would witness more attacks now that Great Red's vision persisted. Neither girl understood the full extent of the faction's strength or the effect the truth would have on morale. The idea that Malik could face cadres without difficulty suggested Issei might be even stronger, and the possibility was chilling. The vision shifted to show Issei without disguise, a mocking grin directed at Gabriel. Gabriel lay unresponsive, slumped and powerless, a state reminiscent of Aquino when she had been compromised. Valerie covered her mouth in horror, convinced that Issei had used hallucinatory tactics to break morale. Issei himself seemed largely unaffected. Issei moved through heaven as though gathering items, but the actions were a lure to draw out a specific target. Elizabeth Lioness confronted him, furious and determined to make him pay. Elizabeth recognized him as Issei Hayu, Dai's older brother. Issei answered her with a cold, dismissive smile and claimed he was merely judging the crimes of her leader, suggesting that wrath was a sin that could lead to a fall. Elizabeth accused him of being a monster for attacking Gabriel when she was weakest. Issei replied that he lacked a heart and made a flippant, mocking remark before turning serious. Issei prepared to fight, summoning the boosted gear. Elizabeth worried about surviving the encounter and about securing Gabriel and retreating. Issei then signaled that he would escalate the conflict. 2 wings unfurled from behind him as his divine dividing manifested. He activated a fusion balance break, combining both gears into a single, potent form. Draig's voice proclaimed the vanishing Welsh dragon balance breaker, reverberating through heaven. Issei acted a barrier to contain his aura and to prevent Elizabeth from escaping. The balance breaker integrated features of both gears. Issei's arms took on characteristics akin to his Welsh dragon counterpart, and portions of his armor reflected aspects of the vanishing dragon. The armor bore green and blue gems representing each gear. The scene carried the force of a dramatic, anime-style confrontation rather than graphic violence, emphasizing power and spectacle over injury detail. Valerie watched in shock and rising fear as Issei demonstrated the fused balance breaker, using both of the heavenly dragon's powers without difficulty. Ingvild agreed that Elizabeth seemed hopelessly outmatched. The vision continued. Elizabeth declared that her armor would not stop her from saving Lady Gabriel and summoned 2 light spears. Issei raised his hand and Drake commanded a dividing technique that reduced the spears to nothing. Elizabeth refused to yield and invoked one of her strongest spells, calling down a blinding light. She launched drill-shaped projectiles, but Issei dismissed them and Drake again enacted the dividing command to nullify the attack. Enraged, Elizabeth activated an even greater spell that surrounded Issei with beams of light. Issei reacted swiftly. Drake invoked a half-dimension effect that shrank the incoming beams and light constructs, weakening them. Issei then fired a dragon shot and moved away from the resulting explosion. He closed the distance in a mocking manner, seized Elizabeth, and slammed her to the ground in a fast, decisive maneuver typical of an intense anime confrontation. Valis stood speechless and Albion remained silent, both stunned by Issei's ability to integrate 2 opposing gears into one without apparent repercussion. Ingvild admitted that the display was remarkable. When the dust settled, Elizabeth groaned, feathers scattered around her, she was bruised and her clothing was damaged. Issei approached, impressed by the fight she had put up and by her potential as a mid-rank angel. Weakly, Elizabeth said she was defeated and asked him to finish her. Issei surprised her by refusing to kill her and instead announced that he had a use for her and wanted her to join his goals. Elizabeth, despite her condition, rejected cooperation with him outright. In response, Issei deactivated his balance breaker and produced Alpheka Tyrant. Elizabeth reacted with fear and confusion as Issei explained that Alpheka Tyrant was a holy relic, a previously undiscovered Longinus known as the Holy Nail, capable of controlling people by rewriting memories and personalities. Valerie and Ingvild exchanged alarmed looks on realizing there could be an additional holy relic. Valerie pieced together implications about the materials that made the known Longinus and understood with growing dread that Issei's access to this relic expanded his potential threat. Issei used the Holy Nail to exert control. Elizabeth begged him to stop. He assured her it would only hurt a little, and 2 nails of living light touched her arm. She cried out and then lost consciousness. Valerie reacted in horror at the demonstration that he could seize control of someone with the Alpheka Tyrant, and Ingvild shared the same fear. The scene shifted to Issei holding what appeared to be a mobile device. He activated a program called Unknown Dictator, explaining that it allowed him to manipulate metal and electronic systems and to infiltrate devices powered by magic. An aura from the Longinus suggested its influence could extend to the world's technology. Valerie realized this explained why the attack had gone unnoticed until it was too late, as alarms and defenses were being disabled. Ingvild marveled at how such a capability could exist, and Valerie said that only Issei truly knew its limits. They then saw Elizabeth. Elizabeth woke and saw Issei watching her. Issei asked how she felt. Elizabeth answered that she felt reborn and thanked him, addressing him as Lord Issei. Issei, pleased but serious, told her to get up because they had work to do. Elizabeth asked how she could help. Issei instructed her to gather information on the holy relics and the heaven system. He said he would check on Malik and monitor the Grigori attack. He produced a ring as he spoke. Elizabeth promised she would not disappoint him. Issei then remembered something and produced a purple glove similar to his lightning slayer gloves. Issei created a special gem with the Annihilation Maker and enchanted it with dark light, a metal infused with magic that enhanced the user's strength, made them undetectable to heaven's senses, and prevented them from falling regardless of any sin. Elizabeth asked what it was. Issei explained that the dark light gem would grant a burst of power and conceal her presence in heaven unless she chose to reveal herself. Elizabeth did not hesitate to take the stone and absorbed it into herself. Elizabeth glowed with a dark purple light while Issei watched in quiet satisfaction. His creation had worked exactly as planned. Her wings flushed purple for a moment before returning to white, and 2 additional pairs of wings unfurled, increasing her power. Issei added that she could hide her wings. Elizabeth nodded, and Issei told her he would take his leave and that she knew what to do. Issei teleported away. Elizabeth looked at Gabriel with disgust, wondering why she had served her so blindly before. Issei had shown her the truth. Both Valerie and Ingvild were shocked by Elizabeth's willing allegiance. The girls wondered what Issei had told her, and Valerie reacted with fear. Ingvild admitted nervously that she did not know how powerful the gear was. If that nail struck them, they might be rewritten. Before the conversation could continue, the scene changed to Olympus. Issei walked across the fields. Malik stood amid the charred remains of Grigori. Issei and Nyx stood side by side watching a screen. A book appeared as Issei arrived in his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Hyadu wore a sinister smirk while Rias stood at his side. Asia and the others fought Malik with magic. Aika looked upward and stepped through a puddle. The ORC, Student Council, Valid Team, and Team/Dog were shown, their members tense beneath a pair of glaring eyes. Issei stared at the book as memories flooded him, visions of factions falling apart. Ingvild crushed a figurine of Dai, tears streaming and anger etched on her face. Elizabeth and a silver-haired woman watched their factions with cool disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes and fixed a determined gaze on Dai. Issei sank to his knees, haunted by his past. A family photo appeared with a slash across it, marking his separation from his family. He met his brother's eyes as their swords clashed. The scene shifted to a place they recognized as Olympus, as it had been before Malik and his droid army attacked. Valerie felt disbelief. Olympus was not like Grigori. Malik charged forward with his droid battalion, accompanied by Grievous and several Magna Guards humanoid machines with glowing red eyes and dark exoskeletons wielding double-bladed electrical staffs infused with dark light and Godslayer magic. The Magna Guards overwhelmed dozens of defenders with relentless efficiency. Malik told Grievous he would go after their target and asked if Grievous could handle the incoming cavalry. Grievous nodded and grinned, eager to deal with the divine forces. Malik teleported deeper into the castle while Grievous watched the cavalry approach, smirking at their small numbers. He mocked the defenders for their lack of reinforcements. The cavalry commander answered with pride, insisting their numbers were more than enough, but Grievous only laughed and suggested the gods might be afraid. Tension rose until Malik gave an order to the OOM commanders to show no mercy. The commanders acknowledged and signaled their battalions. Explosives and energy weapons augmented with Godslayer magic opened fire. The defending battalion was quickly neutralized by barrages of rocket launchers, blaster fire, and heavy turrets. Many soldiers fell under the onslaught. Smoke and sparks filled the streets and the air tasted of ozone and burning. The commander found himself isolated as Grievous closed in. Panic overtook him as he retreated, pleading in fear, but Grievous remained cold and mocking. With swift, decisive strikes, the cyborg general ended the commander's resistance, and the commander collapsed as the fighting moved on. The engagement turned the streets into a chaotic battlefield. Heavy strikes and energy slashes rocked buildings. Glass shattered and rubble rained down. The ground was strewn with fallen soldiers and the aftermath of fierce, unrelenting combat. Valerie and Ingvild watched in horror. Valerie nearly retched at the sight, and Ingvild swayed until Valerie steadied her. Valerie urged Ingvild to compose herself despite the disturbance, and Ingvild managed a weak nod. They recalled Zeus's fury when the assault began. Instead of despair, he had been furious at Grievous' taunting and vowed to destroy the Metalloid general. That resolve, combined with the attack on his faction, inflamed him further. The city bore the signs of brutal conflict. Many lay fallen, some struck down by blasts and energy strikes, and the cyborg general's ruthless efficiency was evident without need for detail. The scene shifted again to Artemis. She appeared as a woman with round blue eyes and long white hair gathered into a circular ornament. She wore a practical red battle dress, a silver necklace, and sandals. True to her origin, Artemis wielded a large bow capable of firing arrows of pure energy. Artemis faced Malik and fought without restraint, aware of how dangerous he was. Malik used telekinesis to block her light arrows, putting her on the back foot. Artemis shouted her condemnation of the attack, and Malik sneered, taunting her abilities. Despite his mockery, Malik respected her prowess. Her magic withstood assaults that had troubled others, and he admitted inwardly that she would be a worthy opponent. Artemis fired again, expert shots aimed at head and heart, but Malik deflected the arrows back. She was struck and staggered, but her resilience let her recover and continue the fight. Malik charged at Artemis with his red blade and slashed. Artemis blocked the strike with her bow. She gritted her teeth. Malik was stronger in raw power than she had expected. Malik taunted that she was the first to push him this far and sneered that she would end up alone. Artemis answered by denouncing men's cruelty and blaming them for the chaos in the world. Malik scoffed and retorted that hypocrisy ran both ways and then used telekinesis to shove her backward. Artemis recovered and fired more arrows. Malik deflected them back, and one exploded, tearing part of her clothing. Artemis glared at him with anger. Malik mocked her remaining effort, and Artemis gathered solar energy and converted it into a beam of moonlight, the light conversion ability she shared with her brother Apollo, allowing her to fight regardless of the sun or the moon. She fired the moonlight beam at Malik, who blocked it with his light blade. Artemis followed with a volley of arrows that caused a burst of light. Malik took damage from underestimating the strike. Artemis declared she had had enough and charged another attack that required time to generate. She did not need to use her hands to control the bow, but when the dust settled, Malik stood unfazed. Malik stretched his neck and grinned menacingly. He unleashed a barrage of lightning that knocked Artemis into pain and convulsions as electrical energy ran through her. The electricity was a special god-slaying magic that Issei had given him to use if she became difficult to handle. Artemis fought through the pain and charged arrows at him. Some struck and caused light to burst, leaving Malik on his knees for a moment. Spectators noted the oddity. Ingvild observed the wounds, and Valerie confirmed that Artemis had shown signs of electrical attack before, but there had been no indication god-slaying magic had been used, which raised questions about Malik's intentions. With whatever strength she had left, Artemis approached Malik and aimed her bow at him. She demanded, coldly, whether he had any last words. Malik mocked her, claiming hunters should know better than to let prey speak. Artemis readied her attack, but before she could act, she felt a sharp strike to her abdomen. Malik's red blade had hit her. She staggered, clutching her side in pain and shock. Malik did not hesitate and followed with another surge of god-slaying lightning. Artemis was thrown to the ground and dropped her bow as the force overwhelmed her. Malik produced a holy nail imbued with binding magic and used it to render her unconscious. Valerie and Ingvild realized that the nail had been used to alter her will and some memories, making her more accepting of men and more compliant. They watched, unsettled, as the transformation took hold. The scene shifted. Issei stood over an unconscious Artemis. When she awoke, the nail's effect was evident. She looked at Issei with what appeared to be adoring obedience and apologized for attacking his allies. She moved to his feet in a SBMSSV, serval posture. Issei ordered her to stand and reminded her that she was a pawn who would be eliminated if she betrayed him. He summoned a specialized device that settled at the base of her neck as a threat of immediate termination should she disobey. Issei instructed her to remain where she was and to report any actions by Zeus and the Olympians, demanding concise and accurate intelligence. Artemis accepted the command without resistance. Valerie and Ingvild were shocked to see the woman who had once refused to bow to any man now obeying Issei. The scene changed again to Artemis chained while Issei approached. Valerie asked Ingvild what was happening, and Ingvild considered the evidence. Valerie suggested that this must be the real Artemis, given the disgust she still showed toward men, and that the present state must be before the final changes took hold. They both watched, uneasy about what Issei planned. Artemis addressed Issei with cold contempt and asked what he wanted. Issei only grinned and proceeded to transfer many of his own memories into her mind. She was overwhelmed by what she witnessed. A tear fell from her eye as Issei watched with a mocking expression. Artemis asked Issei how the man-hating goddess felt, her voice shaky and tears in her eyes. Issei answered cruelly and loudly that he had been heartbroken 3 times. He explained that Rias Gremory had been the first he loved but chose die for his looks and lies, and that Seraph Gabriel had spoken behind his back. He emphasized that none of those pain compared to what he had suffered afterward, and named Ingvild Leviathan as the deepest wound. Artemis flinched and began to cry. Ingvild dropped to her knees, overwhelmed by the vision of what Issei had endured. Valerie crouched beside her and rubbed her back, apologizing to Issei as she consoled Ingvild, who continued to cry. Issei coldly accused the goddess of giving up after a single heartbreak and warned her to watch as she destroyed her own faction. Artemis apologized weakly, begging him not to leave and insisting that her family was all she had. Issei told her to watch how her family's true colors would be revealed, then disappeared, leaving Artemis in tears. Ingvild kept crying while Valerie sat beside her, ashamed and angry at how things had unfolded. Both felt the sting of betrayal and regret. A single tear slipped down Valerie's cheek. The scene shifted to Asgard. Valerie and Ingvild were surprised by the sudden view and wondered why there had been no report of an attack. Both agreed that something was wrong. The image changed to show a group of droids resembling specialized command units, their dark bodies fitted with blades. They appeared designed for infiltration and assassination. All the Valkyries had been neutralized, blades pressed threateningly against them, and the infiltrator standing among the droids was Issei. Valley admitted to feeling intimidated by the droids, and Ingvild agreed, uneasy at the sight of the weapons. Ingvild observed that the droids looked designed for covert operations, and she swallowed hard, worried about what would come next. The Valkyries had no memory of an attack. Issei turned his attention to Gondal. Gondal was a woman roughly the same age as someone he knew, with long white-silver hair slightly tinged with blue and purple eyes. She wore a blue officer's uniform with a skirt and black stockings. Gondal breathed heavily and appeared exhausted from the confrontation, while Issei remained composed. Nearby lay the mortis blade, the same weapon he had used against Malik in the past. Gondal shouted in desperation and anger, recognizing Issei and remembering the boy she had met when Rosweiss had introduced her to Dai. She had sensed something hidden in him back then, and she had been content if her granddaughter was happy. Now she struggled to match Issei's abilities as he worked to disable alarms with an ability called Unknown Dictator, ensuring no one would be alerted and that any who knew of his presence had been taken care of. Issei taunted her in a mocking tone as 2 wings manifested behind him. The wings invoked a repeating dividing incantation that seemed to sap Gondal's strength. She tried to cast gravity magic, but Issei countered with his sacred gear, Gravity Jail, reversing the effect and concentrating gravity to force her to her knees. His eyes glowed bright yellow as he increased the pressure until she stumbled. Issei closed the distance and launched a rapid assault. Gondal did her best to block every punch and kick, deflecting at difficult angles and managing to land several blows that momentarily staggered him. Issei noted her proficiency in hand-to-hand combat and then accelerated his reflexes and evasion to a level that felt godlike. Gondal could no longer evade his movements and was forced into a constant defensive stance while Issei laughed through the attack. Gondal realized his punches were growing stronger, likely due to the boosted gear. She used wind magic to pull herself away and create distance, but an ambush had already been set. A massive blast struck her before she could fully recover, leaving her in a battered state. She had not expected such a sudden strike. Issei activated both the boosted gear and divine dividing, preparing to press his advantage. He challenged her determination to face the power of 2 dragons at once as he advanced, the gears resonating as the confrontation intensified. Gondal gritted her teeth and struggled to raise a protective barrier, but it was too late. She chanted a rapid sequence of spells, repeating the boost and divide commands as best she could, but her magic and strength were nearly gone. An ominous energy gathered before her eyes. Drake announced the name of the attack as Issei launched a greenish-red blast. The blast expanded far beyond any safe radius and overwhelmed Gondal's defenses. She cried out as the attack struck, collapsing to her knees. Her power was drained and she could not counter. Issei had studied her fighting style and chosen to strike while she was exhausted from relentless training driven by Malik's constant assaults. She had been forced into rest and Issei had seized that moment. Ingvild watched in disbelief and Valerie clenched her teeth. Ingvild wondered if Issei would go so far, and Valerie confirmed with a grim acceptance that he would, helpless as spectators to another falling under his influence. Valerie's frustration stemmed less from what had happened to Gondel and more from the horror of watching Issei become the kind of monster they had helped shape. Issei removed the Alpheka tyrant and produced a holy nail. Gondel, shaking with fury and defiance, declared that she would never join him and that she would not harm those she loved. Issei smiled coldly and told her she had no choice. He claimed the Alpheka tyrant contained a holy nail of great power that would bind her. He launched it toward her and it struck her neck. Gondel lost consciousness and slipped into darkness. Valerie reacted with horror while Ingvild looked away in disbelief. Ingvild lamented that Gondel was likely to be turned into something similar to what had happened to Artemis. Issei spoke coldly of the pride and conceit of those who looked down on humans, promising that once he was done, they would see things his way. The scene shifted to a controlled chamber much like the one used for Artemis. Gondel, bound and disoriented, tried to resist as Issei approached. He exposed a series of recorded memories, and Gondel's expression crumpled when she saw images of her granddaughter involved with someone like him. The memories suggested betrayal and deception, and Gondel begged for them to be false. Issei confirmed that the recordings were his memories and that they showed his interactions with Gondel's granddaughter and other women. The content distressed Gondel deeply, and she wept at the thought of her granddaughter's future being threatened. Issei taunted Gondel with the promise that her granddaughter would suffer and that, in his words, she was in good hands. He walked away, leaving Gondel pleading for mercy and for the safety of her family. She implored him not to make her granddaughter an enemy and reminded him that the Norse faction and her granddaughter were all she had. Issei glanced back and told her to watch as her faction revealed its true colors, then departed. Gondel was left in despair, clinging to the hope that things might improve despite Dai's hidden ways. Back in the present, Issei dismissed his guards. His goal had been to sway Gondel to his side because of her talent as both a master magician and an inventor. Gondel eventually awoke, the nail's effect having taken hold enough for her to be conscious but controlled. She apologized to Issei for defending what she called a lost cause like Asgard. Issei brushed off her apology and told her that he could still use her talents to take down her enemies if she cooperated. Gondel proposed creating Valander, a weapon designed to confront gods and to interface with God-Slayer-type magic. She offered to transform into a weapon to serve Issei directly. Issei acknowledged her proposal and asked practical questions about the process and who knew of the plan. Gondel explained that only the 12 Valkyries were aware of these ideas and that to transform one needed deep emotional synchronization between a Valkyrie and her partner. Their emotions had to be in tune. Issei asked whether Rosweiss knew, and Gondel replied that Rosweiss did not. She reiterated the requirement that both Valkyrie and partner share the same emotional wavelength for the forging to work. Issei accepted the plan and commanded Gondel to forge the weapon, to remain with Asgard, and to report any useful information to him. Gondel agreed and set about the task, committed to the uneasy bargain that might protect what she still loved. Gondel agreed to Issei's command. As Issei and the battle droids left, Gondel felt disgust at having fought for that cause and now wanted to fight alongside Issei. The scene shifted to Issei at an unnamed location, where he and Drake conversed. Drake warned Issei never to underestimate his enemies and said he should have used the nail earlier, his serious tone edged with worry. Issei admitted he had gotten carried away and rubbed his head. Observers saw Issei and Drake as more than host and sword. They appeared like close companions, a sight that made Valerie jealous because she lacked such a bond with Albion. Drake reminded him that his enemies would be far stronger than Artemis or Gondel. Issei acknowledged the warning and resolved that he would not stop until he achieved his goal. He spoke of wanting to see a new world rise and of blaming not only the supernatural but also selfish humans who acted as if they were superior. Drake expressed concern and urged Issei to rest until he was ready for another fight. Issei agreed and waited while Elizabeth finished her research. The light faded and Ophis and Great Red appeared watching them, their faces marked by shock and worry, while Valerie looked determined. Great Red asked about their experience with a mocking tone. Ingvild insisted they must inform the factions because she feared Issei would face gods of immense power and might be harmed. Ophis reminded them that she had promised not to inform the factions, though she understood Ingvild's concern. Valerie said she did not recall making such a promise, which angered the dragons. Ophis warned Valerie to be careful with her words and addressed her as White Dragon. Valerie accused Issei of killing people and insisted he must be stopped. Ophis dismissed that belief and called Valerie foolish. Great Red declared that neither she nor Ophis intended to stop Issei and that if he asked for help, they might aid him instead. Valerie then insisted on speaking to Issei in hopes of convincing him to stop, and she left through the dimensional gap while Ophis sighed and called her fool. Great Red commented that Valerie underestimated how much stronger Issei had become and noted that without lending their powers, the outcome could be swift. Ophis agreed and Great Red contacted Issei about the situation. Ingvild asked Ophis for permission to speak with Issei, believing people could change. Ophis coldly refused and accused the factions and their representatives of treating Issei poorly and expecting unconditional help despite their own actions. Ingvild looked away, chastened, and asked what they could do. Ophis asked whether they were willing to break all ties with the bearer of Kromkrach and to accept that change. Ingvild answered that she wanted to be free of that man and to stand with Issei. Ophis obliged. She extended Ingvild's queen piece, which glowed briefly and then dimmed, leaving Ingvild with a sense that something had shifted within her. Ophis then entrusted the queen piece to the Leviathan princess. Valerie set out from the dimensional gap, intending to go to Hades's domain where she believed Issei was likely to be. Before she could react, a purple mist surrounded her and transported her to another place. She recognized the place as Dimension Lost and suspected that either George or Issei was responsible. Issei then appeared, dressed in simple dark clothing. Great Red had told Issei that Valerie wanted to talk to him, and Issei stood ready. Valerie pleaded with him to stop and accused him of killing innocents. Issei responded that the hero she remembered was gone, killed by the very people he had once defended, and that the factions were coming to an end. Valerie, angry and worried, reminded him of how she had been treated, admonished, humiliated, and harassed, citing Rias and her peerage as part of her grievances. She found it unreasonable that he would ask her not to end the factions after everything they had done to her. Issei shouted in fury, demanding a good reason to help the factions or to stop attacking them. Valerie tried to reason that he was harming innocent civilians, including children, but Issei cut her off, refusing to listen. Issei lashed out, accusing the factions of looking down on him and asking why he should not destroy them when they had never cared for him. Valerie felt guilty and could not deny the truth in his words. Valerie tried to protest but found herself unable to speak. What Issei proposed next surprised her. He offered a wager: if she could defeat him or at least wound him visibly, he would stop the attack and turn himself in. Valerie widened her eyes in shock. He continued, adding that if she lost she would have to join him unconditionally and obey any order, even to harm Lavinia, and that any betrayal would be met with lethal consequences. He spoke with a mocking grin. Valerie was speechless, anger rose, but she saw this as possibly the only chance to stop Issei and then expose Dai to the factions. Valerie accepted the terms and activated her divine dividing, invoking her balance breaker, vanishing dragon balance breaker. The sacred sword Albion announced the transformation. Draig mentally asked if she was sure about this course. Issei mentally replied that there were countermeasures that could handle her, mentioning that 2 gears together could neutralize her. Issei nodded and entered his own balance breaker, Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Both Issei and Valerie gathered their auras and charged at one another. Issei reinforced his armor to make it harder for Valerie to land blows. Issei began a rhythmic chant, feeling a temporary ebb in his power that immediately recovered, surprising Valerie as he continued to increase his strength. He activated a surge of power and tackled Valerie, sending her flying through the air in a burst of stylized, high-energy combat. Valerie recovered instantly and decided the only way to beat him was to enter Imperio Juggernaut Drive. She began her awakening in earnest. Valerie proclaimed that she would force obedience through silvery white illusions and perfect wickedness. Albion announced the activation of Valerie's juggernaut drive as Valerie entered it. She attempted to use compression divide on Issei, pressing him into the attack, but Issei countered by activating his incinerate anthem and summoning holy flames around Valerie. Issei unleashed the flames, which began to scorch her armor and force her to release her hold. Seeing the opening, Issei dashed forward and struck her face with a rapid series of precise blows. Each impact cracked sections of her armor before she could react, driving her back with visible damage. Valerie tried to use divide again after gaining a bit of distance, but Issei's power seemed to regenerate instead of diminishing. Issei asked why she thought his power was not reducing. Valerie looked surprised. Issei explained that his original body had been destroyed when Samel's poison entered him, and then asked Valerie which dragons were not affected by Albion's divide. Valerie, named Great Red, Ophis, and Draig, then realized the implication. Issei smiled and revealed that his body was fashioned from the essence of Great Red and that Ophis's power flowed through him, making him a humanoid dragon, a forbidden existence combining Great Red's essence with Ophis's power. Valerie's eyes widened at the revelation, and Albion watched with concern. Albion warned Valerie that she would not win, not even with Diabolo's dragon Lucifer. Valerie began to cry, understanding how slim her chances were. Given that Issei had already defeated her twice with relative ease, and with his current power, her defeat seemed inevitable. Issei stated that it was time to end the fight and activated the balance breaker of his incinerate anthem. The flames resolved into two massive dragon forms, one bipedal and the other tree-like. Valerie attempted to flee but found herself trapped. Issei introduced the manifestations as Grendel and Leyden. The two flame dragons regarded her as an opponent and moved to demonstrate their power. Issei explained that these flame forms resembled the original Grendel and Leyden, powerful and sealed elsewhere, but now made of holy flame. The dragons then unleashed a storm of holy fire that overwhelmed Valerie's defenses. She had nowhere to escape. The columns of flame were too high to fly over. Valerie hesitated to surrender not only because of pride but because of what a forced surrender might require of her in relation to Lavinia. She tried to rise, but the flames prevented her ascent. Valerie screamed as the holy flames engulfed her juggernaut drive and forced it apart. The assault left her defeated and weakened. Issei halted the flames and recalled Grendel and Leyden, who seemed eager after their brief engagement. He approached Valerie and spoke in a cold tone, telling her that she would obey him without question and that betrayal would mean death. Valerie, tearful and defeated, acknowledged this fate. Ophis arrived and informed them that Ingvild was back at the Hyudu residence. She noted Valerie's loss without visible emotion. Issei asked Ophis for a favor. Ophis smiled and demanded an imported Cadbury chocolate in return. Issei sighed and agreed, amused by how fond she was of chocolate, a fondness that matched his own attachment to Diet Cola. Issei then requested that Ophis place a safeguard so that Valerie would be killed if she ever betrayed or disobeyed him. Ophis agreed and summoned a magical serpent-like binding. Valerie accepted her fate. She had chosen this wager and lost. The serpent binding was placed upon her, creating a life-threatening enforcement that would ensure her obedience. Ophis stated unemotionally that betrayal or disobedience would be fatal. Valerie, having brought this on herself, nodded and asked weakly if she could return home. Issei and Ophis consented, and Valerie teleported back to the Hyudu residence. Issei reflected that he did not even need to use the Longinus Alpheka tyrant for this outcome, watching Valerie's tear-stained face as he considered how to make use of her and plan his next moves. The factions were growing desperate. One of his objectives was close to fulfillment. Issei explained that they would lie low and observe the aftermath of the attacks on Grigori and Olympus before making their next move. He planned to let the factions grow impatient and sow doubt about the supposed hero die, planting seeds of uncertainty among the people. Ophis agreed, and the two of them went off to get some chocolate. Issei then prepared to head to Persephone, intending to return to the Hyudu residence later to avoid suspicion. She had lost the bet and, though reluctant, accepted the terms. She felt compelled to follow his instructions and became almost like a servant to him. Unseen threats hovered in the background, keeping her tense and cautious. Chapter end. Previously, Valerie and Ingvild witnessed a vision of Issei confronting Elizabeth. Issei quickly overwhelmed her with the power of the Dragon Emperors and forced her to his side through the Alpheka tyrant technique, ordering her to assist him. The vision shifted to Malik, General Grievous, and a droid army sweeping through Olympus, overrunning defenders and proving that the gods would not arrive in time. Their campaign continued with ruthless efficiency. The vision then showed Malik clashing with Artemis. The goddess held her ground and nearly brought him down, but when she hesitated to ask for mercy, Malik seized the opportunity and countered, leaving her defeated. Later, Issei and Artemis stood together. Artemis displayed admiration, and Issei coldly instructed her to monitor the Olympian faction. The vision then revealed the real Artemis glaring at him. Issei forced his memories into her mind and brusquely rebuffed her pleas, accusing her of being weak and predicting that she would, by her choices, doom her own faction. Artemis begged him to reconsider, but Issei remained unmoved and told her to accept the faction's reality. The scene shifted to Asgard, where Issei infiltrated the halls and incapacitated the Valkyries with BX commando droids. He ambushed Gondel when she least expected it, capturing and restraining her with a piece of her own armor. Issei broke into Gondel's thoughts and revealed painful truths about her family, leaving her shaken and tearful. He goaded her into believing she would unravel her faction by her own hands. When Gondel awoke, she agreed to cooperate and to act as his weapon. Draig warned Issei not to underestimate their enemies, and they prepared to leave. As the illusion faded, the girls wanted to warn their factions and asked Issei to do the same. Valerie confronted him and, failing to change his mind or defeat him, was compelled to obey his commands. She had no option but to comply. The next morning at the Haidu residence, Issei lounged on the sofa bed at 9:30 a.m., surrounded by the Gremory peerage, his parents, his siblings, and Dice peerage. Ingvild was the only one missing. Issei rested his arms and took a sip of Diet Coke, refusing to reveal where he had been. Goru angrily reminded him that he had disappeared for a week without contacting them. Mickey, Aika, and Dai supported Goru's demand to know where Issei had been. Issei replied that he saw no reason to call or explain, and added that they had not cared about his comings and goings before, so he wondered why they cared now. His words shifted the group's expressions. Mickey insisted they cared for him, but Issei scoffed coldly and argued that their concern was driven by the threat to the factions rather than genuine care for him. Issei accused them of only paying attention because Malik had made short work of Grigori and nearly destroyed Olympus. Mickey and Goru reacted in stunned silence while Dai bristled at Issei's mocking tone, and Aika looked shocked. Issei turned to leave, but Rhea stopped him. Rhea struggled to speak, shaken by his intensity. She faltered and then explained nervously that they only wanted to know where he had been and that they would not bother him afterwards. Issei observed the fear among the Gremory peerage, noting that everyone except Aquino seemed terrified, and his demeanor darkened. He repeated that they had not cared before and that he needed to attend to work, moving toward his room where he had left his duffel bags. Aika suddenly challenged him emotionally, asking whether the attacks on the factions did not concern him and pointing out that people were dying because of the conflict. Issei's eyes flashed with anger. He had grown tired of their sudden demands and perceived entitlement. Issei reminded Aika of past grievances, suggesting she had no right to demand his help after what she had done to him. His tone rose and his presence became intimidating. He walked toward Aika, who immediately regretted her choices. Her parents and the others watched, worried about what he might do next. Before anyone could react, Issei grabbed Aika by the hair, and she cried out in pain. Gora demanded that Issei let her go. Mickey reminded him that Aika was his sister and urged him to release her. Issei glared at his parents and shouted for them to be quiet. Issei focused on Aika, raising his voice as he stepped toward her and began to project a menacing aura. He told Aika that he was tired of her entitlement, that she did not control him, and warned that if she ever asked him to help the factions or their people again, he would do something far worse than what he had done to Valerie. Aika trembled and nearly began to cry from fear. Issei scanned the room and took in the reactions. Asia was already unconscious, Dai stood shivering, and even his parents and the peerage were frozen with fear. In their eyes, Issei had become something worse than a monster. Issei released Aika, and she cried as she scrambled away. Her parents moved to shield her. Growing angrier, Issei accused them of never defending him and of having the audacity to ask where he had been. He warned them never to ask about his whereabouts again and said they would suffer the same consequences as Aika if they did. Issei moved further into the residence, making clear that he hated returning but had no choice. He declared that he would not hesitate to retaliate if they demanded his help again. He had let loose some of the anger he had held toward his parents, but even that outburst was only the beginning compared with the suffering he had endured for years. Aika, voice shaky and tears in her eyes, stammered that they needed to release Nix and that doing so was their only option to seek their brother's assistance. They all realized desperate times called for desperate measures. Issei walked across the fields while Malik stood amid the burning remains of Grigori. Issei and Nix stood side by side watching a screen. A book appeared as Issei arrived wearing his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Hayadu watched with a sinister smirk while Ria stood nearby. Asia and the others fought Malik using magic. Aika walked through a puddle and looked upward. The ORC, Student Council, Valley Team and Team Slashdog were shown together as a pair of angry eyes glared at them. Issei looked at the book and remembered his past, envisioning the factions falling apart. Ingvild held a figurine of Dai and crushed it, tears streaming down her face and anger on her features. A white-haired Elizabeth and a silver-haired woman watched their factions with disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes and looked at Dai with determination. Issei dropped to his knees, haunted by the past, as a family photo appeared with a slash across it. He was separated from his family. He locked eyes with his brother and clashed swords. Ingvild sat in a room, depressed about what Issei truly was. Ophis had asked her to stay silent. Ingvild had been reluctant because she believed the factions would give Issei the justice he deserved, but Ophis refused any such involvement. She was nevertheless grateful to Ophis for revealing the truth about Dai and for helping her realize what he truly was. She was also relieved that she was no longer part of his peerage. She felt ashamed of her former self for having been attached to him. She remembered a nightmare in which she had been married in a loveless union, and the memory still sent shivers down her spine. Ingvild said that she could not tell anyone because her hands were tied. She imagined scenarios in which Issei would strike down anyone he saw as an enemy, and now the whole of the factions had become his enemies. She remembered his words and the moment he had grabbed her hair as he shouted a warning of what he would do. Issei's threats had promised destruction and loss, and the attacks were already underway. Malik and his army advanced. Their droid forces were strong enough to withstand magic that would have been effective against lesser foes. Ingvild feared what would happen and understood that he would show no mercy until he achieved his aims. She decided to freshen up and took a proper shower to start the day, intending afterward to try to speak with Issei and persuade him not to hurt himself. After drying her hair, she looked through her wardrobe for clothing. Her expression changed to anger and disgust when she saw a dress Dai had given her when he had introduced her as the queen of his peerage a year earlier. She realized the gift had been meant to show her off. Flames appeared in her hands as she declared that she had been treated like a trophy, and she burned the revealing dress and then destroyed other gifts from Dai, including jewelry and perfumes. She had only one outfit she truly felt comfortable in, the one she had worn when she first met the brothers in the park, and the mistake of choosing the wrong person still haunted her. She chose a simple outfit she had worn before and decided she needed to do some shopping. Ingvild opened a pocket dimension to retrieve some money she had set aside, funds she controlled independent of Dai. It was not much, but enough to buy the clothes she needed. She left wearing her chosen outfit and ignored the mess of burnt clothing she had left behind. Ophis sat watching an old show when a magic circle opened and Artemis appeared. Issei asked Artemis what had brought her there. Artemis said she had news. The staged fight had created suspicion within her faction. Issei used his dimension lost ability to ensure that no one else could hear their conversation. Once the dimensions had been altered, Artemis spoke of Athena's concerns. Artemis reported that Athena suspected Lord Issei and had been watching his battle with Malik, searching for evidence to support her claims. Issei tensed at the warning. Ophis responded calmly, and Issei considered their options. Issei noted that they had two choices, either remove Athena as a threat or persuade her to join them, and he acknowledged that her intelligence could be an asset. He produced a dark cloth, the same material he had used to create the dark light gem, preparing for the next move. Ophis recognized the gear and asked if it was the dark hand. Issei smiled and explained that it was the device that had allowed him to turn Elizabeth into a dark angel. He described dark light as similar to the power Lucifer had created and wielded, and said that a certain amount of exposure could transform an angel into a dark angel, allowing them to remain in heaven while becoming much stronger. He added that Lucifer had tried to turn many angels and fallen into dark angels and asked rhetorically how much stronger a dark angel could be. Artemis and Ophis nodded as Issei continued. Issei explained that Lucifer's dark light had flaws that he had corrected. The first flaw was that if an angel, or even a fallen angel, had substantial holy power to counter it, dark light would be destroyed, like an immune system eliminating a foreign pathogen. The second flaw was that it was difficult to generate. Issei called Lucifer brilliant for creating the base concept, and Artemis and Ophis stared in surprise. Ophis asked how he had learned of it. Issei said that during Malik's attack a year ago, which had targeted the team and sought to break the faction's morale, he had used the chaos to infiltrate Lucifer's castle and gather information. While most teams were occupied with Malik, he slipped into the castle and bypassed the guards to search the place. He compared the search to looking for copper and finding gold, and revealed that he had discovered dark light and that Lucifer had hidden the knowledge from his descendants, probably out of arrogance and pride. Artemis asked whether that explained why Rizavim or Euclid had not known of it. Issei agreed and said he was sure those two would have fully perfected dark light if they had known, especially Euclid, who was among the smartest devils. Ophis' expression tightened with remembered anger at their previous intentions to attack her to take her power, but she controlled her rage and asked how dark light would work against someone like Athena just as Issei activated Alpheka Tyrant. Issei produced a nail from Alpheka Tyrant and embedded it into a gem, then used metal to form a gold chain with a purple jewel at its center. He explained that the effect would be slower than usual but that this was his intention. Ophis heard him and he turned to Artemis with a mischievous smile, saying he had a gift for her sister Athena and noting that gems were a woman's best friend. He outlined what Artemis needed to do. Artemis accepted the chain and agreed. The version of Artemis trapped inside her mindscape begged Issei not to proceed, but no one heard her. She was left fearful and in tears as events moved on. Issei teleported everyone back to the real world, and Artemis immediately teleported to Olympus to carry out her task. Issei and Ophis returned to watching the anime for a while until Kuroka entered the room. Issei paused the show and regarded her with annoyance. Kuroka asked if he had seen Valley. Issei replied with irritation that Valu was not his responsibility and told Kuroka to leave. Kuroka accused him of being hateful and stormed out. Issei kept his composure and continued watching, unable to reveal that Valley was now on his side. He thought to himself about how people would react when their leader betrayed them and watched in silence with Ophis. At Olympus, Zeus and Hermes sat together, exhausted and restless after the recent assault that had left many factions uneasy. Zeus admitted, with a wry laugh, that the situation was now in the kids' hands and that their options were limited. Hermes asked whether Nyx would be released. Zeus confirmed that Nyx would be and instructed Hermes to gather soldiers to guard her. Hermes rose and left to carry out the order while Zeus sighed and worried that he might be making a mistake, but felt he had little choice. Elsewhere in Athena's temple, Athena reviewed the footage of the fight between Issei and Malik repeatedly, searching for anything out of the ordinary. Frustrated, she told herself she could not find anything useful. Footsteps reached her, followed by a knock at the door. Artemis asked from the doorway whether Athena was available and said she needed to talk. Athena asked for a minute and went to meet her sister, moving the videos to a secure place. Artemis stood there and, feigning anger and annoyance, challenged how Athena could be aligned with those monsters. Athena responded that Artemis should consider finding a partner, arguing that being single would not help, alluding to her aversion to men. Artemis adopted a serious tone and said she had questions to ask. Athena invited her to proceed in a neutral voice. Artemis feigned curiosity as she asked what would happen if the Red Dragon Emperor were one of their enemies. Athena swallowed hard and said she was terrified at the thought, knowing they would be doomed if that were true. She reminded Artemis that they were talking about someone who could take on Azazel and Malik without using his boosted gear, who had taken down the White Dragon Emperor twice with little effort, who had access to Dragon Slayer Heaven's most guarded secret, and who possessed a book that could replicate any sacred gear. Athena warned her older sister not to ask such a question, insisting that if the Red Dragon Emperor were their enemy, they would be finished. Artemis nodded, already aware of Issei's full power, and agreed with Athena to avoid RSNG suspicion. Artemis then produced a necklace that Issei had given her. Athena recognized at once that it must have been expensive and protested that it was unnecessary, but Artemis waved it off and said she thought it would look good on Athena. Athena thanked her and began to put the necklace on. Artemis offered to help and placed the chain around Athena's neck. When the clasp closed, the necklace glowed briefly. Artemis's eyes flashed purple for a split second before returning to their usual pale green. Unbeknownst to Athena, the dark light mixed with the power of the holy nails from Alpheka Tyrant would begin to influence her, slowly seeping into her being over time. Artemis watched with a small, then sinister, smile as she thought that Athena would soon come to follow Lord Issei. Artemis took her leave, and Athena returned to her work, telling herself it was difficult to accuse the Red Dragon without evidence. She continued reviewing the footage Tobio Accuse had shown them, which she had replicated. At the temple entrance, Artemis walked away whistling, pleased that she could do what was needed for Issei. Inside, a quieter part of her mourned the fact that her sister would soon fall under Issei's influence. That inner voice whispered Issei's name with sadness, torn between relief at not being eliminated and the knowledge that she, too, would become a pawn. A short time later, all the gods had gathered to decide whether to accede to Issei's demand to release Nyx from her prison. Many feared that Nyx would cause further harm, but the gods' pride had already been battered by the Red Dragon Emperor. Hera confronted Zeus, incredulous and asking if he was joking. Zeus shook his head and replied that he was not. It was either comply or risk Malik and his robot army wiping them out. He declared that Nyx would be released. Hera protested that Zeus was falling for blackmail simply because they could not defeat the enemy. Zeus answered that desperate times called for desperate measures and that facing extinction was a real possibility, given what the robot army could do. Hephaestus and others expressed their outrage at the idea of handing her over so readily, but Zeus coldly asked if anyone would watch over Nyx. Many looked away. Athena raised her hand and told her father that she would take on the responsibility of watching the primordial goddess of darkness. Artemis also raised her hand to dispel doubt about her intentions and declared that she would join Athena and would not leave her alone with Nyx. Inwardly, Artemis reminded herself she needed to be careful around Athena, who was one of the sharpest minds she knew. Zeus accepted their offers, and both goddesses pledged to be faithful to his command. At the underworld, around noon, the Gremry Peerage, Dai's Peerage, and several others were tending to survivors of Malik's attacks. They had been working for days, many of the wounded were in critical condition and saving everyone was nearly impossible. Rosweiss spoke with grief that the monster had done such terrible things to innocent people. Gondel tried to comfort her while feeling anger at the affront to her teacher. Cersex oversaw the relief efforts with a heavy sigh, unsettled by the repeated assaults from Malik and his forces and the damage inflicted even on factions and gods. He muttered that they needed to increase security as reports came in from other leaders Yasaka, Odin, Elmenhild Karnstein, and Michael all searching for any trace of the enemy. Graphia arrived at Cersex's side. He was relieved to see his wife and queen, but her expression betrayed concern. Graphia was clearly unhappy and worried for her son Milikas, fearing that Malik might target him since Malik and his army had shown little restraint toward innocence among the supernatural. Cersex noticed her distress and asked with concern if something was wrong. Graphia replied that she was afraid they might not be able to stop Malik. Cersex understood the depth of her fear. She had almost no family left. Her whole family except Euclid were dead, and Euclid had been imprisoned for affiliating with the Cow's Brigade. The Gremory family were the only people she truly had left, and that included Milikas and Surzex himself. Surzex urged that they needed to find a solution quickly because they would not be able to survive another attack in their current state. Grafia asked what they should do. Surzex answered that they would have to give in to Issei Hayadu's demand. Grafia widened her eyes in shock. She had not expected him to consider conceding to blackmail. Doubt began to grow in both Grafia and Surzex about Dai Haidu's judgment, a doubt that others such as Ajuka, Shiva, and Odin had also begun to entertain. They realized too late that Issei had advanced far beyond what they had believed, but there was no time left for correcting past misjudgments. On the other side, Elizabeth maintained a careful facade of composure while inwardly she felt vindicated that others did not see their errors and continued to trust Dai to solve everything. Griselda Quarta, one of Gabriel's peerage and the legal guardian of Zenobia, arrived looking concerned. Griselda urged Elizabeth to rest, assuring her that the people would recover. Elizabeth said she was fine and could handle it, though internally she was already calculating what to say to avoid RSNG suspicion. Shemhazai looked helpless as he surveyed how badly his faction had been struck, nearly to the point of collapse. Even he agreed to Nyx's release reluctantly. The faction soldiers were broken in spirit and fearful they might be next. Their morale had been crushed. Their only viable option now was to accept Issei's request. At the Hayadu residence around mid-afternoon, Issei worked on recreating the sacred gears using information tied to the true Longinus. He knew this was one of the most complex gears to emulate, one said to carry a fragment of divine will, and he needed to capture the right conceptual framework in his notes or it could backfire. After many attempts and setbacks, he finally recreated the true Longinus, the truth idea having been the most troublesome component. Relief and excitement washed over him when the reconstruction matched the mortis blade in capability. He closed his book, stored the true Longinus carefully inside it, and celebrated with 2 cans of Diet Coke. Issei's mood shifted when Ingvild appeared wearing her Crow Academy clothes, a surprising choice since she usually wore outfits Dai had selected for her. He turned toward her, his earlier joy cooling into a more serious expression. Ingvild asked nervously if she could speak with him, and Issei, focused on his work, told her to make it quick. Ingvild then asked if he would stop his actions if she asked. Issei reacted with a bitter, rueful laugh before revealing how deeply he had been wounded by his past. He recounted a lifetime of being overshadowed by his siblings, of being dismissed and humiliated by family and society in both the supernatural world and the human world. He explained that those experiences had driven him to bring the factions to their knees, and he vowed with fierce resolve that he would not stop until those powers were broken. His intensity was palpable and made Ingvild stumble backward. Anyone nearby would have felt uneasy at the force of his determination. Ingvild refused to back down. She had long been sidelined and treated like an object, and she was determined to make her voice heard. She challenged him, asking what he would do afterward if he cleared the board of those in power, and braced herself to continue the conversation. A tense silence followed as both prepared for what came next. Ingvild told Issei that she was not going to stop him, not that she could. She met his gaze and insisted he would not look down on her. She said she was sick and tired of being treated as an object, first by Dai and even by him. She made it clear that he might hate or detest her, but he would not disrespect her. Issei was taken aback, not because of the bluntness of her words but because of the resolve behind them. He recognized that she had grown a spine. He offered a small, unexpected grin that made Ingvild shiver, but she held her ground. He could sense her fear, yet she had found a new firmness. Issei asked when he had treated her as an object. Ingvild responded that he spoke to her harshly and that his attitude made her feel objectified. Issei cut in coldly and insisted he had never treated her that way. He said it had been Dai who treated her as an object, entitled from the start. He reminded her that there had been a time he would have given everything for her and loved her more than anyone, but she had chosen someone who would treat her like property and would not even care if she died, and he claimed to know Dai well. He then declared, in a stern tone, that what he felt before and what he felt now was nothing but hatred, and unlike Dai he did not hide it. He said he thought of her as she had thought of him, worthless. Ingvild's confidence faltered. She nearly fell to her knees and felt like crying, but she forced herself to remain composed. The Ingvild he had met days earlier had changed, and she refused to give in to weakness. Issei admitted he was honestly surprised that she had grown a backbone and defended herself rather than defending his brother. He allowed himself the thought that she was at least a little less objectionable in his eyes, then turned away. He warned that the factions would fall and there was nothing she could do about it, and he reminded her that she knew what would happen if she spoke out. He told her to stay quiet and watch, and he vowed to fulfill the promise from their last conversation. He left with a mocking grin. Ingvild collapsed to her knees and cried, terrified of what he might do next. It felt like a miracle she was still alive. Underworld, 2:30 p.m. The leaders had gathered to discuss their response. Present were Serzex Lucifer, Serafal Leviathan, Falbium Asmodeus and Ajuka Beelzebub from the devils, Michael from the angels, Shemhazai from the fallen angels, Odin representing the Norse faction, Zeus accompanied by Artemis and Athena for the Greek faction, Yasaka for the Yukai, and Elmenhild Karnstein for the vampires. The DXD group had not yet been informed because the conflict had not involved them directly. Zeus expressed regret but said they would have to give in to the demand, and many leaders agreed. Yasaka asked whether they were simply going to let her go, and the others waited for Zeus's decision. Zeus explained that he had planned differently at first, and that was why Athena and Artemis would accompany her to keep an eye on her in case she attempted anything. That precaution reassured several leaders. Serafal noted that the plan made sense, though the DXD group would realize that Nyx was among them since many residents lived there. The consensus became that they would not let her go free, her divinity would be sealed to prevent any problems. With that settled, the remaining task was to locate Hayu. Serzex observed with a cautious smile that Hayudu had returned a week earlier, and he had been informed immediately by his sister. He planned to warn the factions to act carefully. Athena found the sequence suspicious. Hayudu's disappearance followed by attacks on the fallen, and the Greek suggested he might not be entirely trustworthy. Elmenhild raised a practical concern about the plan, asking how they could be sure the Red Dragon would not learn of it or help her escape. Many agreed the risk had to be addressed. Ajuka proposed a risky measure. He suggested, as had been done with Dai, placing several women close to Hayudu so they could monitor him. The idea surprised many, and Odin doubted those women would agree. Ajuka argued that the arrangement would preserve an alliance and allow them to track Hayudu's actions. The proposal divided the council. Some supported it, others opposed it. Artemis reacted inwardly with anger, finding the suggestion hypocritical and appalled that they would resort to such tactics. She feared they would sacrifice even her to achieve their goals, but in private she clung to the hope that her father would understand her feelings and that not everything would be lost. Zeus addressed the faction leaders seriously, pointing to each of them and explaining that they needed someone close to each group. One for the four mouths, one for an angel, one for a Yukai, one for a Valkyrie, and one for a vampire. Inner Artemis felt horrified and sorrowful for Issei, but she refused to accept being given to him. Ajuka proposed placing people close to Issei to keep an eye on the Red Dragon. His grave expression made the leaders understand he was not joking. Serafal objected firmly. Serzex agreed that the plan sounded terrible, then recounted what his sister had told him about Issei's past returns, which horrified many leaders. Ajuka clenched his fist in sorrow. They all knew that if Issei learned of this betrayal, he would become a deadly foe. Fear spread among the faction leaders, especially Serafal, Falbium, Yasaka, Elmenhild, and Michael. Serzex warned that they could not risk making Issei an enemy and stressed that they must first build a genuine relationship with him and win his support as an ally. If he discovered they were spying on him, their only hope against Malik would be lost. Reluctantly, Ajuka and Serafal agreed. Athena accepted Mal Lucifer's plan as the best outcome available, acknowledging the dragon's violent and ruthless nature toward those who tried to force obedience. Inner Artemis was surprised and horrified that her sister agreed. She suspected Issei knew something about the Greeks she did not. The draft agreement was prepared, and each leader signed it. Athena signed last. Artemis noticed both their names on the document and feigned sadness while inwardly thinking her sister was no different from those demons, which shocked her inner counterpart. The girls chosen to be engaged were announced, from the devils, Sekiruuyetei Agars and Latia Astaroth, from the angels, Marana Sharatova and Elizabeth Leoness, from the vampires, Valerie Teeps, and from the Greeks, Artemis, Athena, and Nyx. The fallen angels, Issei, and Norse representatives remained to be discussed later. The immediate task was to convince Issei to sign the treaty. Serzek stated that they needed to speak with the girls the next evening and called it the deciding factor for whether Issei would join them. The factions agreed. As the leaders began to leave, Athena apologized to Artemis. Artemis smiled and said they had no choice and that she would not tolerate being close to the other men of the DXD group. Athena nodded and departed. Artemis was left alone with her inner counterpart, who was angry. Inner Artemis, gritting her teeth, asked to be allowed to speak to Lord Issei and expressed a wish to join him willingly. Artemis agreed and planned to arrange the meeting that day. She resolved she was done working for the Greek faction if they were willing to offer her to someone she barely knew. Later that day, Artemis set the arrangement in motion. Previously, Issei returned home and was immediately bombarded with questions from his parents and other family members who demanded answers he refused to give. Aika then demanded his help, and Issei made it clear he was not to be trifled with by grabbing her, pulling her close, and shouting at her until she nearly cried from fear. When he saw his parents defend her, he grew angrier, berated them, and warned that if they interfered again he would not hesitate to take drastic action. He then walked inside, leaving them trembling with fear. While this unfolded, Ingvild wondered how she could convince Issei to stand down. After taking a bath, she found several clothes she had been given and, feeling used as a pawn, she burned them all. She put on her Kuo clothing and went shopping. Issei and Ophis were watching anime when Artemis entered to discuss her state of approval. Issei understood and gave Artemis a necklace meant for Athena. Artemis planned to have Athena wear it so its influence could begin. After Artemis left and they resumed watching, Kuroka demanded to know where Valerie was, and Issei admitted he did not know. Meanwhile, the gods of Greek mythology debated what to do, and Zeus agreed to release Nyx. Athena and Artemis met. Athena checked videos of Issei and Malik while Artemis presented the necklace that slowly began to corrupt Athena. The assembly of gods and goddesses then gathered, and although some objected to releasing Nyx, they ultimately accepted Issei's terms. They agreed to have Artemis and Athena guard Nyx while sealing away her divinity. Issei then succeeded in recreating the true Longinus. Ingvild confronted him and tried to persuade him to change course, but he refused. Their argument grew heated. Ingvild, angry at being treated as a tool, struck back verbally and refused to back down, staying resilient despite Issei's harsh counterpoints. Issei was surprised by her resolve but remained committed to his goals and walked away, already planning his next move. The factions debated their next steps. Ajuka proposed arranging engagement matches for certain girls without their knowledge and even included Artemis's name, which shocked Artemis. She was not expecting her father to agree so readily, and she confronted her inner doubts before deciding to approach Issei to talk after the meeting. Underworld, 6 p.m. The DXD group wore tired expressions. Their efforts to find any trace of the droid army or Malik had turned up nothing. Sekiruuyetei Agars, Asia Argento, and Ravel Phoenix stood out for their fatigue, but despite their work there was not a single lead. Biko exclaimed in frustration that they had found nothing on the man, as if the earth had swallowed him whole. Arthur said he was not surprised, noting that the man knew how to hide and strike when least expected. Rias reacted with disbelief, and Arthur's shake of the head deepened her fears at the thought of being targeted. Sona warned that the attacks seemed designed to destroy the factions. Tsubaki observed that, from what the videos showed, Malik and Issei were leagues above the rest, and several members reacted with disgust or fear when Malik's name was mentioned. Genshiro Saji sneered that the human was a joke and merely a person with nothing special, recalling how his own family treated him with indifference. Sona countered that the human had been the only one known to stand toe-to-toe with Malik and win, and she added that he was the Red Dragon Emperor who had once taken down Azazel without his gear. Dai seethed that the man had become the center of attention and would enjoy benefits Dai had once expected for himself. Aika thought with sadness and fear about how he had grown so powerful under their noses. Seorbale asked how they could even ask for his help. Tsubaki replied that they had to release Nyx, a suggestion that shocked many, and insisted they had no other choice. Dai warned that Nyx's return would awaken painful memories for Ingvild. Sona apologized and argued that they faced a dire choice: release Nyx or risk extinction, because innocent lives were at stake. Elizabeth watched the proceedings with a mask of confusion but inwardly found bitter amusement in the elite team's desperation. She allowed herself a small, cold smile at their plight, then took flight using her wings and headed to another location in the underworld where Griselda resided. Elizabeth informed Griselda that she would be leaving for other appointments. Griselda asked if Elizabeth wanted company. Elizabeth declined, and Griselda smiled and permitted her to go. Elizabeth flew off to report the situation to Lord Issei. She wanted to get away from them as soon as possible. Vitra communicated telepathically to Saji with a mocking tone, noting that the girl had understood his gaze and even his friends, which irritated Saji. Issei walked across the fields. Malik stood amid a charred battlefield where Grigori had fallen. Issei and Nyx stood side by side watching a glowing screen. A book appeared as Issei manifested the strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haidu observed with a sinister smirk while Rias stood beside him. Asia and the other girls fought Malik with swirling magic. Aika glanced upward as she stepped through a puddle. The ORC, the Student Council, Valley Team, and Team/Dog were shown, all under the glare of a pair of angry eyes. Issei studied the book and remembered his past vividly, envisioning the factions fracturing. Ingvild clutched a figurine of Dai and crushed it with tears on her face and anger in her expression. A white-haired woman, Elizabeth, and a silver-haired woman watched their factions with cold disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes and fixed a determined stare on Dai. Issei dropped to his knees as memories haunted him. A family photo appeared with a tear through it. Issei was separated from his family. He met his brother's gaze, and their swords met in a flash of clashing steel. Haidu residence, 7 p.m. Issei sat on his couch, bored as always. He often enjoyed visiting Hades's domain to speak with Persephone and Hades. He sighed and asked Drake if he had any ideas to break the monotony. Drake responded that nothing came to mind. Since Issei had recreated the true Longinus, the other holy artifacts had been easy. Drake suggested training, but admitted Issei already knew every way to activate sacred gear and could likely challenge the gods, so even he had run out of ideas. They both sighed. A moment later, a magic circle opened. Issei hoped the day might finally get interesting, and Drake nodded in agreement. Before Issei could move, something muffled him. When he looked up, he realized Artemis had appeared overhead. Artemis fixed him with an unpleasant look and warned that she would give him 3 seconds to get up before she would shock him with lightning slayer gloves. Artemis blushed, leaped back, and bowed repeatedly in apology, insisting she had not meant to startle him and promising not to repeat it. Drake laughed uproariously at her reaction, which only irritated Issei. He composed himself and asked why Artemis had come. Artemis took a moment to steady herself and explained that she had good news, bad news, and a request. Issei altered the surrounding dimensions with dimension lost so their conversation could not be overheard, and commanded her to speak. Artemis reported the good news. The goddess Nyx would be released soon. Issei brightened at that information. He understood the figure before him was a copy of Artemis rather than the original he might reward, and he braced for the bad news and the request. Artemis delivered the bad news. The factions planned to release Nyx with restrictions, and they intended to seal her divinity and assign Artemis and Athena to guard her. Issei had expected such measures and accepted them with grim understanding. Artemis continued that the factions planned to pair Issei with several girls, effectively keeping an eye on him. Issei reacted with visible fury, his aura flaring and forcing Artemis back. She grew fearful of how he might respond. He quickly calmed and apologized for the outburst, explaining that such manipulations enraged him. Artemis admitted she, too, was angry at the faction's hypocrisy. She then revealed her request. Inner Artemis was ready to rejoin and become whole. Artemis expressed happiness at the prospect, which surprised Issei and brought a smile to his face. He activated Alpheka Tyrant and entered her mindscape, while the other Artemis looked relieved at the thought of becoming complete. Artemis's mindscape, 7:30 p.m. Issei found Artemis with tears in her eyes. She was glad he had come. He asked if she was sure, warning that once she committed there would be no turning back and that she might lose connections to father, mother, and sister. Artemis shook her head and spoke of betrayal by Zeus, who had arranged a pairing with someone she barely knew and had been willing to sacrifice her and her sister. She declared that she had been treated as a means to an end and that she wanted to leave those men and factions behind to stand by Issei's side. Artemis affirmed her resolve to join him, and Issei acknowledged her decision with a nod. In that case, Issei told Artemis that he would remove the nail, restore her original body, and warned that betrayal would mean death. Artemis nodded without hesitation and made it clear that she would rather take her own life than betray him. She trusted Issei because he had shown her his memories, which proved he had been honest. Issei accepted her resolve and welcomed her to the team. As the lights surrounded them, the merging was completed and both versions of Artemis became one. Scene change. Hyadu Residence, 7:50 p.m. Issei and Artemis returned from the dimensional gap. Artemis found herself back in her original body while Issei held the holy nail. It vanished shortly afterward. Artemis expressed her gratitude and asked what he wanted from her. Issei instructed her to keep an eye on the Greek faction and the others, to pretend she was still part of them, and to ensure they did not discover her true allegiance. Artemis' smile faltered at the command, and Issei spoke seriously about the need for her to tolerate interaction with men for the time being. Understanding that her hatred could harm their cause, Artemis agreed to keep it in check and said that if anyone could be trusted, it was him because he had never lied to her. She then teleported to Olympus to serve as his spy. Issei felt relieved and pleased that Artemis had joined him willingly, like Elizabeth had, leaving only Gondal to be dealt with next. Scene change. Astaroth Territory, Underworld, 8:15 p.m. Ajuka Beelzebub sat with a tired expression, uncertain how to tell his niece Latia Astaroth about her engagement. A servant announced Latia's arrival. Latia was a beautiful young woman with almond eyes and long blonde hair with blue tips. She wore a noble gown and carried an elegant folding fan. She entered with surprise and asked what was wrong. Ajuka spoke in a serious tone, and Latia shivered at the uncommon gravity in his voice. He apologized and confessed that he had arranged her engagement. Latia reacted with disbelief and horror, asking if he was joking and questioning how he could do this. She cut him off coldly and demanded to know who the betrothed was. Ajuka revealed that the match was to the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei. Latia listened with muted emotion, having heard stories about Issei from Rias and others though she had never met him. She told her uncle he should have consulted her before making the decision and asked for time alone to prepare for the engagement. She felt disappointed by the way she had been treated but understood that engagements were an inevitable part of Devil society. Ajuka felt helpless and remorseful, recognizing that his decision to pair the girls with the Red Dragon Emperor had put her in this position. Scene change. Second Heaven, 8 p.m. In the corridor, Marana Sharatova protested loudly at the news. Marana had cyan hair, amethyst eyes, and wore a floral accessory and a parasol. Michael informed her and Elizabeth that both of them had been engaged. Elizabeth was shocked but concealed her true feelings, feigning fury to avoid suspicion while inwardly horrified that Michael had sacrificed them. She declared that she refused to accept the engagement, but maintained the show of anger as a precaution. Privately, she preferred being with Issei over staying with the hypocritical angel faction. Michael responded that they had no choice in the matter and spoke with regret. Elizabeth stormed off in a performative display of outrage, and Marana followed after calling for her to wait. Both of them resented the engagement. Michael remained ashamed of what he had done. Once she went out of sight, Elizabeth felt a pull toward Lord Issei. A small portion of her original consciousness, sealed away during the merging, still lingered and disagreed with what Issei had done. She could not interact with the world, only sense it until now, when she realized someone else occupied her body. She was shocked to discover it was Elizabeth herself. In truth, a sliver of Elizabeth's original personality and memories had remained. Issei had rushed the merging of dark light with her, forcing even her inner self to accept him because her holy light would otherwise reject and eliminate the dark light. Her holy reserves had been massive. If he had not used the dark light, the process would have failed and heaven would have detected her fall, so he had acted quickly and used extra holy nails to speed things up. The result was that her original personality was nearly erased but not entirely gone. Detecting the now sensitive presence, Elizabeth's inner consciousness told her that Michael viewed their lord as greedy and jealous, and warned that the angels had failed to see the truth about Issei. Elizabeth, still carrying a faint awareness of the angel's perspective, wanted to speak to Issei about her decision to join him. None of them knew that Issei had also found a way to create obedient agents to spy on the factions. Hyadu residence, 8:15 p.m. Issei sat in his residence, thinking about Nyx and how he would free her. He refused to accept the idea of factions using their own people to advance their goals and pitted those who were caught in such plans. A sudden magic circle opened and Elizabeth appeared. She entered with a guilty posture. Elizabeth apologized for arriving unannounced. Issei dismissed the apology and told her to speak. He already knew about the meeting from Artemis. Though Elizabeth shook her head, she had come for a different reason. She explained that a trace of her true personality had remained in her original body because Issei had used too many holy nails. The procedure had almost erased her original self. Issei admitted he had not expected the variable. He noted that angels tended toward blind loyalty but had not anticipated this outcome. He concluded that he needed to speak with her true personality. Issei activated Alpheka Tyrant and entered Elizabeth's mindscape. Elizabeth's mindscape, 8:30 p.m. Inside her mindscape, Issei found Elizabeth crying and rubbing her eyes. She was not chained as Artemis or Gondel had been. Elizabeth expressed how she had believed and trusted heaven, certain that serving God and those who served God was right. She confessed that she had been wrong. They had treated people as pawns. Issei was angered at Michael and at the idea that other girls were enduring the same manipulation. He felt conflicted and could not fully sympathize because of his past, but he resolved to act. He asked Elizabeth what she wanted to do. After a moment, she declared that she wanted to serve him. She trusted him and no longer wished to serve heaven. Issei decided to remove the holy nail to undo the merging, but he warned that she would need to remain loyal. He made it clear that betrayal would be met with death. Elizabeth accepted without hesitation and pledged herself to him. She affirmed that she was ready to join of her own free will. Issei removed the nail, and Elizabeth gave him a genuine smile before the mindscape dissolved. Hyadu residence, 8:45 p.m. Back in the real world, Issei held a holy nail and looked at Elizabeth as she awoke in her original body. The nail vanished. Elizabeth bowed in gratitude and thanked him. She would continue to report to Issei while acting as a spy within the Heaven faction, and she still needed to explain her actions to Marana Sharatova to avoid suspicion. Issei felt pleased. Two beings had joined him willingly and were loyal. Elizabeth and Artemis were new allies. He planned to wait for the factions to send representatives so he could play along with their schemes, and he intended to study the anomaly that had left a remnant of Elizabeth's original personality for potential advantage. Time passed. The next day, Hyudu residence, 4 p.m. Issei sat on his chair, waiting for the faction leaders. He knew from Artemis that the meeting would be at 4, and Graphia had confirmed it earlier. He looked forward to meeting Nyx. He wanted to be near her and hoped for a chance to embrace her later, though he was not yet ready to confess his feelings. A magic circle opened, and Issei realized the Gremory clan had arrived. He understood that Surzex had come personally to fetch him for the meeting. Issei's stance unnerved Surzex, but Surzex composed himself and summoned Issei to come. Issei cut him off, expressing boredom and a desire to get it over with. Issei then walked into the summoning circle and both men teleported to the meeting location. They arrived in the underworld at 4:30 p.m. Surzex welcomed Issei in a seemingly friendly tone while keeping a careful distance. Issei scanned the room and saw. The faction leaders assembled for the devils, along with Graphia, the leaders of the fallen, Norse, Greek, Ukai, and the vampires. Artemis and Elizabeth were present as well and offered Issei reassuring smiles. Issei took an internal grin. His allies had adjusted to the situation. Several of the women who had been asked to become engaged to him stood among the group. Issei noted that despite outward calm, many of them were unhappy, and both Sekiruuyetei and Latia shot him hostile glares for being one of the causes of their betrothals. Issei feigned ignorance about their presence and asked why the women were there. Latia moved to shout, but Sekiruuyetei stopped her. Sekiruuyetei then explained, speaking seriously, that the leaders had come to a decision to release Nyx. Issei took a seat near the place allotted to him and checked for seals before sitting. Issei pretended surprise and pleasure at their decision but quickly shifted to a sterner tone and suggested that there must be a catch. Shemhazai responded that they wanted Issei's cooperation and alliance in return. Issei reminded them that he had promised help, but his expression turned guarded as he considered the terms. Shemhazai and the other leaders felt relief at Issei's initial reaction, but that relief evaporated when Issei requested to see the draft agreement. Issei read the draft and his face darkened. Many clauses did not add up, including the terms binding him to marriage with multiple women, and most disturbingly, there was no mention of restoring Nyx's divinity intact. That omission enraged Issei. When he had asked for Nyx's release, he had made it clear she should be returned whole. Issei let his anger show. He accused the leaders of trying to use the engagements to spy on and control him, and he condemned anyone who had tried to remove Nyx's divinity. His outburst startled many present. Serafal asked in alarm how Issei had learned of the secret meeting the previous day, fearing that if he knew everything they might lose his aid. Issei responded with a cold chuckle and warned that he had eyes and ears everywhere, so they should not attempt to hide things from him. He made it clear that he knew about their attempts to manipulate him and to strip Nyx of her nature, and he demanded to know how they could justify such actions. His voice rose, and the leaders reacted with a mix of fear and fury. Zeus growled that they were still releasing Nyx and expected gratitude. Issei cut him off, angrily calling out the hypocrisy and reminding Zeus that stripping someone of their nature was intolerable. His words stung the assembled gods, and tension spiked in the chamber. Artemis and Elizabeth watched the confrontation with quiet satisfaction, knowing how furious Issei had been when he first learned of the plan. After a frustrated sigh, Issei declared that he would take matters into his own hands. He activated his ring to open a portal directly to Nyx's prison. Using god-slaying magic, he dispelled the seals that bound her in a quiet, precise display of power, rather than a gruesome one. Moments later he closed the seals and returned through the portal, maintaining a mocking tone as he addressed the room. Issei invited Nyx to emerge from the portal with a warm smile. Nyx appeared a moment later. She looked at Issei with concern, worried for his safety given the gathering of powerful leaders. Issei reassured her with a confident, defiant smile and urged her not to worry and to let the leaders see what would happen if they tried to interfere. Nyx's presence and the way Issei had undone divine seals left the leaders shocked, fearful, and angry. The room held a tense silence as alliances and intentions recalibrated in the wake of Issei's bold move. Zeus was furious and moved to rise and respond, but Sekiruuyetei stepped between him and Issei. Zeus froze, shock and anger warring on his face, and reluctantly sat back down with clenched teeth. He understood that escalating the situation could have catastrophic consequences. Issei shook his head in mock disappointment and made it clear that all they had to do was free Nyx. He would have helped against Malik. Instead, he derided them and declared that their betrayal sealed his decision. He took pleasure in seeing their dismay. Sekiruuyetei and the other leaders looked away, defeated. Sekiruuyetei gave up and conceded that they would sign the decree and hand Nyx over. Issei accepted their surrender but made it plain that he intended to teach them a lesson for having tried to manipulate him. He watched as the leaders signed one by one, waiting for the right moment. When the final signature was delivered, Issei slipped the paper into a pocket dimension. Then, with a mocking smile, he warned that they still owed interest. Before anyone could react, he dashed forward, seized Zeus and Ajuka and held them up as a warning, threatening the other leaders with swift retribution if they moved against him or Nyx. He used dimension loss to vanish into his own realm with the two captives. Moments later they reappeared. Zeus looked battered and angry, and Ajuka was shaken and fearful. Both were alive, but their states made it clear they had been taught a harsh lesson. Issei warned them never to try to control a dragon again, then walked back to Nyx and reassured her that she was safe. Cerzex and the others rushed to aid Zeus and Ajuka. Cerzex confronted Issei angrily, demanding an explanation. Issei answered that his actions had been a warning. If any of them ever tried to manipulate him or Nyx again, he would ensure they paid dearly. His calm, hard smile and the evident distress of Zeus and Ajuka convinced the assembled leaders that he was not bluffing. Nyx flushed with relief, while Artemis and Elizabeth forced smiles, sharing a private, quiet satisfaction at the turn of events. Issei then proposed a different kind of penalty, a challenge to restore the balance of honor. He announced that in a week's time he would face his brother Dai Haidu, bearer of Krumkroch. If Issei lost, he would join the leader's cause. If he won, they and their factions would be bound to keep their word and leave him in peace. The proposal stunned everyone, including Issei's allies. Artemis and Elizabeth exchanged shocked glances. Cerzex, speaking for the gathered leaders, accepted the terms and set the match for a week later, hoping Issei would be ready. Issei remembered the women who had been assigned to him as wards and considered how their positions could affect the faction's perceptions. He warned that he could reveal his memories of the plot and present them in a way that would turn their own people against the leaders for attempting to ruin their only hope. He accused the leaders of trying to use emotional manipulation to sway him, and he implied he could expose that betrayal. The gathered leaders bristled, caught between outrage and pragmatism. Cerzex, with no other option, asked in defeat what Issei wanted in exchange for silence and compliance. Zeus demanded to know what Issei intended, his anger evident, while others nodded reluctantly. They understood they had to accept Issei's terms. Seraphol expressed disdain, comparing them to an old enemy, and Issei shot back with a cutting retort that only stoked her fury further. Then Issei made his final demand. He wanted the girls who had been assigned as his wards to remain under his protection for the time being. The demand shocked and angered many, though Artemis and Elizabeth concealed their relief and surprise with feigned indignation. The leaders began to protest, but Issei's expression suggested he had anticipated every objection. Faced with the mounting consequences and Issei's resolve, they had no real choice but to comply. The arrangements were accepted, and the fragile agreement was set in motion as everyone prepared for the coming confrontation. Issei accepted the girls with a casual wink, and many in the room bristled with anger. The faction leaders had no choice. They were at his mercy, and Nyx's release had already sown tension and fear. Issei could make everything public if he chose. He gave Nyx a wry smile. She tapped him in annoyance and pouted. He would deal with her later. The threat of exposure made others even angrier, but they feared the chaos that would follow if Issei revealed everything to the supernatural world. Zeus conceded to Issei's demand, and Athena froze in shock. Many of the girls voiced agreement, while Artemis shook her head in disappointment at her father's choice. Issei felt his respect for Zeus collapse. The leaders were left speechless. Ajuka and several others reacted with horror as Athena was the first to step forward. Athena declared that they should go, but froze for a moment before accusing her father of treating her as a pawn to be wagered. She then walked away and gathered the girls, telling them they were meant for this. The others filed out to process what had happened, wondering whether their leaders would have acted the same. Issei and Nyx prepared to leave as well. Zeus shouted that everything was Issei's fault. Issei mocked him and refused to accept the blame, openly expressing his disgust. The leaders had to calm their members and insist they had not planned this outcome. Yasaka, who had been quiet until then, called Issei the worst Red Dragon Emperor she had known. Issei smiled and recalled Yasaka's earlier words in Kyoto, when she had rejected him as a partner and said he would be a bad example for her daughter. He told her he was merely showing them what they had always thought of him and then walked away with Nyx. Before departing, Issei reminded everyone that they had 1 week and that this was their last chance. He instructed them to inform their pillar, prepare, and ensure the entire supernatural world would witness what was coming. With that, he left with Nyx, leaving the faction leaders to face their defeat. Outside, Issei addressed the girls chosen as his wager in a serious tone. He told them they would be living at the Hyudu residence since the leaders had selected them. He teleported them to the front of the residence, and only Nyx, Artemis, and Elizabeth remained by his side. He activated a dimensional barrier to block any eavesdroppers before shifting into another dimension for privacy. Elizabeth and Artemis approached him, each voicing their concerns. Elizabeth worried about serving the angels again, and Artemis asked why he had arranged the match and insisted she did not want to return to the Greek faction. Issei looked at the three of them and pointed out how desperate the faction leaders had been. They nodded in agreement. He observed that Zeus, desperate to save himself, had even sacrificed his own daughters and accepted any terms Issei demanded. Nyx asked if he intended to fight Zeus. Issei confirmed that he would. He planned to expose the fraud of his brother to the entire supernatural world. By doing so, he expected distrust to spread, dominoes of reaction to fall, and eventual civil unrest across the faction's chaos that would tear down the fragile peace. Issei reflected that, although Dai had taken credit for many successes, his own actions had been central to holding the factions together and keeping the beast of apocalypse at bay. Every battle and every attack had been intended to benefit the alliance, but his goals had shifted. He intended to let the factions crumble on their own. Elizabeth asked if that was why he had proposed the battle, and Issei confirmed it. He explained that the leaders believed they were entitled to his help because of his relation to their pillar, and they would do anything to secure it, including accepting his offers without question. All they needed to do now was wait for the dominoes to fall and watch. Issei assigned tasks. He told Artemis to report the situation to Gondal and ordered Elizabeth to coordinate with Malik and prepare the necessary measures to ensure the transmission of his expose could not be stopped 1 week from now. Both girls nodded, and Issei deactivated the dimensional barrier. They departed to carry out their orders. Issei turned to Nyx, glad to see her again. He embraced her warmly. She flushed slightly but returned the hug. They stayed like that for a while before separating. Issei told Nyx they would get her settled and that she would remain with him from now on. Nyx smiled, and the two of them teleported back to the Hyudu residence. Previously, the DXD team had been surveying the area where Malik had disappeared but could find no trace of him. Frustrated and with few options, they reluctantly agreed to listen to Issei's proposal. Some members still opposed it, but they had no choice. Elizabeth withdrew from the group and flew away. Artemis went to Issei's house to report everything and to accept joining them willingly. After the meeting, she was warned that betrayal would mean death, and she accepted the condition. Meanwhile, Ajuka informed Latia about the engagement. Latia did not welcome the news, but she understood that her uncle's protection had limits and reluctantly accepted her fate when Ajuka revealed that the groom was Issei. Marana and Elizabeth also reacted poorly to the engagement. Elizabeth left in distress, and it became clear that a part of her old self still remained. That inner Elizabeth sought out Issei to ask whether he could see her, and he agreed. The inner Elizabeth was devastated and utterly broken. Issei offered her a place with him, and she accepted without hesitation. Issei removed the nails that had been part of the situation. The girls who sided with him became his followers and agreed to help. They returned to their duties while Issei watched, pleased and anticipating that things would become more interesting the next day. The next morning, Issei waited for Surzex to summon him. Surzex called Issei and asked him to follow. There, Issei learned that Nyx would be released with some modifications. Surzex also informed Issei that he was now engaged and disclosed what he had learned about the earlier meeting, claiming he had eyes and ears everywhere. Many leaders reacted with fear, and some with anger. Zeus in particular was enraged by Surzex's attitude. Growing impatient, Zeus moved to release Nyx himself, and the other leaders agreed. Issei responded by issuing stern warnings to Ajuka and Zeus, making it clear that he would not hesitate to kill them if they attempted a similar betrayal again. He then demanded a fight and asked the girls to join him. Zeus agreed to the challenge, and the group departed. Issei returned, answering and countering the leaders' insults, and then explained to his allies why the fight was necessary. They all prepared to expose Dai to everyone. Haidu residence, 9:30. Issei insisted that Nyx was staying as he stood surrounded by the companions pledged to him. Only Artemis and Elizabeth were absent because they were handling tasks he had assigned them. Rias reacted angrily and reminded everyone that Issei Haidu had brought the primordial goddess Nyx into the house, stressing how dangerous Nyx could be to those around her, especially Ingvild. She stood with her peerage, Dai's peerage, Aika, Issei's parents Goru and Miki, Ingvild, and Valerie. Issei grew irritated and scanned the room, noting several hostile expressions and a few who looked fearful of speaking. He dismissed their concern and made a mocking comment aimed at Dai, drawing anger from the Gremory peerage. Rias paused, remembering that her brother had explained Nyx's release had been a consequence of Issei's actions. She also recalled that Dai had announced a challenge to Issei, a duel scheduled in a week's time that left Dai uneasy. Dai could not refuse or ask for more time without risking suspicion from the leaders. His position was fragile and the pressure from figures like Krumkruch only worsened matters. He resented his brother for putting him in that situation and promised himself he would find a way to reclaim power and silence him. Nyx, refusing to be intimidated, asserted that she was the primordial goddess of darkness and warned that she could easily overwhelm Rias and her peerage. Issei welcomed Nyx's readiness to defend herself and noticed Rias losing confidence. He smiled at Dai in a way that provoked further tension. Dai challenged Issei by bringing up Ingvild's safety and asking whether Issei cared about her. The question drew everyone's attention back to Issei as the group weighed the possible consequences if Nyx had ulterior motives toward Ingvild. A short pause followed while the assembled parties considered their uncertain future and prepared for the confrontation ahead. Dai warned that she might even endanger her, prompting Ingvild and Valerie to glare at him. Issei shrugged and made clear it was not his concern. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and told them they could leave, suggesting they consider why the girl would need Ingvild now. No one had an answer. They all left reluctantly, and he could see contempt in their eyes, especially his parents, who were unhappy that one of their enemies was staying with them. Nyx asked whether he had to deal with this every day. Issei shrugged and said it was nothing new. His parents had always preferred his siblings over him. Nyx, surprised, took his hand, and Issei smiled, grateful for someone by his side. Even the other girls felt sad for him, especially Athena and Marana. Issei told them that the house had enough rooms for all of them and that they should settle down, as they would be there for a very long time, perhaps even forever. Many of the girls looked exhausted and defeated from earlier mistreatment, and several left. 2 girls remained, Sekiruuyetei Agars and Latia Astroff. Sekiruuyetei asked hesitantly whether he would take advantage of them. Issei sighed, understood her fear since she was his fiancée, and explained that he did not exploit anyone. If there were a relationship, it would be purely platonic. The 2 girls nodded, chose their rooms, and smiled, beginning to believe the rumors about him were false. Issei looked at Nyx and asked if they should go. Nyx smiled, and the 2 of them went to Issei's room. After a long time, Issei slept peacefully at the Haidu residence. Issei walked across the fields while flashes of the recent battle played through his mind. Malik stood amid the smoldering ruins where Grigori had fallen. Issei and Nyx stood side by side, watching a screen that showed a book emerging, and then Issei appearing in his strongest red dragon armor. Dai Haidu wore a sinister smirk with Rias beside him. Asia and the other girls battled Malik using magic. Aika walked through a puddle and looked up. The ORC, the student council, Vala's team, and Team/Dog were shown, and a pair of angry eyes glared at them all. Issei looked at the book and remembered his past clearly, envisioning the factions falling apart. Ingvild held a figurine of Dai, crushed it in a sudden gesture, and tears streamed down her face as anger twisted her expression. Elizabeth with white hair and a silver-haired woman watched their factions with quiet disdain. Ingvild closed her eyes and looked at Dai with determined resolve. Issei dropped to his knees as his past haunted him. A family photo appeared with a slash across it, signaling his separation from his family. He met his brother's eyes and they clashed swords in a tense, decisive confrontation. End of opening. The next day, at the Haidu residence at 7:30 a.m., Issei and Nyx had agreed to sleep on the same bed. Issei slept peacefully for the first time in a long while. When he woke and rubbed his eyes, he found Nyx holding him like a stuffed companion, unconcerned about being seen. Nyx woke, rubbed her eyes, and smiled, greeting Issei in a gentle way. Issei returned the smile and did not mind her closeness. After they brushed their teeth and headed downstairs, the table was lively at first, but the mood changed when Issei's footsteps sounded. Conversations fell quiet and people began to eat as if something were wrong. Issei and Nyx took their food and felt the sting of cold glances. Several members of the household exchanged uncomfortable looks because Nyx was not fully welcomed. Issei noticed their hostility and Nyx shared his unease. Issei reacted with anger and demanded that they speak plainly if they felt unwelcome, saying that he did not appreciate their attitude towards someone who cared for him. Goru answered seriously that there was no problem with their presence, but Issei grew angrier and slammed the table, questioning whether Nyx had done anything dangerous in the past hours. His outburst silenced the room. When no one could point to any harm Nyx had caused, Issei concluded that they were not welcome and suggested they eat in their room instead. As Issei and Nyx rose to leave, Mickey called for Issei to wait. He turned toward his mother with an annoyed expression and the conversation grew tense. Issei's demeanor was distant and hard. He no longer resembled the son she remembered. Mickey flinched as Issei spoke without emotion, telling her that he would not remain at the table to endure glaring looks. He walked away, ignoring the household's pleas. Breakfast after that was a strained affair, consumed in silence. Ever since Issei's change, the Hayadu family atmosphere had deteriorated. Later, in their room, Nyx and Issei ate together. Nyx asked if his family always treated him this way, and Issei confirmed that they did. He admitted that he was used to it but warned that he was close to snapping and that someone might get seriously hurt if pushed too far. His serious tone made Nyx shiver. She feared for what his anger might lead to, not for the adults but for Issei himself. Issei placed his hand over hers and reassured her solemnly that she was one of the few he cared for and that he would never hurt her. He presented that as his solemn promise, and the smile he gave afterward eased Nyx's worry. They finished their meal in quieter peace. Soon after, Nyx walked the corridor to gather snacks for a movie night. Goru called for her, and she turned to find him accompanied by Dai's peerage, the Gremory peerage led by Rias Gremory, Dai, and Aika. The group regarded Nyx with a mixture of suspicion and caution. Nyx met Goru and asked him, with a controlled edge to her voice, what he wanted. Goru responded that they only wanted to talk about Issei. Nyx widened her eyes and asked what exactly they wanted to discuss. Goru looked at Nyx and said it concerned Issei. Nyx covered her mouth, and as she listened to what his father was saying, tears began to fall. Issei returned from getting a Diet Coke and found his room empty. He went outside and saw Nyx on her knees, crying. He glared at his parents and the others, fury rising in him. Issei demanded to know what his father had told her. Goru and the others grew fearful as Issei's anger built. Nyx, sniffling, asked if she was really the one ruining his relationship with his family. Issei's shock turned to outrage as he realized what they must have said. He clenched his fist and moved toward his father with his hair falling over his face. Without warning, Issei struck his father, sending him stumbling backward in a sudden, powerful blow. Mickey rushed to Goru's side. Issei told his father in a low, controlled voice that he could not believe he had called such a man his father, the emphasis making his contempt plain. Nyx felt an unfamiliar and terrible fear. She had never seen Issei like this. Issei then seized Goru by the collar and lifted him, demanding to know what he had done to Nyx and defending her honor. He released an intense aura that made everyone around them uneasy. Issei slammed his father down with a force that made the ground tremble, and he fixed his gaze on Dai, whom he blamed for much of his suffering. Dai was terrified. He had never faced his brother's wrath and felt utterly exposed. Crom mocked Dai in Issei's mind, enjoying the sight of him unsettled. Issei vowed to make Dai's life miserable and to bring him down when the duel came. The declaration intensified the fear in the room. Aika and the other guests were shaken by the confrontation and Issei's overwhelming presence. Issei moved in a blur, striking again and again with a rapid, stylized flurry of blows that carried all of his bottled-up pain and anger. Each strike echoed memories of a childhood where Dai was celebrated while Issei had been ignored, blamed, or dismissed. Glasses were shattered by the force of the encounter. Goru collapsed, exhausted and reeling from the assault, breathing hard and unable to stand. Memories flashed through Issei's mind, times when he had been neglected, times when he had begged for help and been refused, times when he had been made to feel like an outcast. The attacks were less about inflicting lasting harm and more an explosive release of decades of hurt. After a fierce 2-minute outburst, Issei stepped back, hands trembling, and admitted to himself that letting it out felt like a relief. Voices from previous hosts rang in his head, calling for retribution. Issei activated his boosted gear and invoked its power, feeling a draconic energy gather around him as if awakening something vast within. The change was dramatic and otherworldly, his form taking on a draconic edge in a way that seemed ripped from a fantasy tale. Before he could go further, Nyx rushed forward in tears and pleaded with him, telling him that she did not want to lose him and begging him to stop because those people were not worth it. Hearing her cry and seeing how deeply affected she was, Issei halted the transformation and took a deep breath. He promised himself and Nyx that he would never do anything to make her sad. Issei then turned his resolve outward and declared that he would expose Dai to the world, vowing to reveal the truth and hold him accountable. He made it clear that when the duel came, he would prove Dai's failings publicly and make him face the consequences. Issei promised to make the upcoming fight as miserable as possible for his brother. He rose from beside his father, who lay unconscious and badly bruised from the earlier struggle. Dai trembled with fear, unsure what Issei might do. The others froze, paralyzed by fear. Issei warned them coldly that if anyone attempted anything like that again, they would face a far worse fate. He walked away, casting a hard glance at the group, and they remained motionless until they moved Goru to the hospital. Issei and Nyx left the room together, and Nyx rebuked the assembly, saying they should be ashamed of themselves. What had been a day of enjoyment had been ruined by reckless actions. A short time later, Issei and Nyx arrived at Malik's base at 9:30 a.m. Malik had asked them to come because he had found something important. They were met by Grievous, Malik, Kalani, Elizabeth, Gondal, and Artemis. Elizabeth greeted Issei warmly. Issei reminded them that they had called him for an important matter, and Malik indicated that a demonstration would be better than an explanation. Malik led them to 2 tanks filled with dark liquid that obscured the contents. He explained that the tanks contained the remains of descendants of Asmodeus and Beelzebub. Issei asked if they were half-bloods like Ingvild and Valerie, and Malik confirmed. Kalani stepped forward with the details. Kalani reported that the bodies had been dead for about 10 years and that there were no clear signs to explain how they had died. As devils lived for millennia, the discovery was puzzling. Genetic analysis suggested one lineage traced back to Rome and the other to America, and both were identified as female. Nyx asked if Issei intended to revive them because they were female. Issei refused that suggestion and said he had other plans for them, though he felt a flicker of unease inside. Artemis and the others watched as Elizabeth asked how he would revive them, concerned that he might use the Sephiroth Grail. Issei produced the Holy Grail and prepared to use it. Issei focused with the Grail to search for the souls connected to the bodies. Gondal explained to Elizabeth that he was locating souls and would attempt to transfer them back into the bodies. After a time, Issei announced that he had found the souls. With Kalani's guidance, he transferred the souls into the correct vessels, taking care to ensure the matches were accurate. Issei noted that it was fortunate the souls were not trapped in purgatory, because rescuing those would have been nearly impossible. Nyx asked what purgatory was, and Issei explained that it was a separate dimension with no escape, and that Persephone had been there. Artemis reacted with surprise at the revelation that Persephone was alive. Issei confirmed this and said he had not told them because they had not asked, which made Artemis uneasy. Issei instructed Kalani to report back when the 2 awakened, saying he wanted to hear their stories. Kalani agreed, and Issei, Nyx, Artemis, Malik, Gondal, and Elizabeth departed together. Before they left, Issei asked after Valerie. Gondal replied that Valerie had been spying on Team Slashdog and had been reporting everything to him. Issei warned Gondal that Valerie was not to be trusted and ordered that if she acted without authorization she should be teleported to him immediately. Gondal agreed. As Gondal prepared to depart, she was surprised and impressed by Artemis and Elizabeth's loyalty to Issei. Hearing of Zeus's recent actions had left many leaders disgusted, and Gondal began to wonder whether Odin might do the same. With a small smile, she acknowledged Issei's command and teleported back to Asgard to begin work on creating Valander. Issei turned to Elizabeth and Artemis and issued his orders. He told them to continue spying for him within the factions, even though they no longer liked them, and to report anything suspicious they discovered. He instructed them to be outwardly cold and hostile only toward the faction leaders while maintaining normal relations with everyone else, so that no one would suspect their loyalty to him. Elizabeth and Artemis both nodded and affirmed that they would carry out his instructions. They then teleported back to their respective factions. Issei then addressed Malik about the next steps. He explained that they would not attack the factions directly for now, instead they would undermine their morale. Once Dai was exposed, Issei predicted, chaos would erupt, civil unrest, distrust of leaders, and general despair. He told Malik to step in during the fallout, to publicly mock and humiliate the leaders, since Malik was the public face of their forces. Malik agreed to do as instructed and went inside, leaving Issei and Nyx alone. They teleported back to the Hyudu residence, where no one dared question them for fear of the consequences. At the Hyudu residence at 11 a.m., Dai lay on his bed full of dread. Yesterday's encounter with Issei had convinced him that Issei was finished being lenient, and Dai feared what would come next. Krom's sacred gear manifested before him, and Krom's voice spoke with contempt, recalling how Dai had taken everything from his brother. Krom called Dai a disgrace and a pathetic human being, his words laced with venom. Dai trembled and protested, but his words revealed how he had stolen from his brother loves, achievements, everything. He admitted aloud that he had lied and used his reputation to deceive others, even suggesting that Rias had been fooled. Krom listened and, with cold satisfaction, told him he had only 6 days left, then ended the connection. Hearing a noise, Dai went to check and found Ingvild standing there, shocked and horrified. She had learned the truth and her disappointment turned to outrage. She confronted Dai, telling him that the man he had betrayed had always been her hero, not Dai, and that she never believed Dai truly loved her. Ingvild accused him of taking that man's life and of living off the consequences of his actions. She wiped her tears and announced that she would tell everyone. Dai pleaded for her to stop, but Ingvild's fury only grew. She insisted that she had loved the other man and that Dai's betrayal had been selfish. Dai tried to defend himself weakly, but Ingvild rejected his excuses. When Dai lunged toward her, intent on stopping her, Ingvild quickly raised a magical barrier to protect herself. She gritted her teeth, terrified by how far Dai had fallen and by the threat he represented. As she watched from the corner of her eye, Ingvild saw Issei drinking a can of Diet Coke and shaking his head in disappointment. She wondered in sadness whether he hated her that much and glared at Dai with hatred. Issei moved to intervene and watched the scene unfold, uncertain what would happen. Dai's punch struck like it meant nothing, and he prepared to activate his own sacred gear to take down his queen. Ingvild began to sing, channeling the power of her sacred gear, Nereid Kyrie. A shimmering surge of energy struck Dai, forcing him to cry out as the power dissipated. Even Krom winced and steadied himself against the pain. After a few tense moments, Ingvild stopped singing and fixed Dai with a cold glare. She announced that she intended to tell everyone the truth, whether they liked it or not. They all heard applause and Issei stepped forward, clapping and smiling. He told them that exposing her would not be necessary. Issei explained that no matter how much she screamed or begged, few would believe her because Dai's lies had been reinforced by the faction leaders and others. He sighed and said that no one would hear her out. Ingvild clenched her fists in anger and helplessness. Dai mocked her, taunting that people would hate her just as they hated his disgraceful older brother. Ingvild slapped him so hard a tooth nearly broke. She prepared another blow, but Issei restrained her and coldly informed Dai that he had 6 days. Issei promised that once the truth was shown to the world, Dai would lose everything. He walked away with Ingvild following behind him. Dai remained, horrified and terrified of what Issei might do. He feared there would be no escape and that exposing the truth could mean imprisonment or worse. Later, in a quieter room, Issei admitted to himself that he was surprised Ingvild had managed to defend herself. He noted that she had exposed Dai as a weakling, and he left with a shrug. Ingvild grabbed his hand and asked to talk, but Issei ignored her and broke her grip. He told her he did not want to hear her. He reminded her that he would not forgive or forget how she had treated him because of lies about a man he had once called a brother. His words made her flinch, but she held her ground and continued crying. Ingvild pleaded for guidance, asking how she could make amends and stay by his side. She admitted she had treated him poorly and asked what she should do to regain his trust. Issei, taken aback and silent for a moment, asked if she was willing to do anything. Ingvild replied with determination that she was ready to prove she was worthy of staying by his side. Issei told her he would judge her by her actions and walked away to attend to other tasks. Ingvild watched him go, resolved to win back his trust no matter what it took. Later that afternoon, at an undisclosed location, Issei met with Nyx, Artemis, and Elizabeth as they headed to a hideout after a call from Kalani. Kalani had summoned them to inspect the Bacta tanks. The women present wore plain long-sleeved shirts and tightly fitted tights. One of the women, described as striking with long lavender hair and eyes that seemed to reflect many colors, wondered where they were. Another woman replied that the last thing she remembered was being ambushed by a fallen angel and killed. She was a beautiful girl with thigh-length pink hair, a clump of hair hanging over the right side of her forehead, dark purple eyes, and a graceful figure. A battle droid appeared and announced that their lord had brought them back to life. The girls were surprised and, seeing how advanced the droid looked, realized they must have been dead for a very long time. The purple-haired girl asked to meet this lord, wondering who he was and what he was capable of if he could restore life. Both girls felt grateful to whoever had saved them. Kalani approached with a cheerful manner and explained that they were fortunate. Their lord was coming to the base. He advised that they should remain resting for now because their bodies still needed to recover. The girls nodded in agreement. Issei had arrived with the primordial goddess Nyx at his side. Elizabeth and Artemis accompanied them. Artemis asked whether these were the Satan descendants, and Issei gave a nod in confirmation. He then introduced himself as the leader of the organization. The girls noted that he seemed decent and sincere appearance had once been deceiving to them, since they had both been killed by fallen angels. Issei sat nearby and introduced his allies. He pointed out Kalani, the droid general, who bowed in greeting. He identified Artemis as the goddess of the hunt, Elizabeth Leoness as a dark angel, and Nyx as the primordial goddess of darkness. Elizabeth greeted them cheerfully. Artemis offered a respectful smile at meeting descendants of Asmodeus and Beelzebub, and Nyx smiled in welcome. Hearing that their ally included angels, the two girls remained cautious. Issei explained that dark angels were not the same as traditional angels or fallen angels. They were a distinct, powerful branch that had evolved from angels. He added that Elizabeth was the first dark angel, and Elizabeth smiled gratefully at the acknowledgement. The purple-haired girl apologized for being on guard. Issei then promised to bring them up to speed. He recounted the recent history, the Kuo Treaty, the attacks by the Cow's Brigade, the threat of Trihexa, the machinations of Malik, and how a faction had been targeting leaders. The girls took time to process the information, then accepted it with gratitude toward the man who had restored them. Issei respected their privacy, explaining that he had chosen only to revive them rather than probe into their pasts. When Issei asked for their names, the first introduced herself as Quinella Asmodeus, a descendant of Asmodeus. The other introduced herself as Charlotte Beelzebub and greeted him cheerfully. Issei asked whether they would join his faction. The girls hesitated, reluctant to turn against their families. To help them understand, Issei offered to show them the factions as they truly were. He transferred the memories of his life to them. The memories shocked both women. They saw the hardships and betrayals he had endured. Quinella clenched the sheets in anger while tears fell, and Charlotte wept openly, devastated at learning what their savior had suffered. They could not imagine that someone had been forced through such trials. Charlotte, trembling, asked how others could have treated someone like him so cruelly. Their allies were likewise angered by what the memories revealed. Issei explained that much of it had stemmed from lies spread by his younger brother, Daihayaru, and his tone was filled with disgust. He described how the devil faction had become self-centered and power-hungry. He warned that because the two young women carried the bloodline of the Satans, many within the devil faction would see them as political assets, objects to be married off for alliances or manipulated because of their lineage rather than as individuals. Issei refused to sugarcoat the situation. He chose honesty with those he trusted and deception only for enemies. Issei then gave them a real choice: join his faction or return to the devils and face being used as a tool of power. He did not force them, and that honesty surprised Artemis and Elizabeth. Both goddesses and other allies quietly realized they had been blinded by loyalty to old ties. The girls absorbed the truth and felt the weight of the decision before them. Had they not listened, they would have remained unaware of how far their factions had strayed from what they once believed in. They were eternally grateful to him. The girls looked at Issei with hesitation, dreading that the devils would force them into marriages with strangers and even deceive them. Quinella and Charlotte both accepted joining his faction instead of remaining under the devil's control. Quinella expressed disgust and insisted she would rather die than be with a man who treated her as an object, and Charlotte agreed. Issei smiled and welcomed them into his faction. Quinella then asked, in a respectful tone, what he wanted them to do. Issei replied that they should recover their strength and rest for at least a day, because after that they would take on roles in his war against the other factions. The girls nodded and went to sleep. The others left the medical room to prepare for Issei's next plan. He proclaimed that he was the White Dragon Emperor who would bring the law down upon the darkness. He walked the road of domination, wielding infinite destruction and piercing through illusory dreams. He vowed to become the pure White Dragon Emperor.